Chapter 301 Gang. Ignoring Bai's plea, Fong Tang quickly packed up the fragments of the isolation gown, stuffed them into a large leather bag, then looked in the mirror and began to deal with his hair. She changed her hairstyle and took out the glasses she had prepared in advance in her purse. Then he turned on the front camera of his phone, saved the selfie aside, and then opened Li Zhao's photo. The two photos correspond to each other. Changing a person's appearance sometimes does not require complicated work. Just changing a certain prominent feature on the face. When anyone sees your appearance, he or she will not see all the details at once, but will be attracted to a certain feature on your face, leaving a simple impression on the brain. After some couples have been married for many years, sometimes they still cannot directly describe their lover's appearance in one breath. This is because of this appearance impression, rather than appearance details. Fong Tang speculated that the forbidden areas, including Babao Old Street, were not equipped with China's Sky Eyes system. That kind of advanced facial recognition system is actually only available in airports, train stations, and other places with a huge flow of people. Most of the cameras in the Mindahuang area are simple traffic cameras and cheap surveillance cameras installed by businesses. You don't need to waste too much time on this. He put a mole on his face. Moles, a facial feature, can change your appearance at a glance if they are placed in key locations. Fong Tang rubbed his eyes again, making his eyeballs look swollen and red, and the messy hair on his forehead hung down, covering one eyebrow. Finally, with a flick of his finger, a crack appeared on the left lens of his glasses. Putting on these old-fashioned glasses, a decadent, tired UI designer who has not had a good sleep in many days appears. The moment people see him, they will first be attracted by the cracked glasses, and then by his unshaven and decadent appearance. This is the misunderstanding of visual focus in disguise. Song Wulan frowned and looked. Are you going out? I'm going to get money. I also need to find a microscopic digital high-definition camera to take some photos. Fong Tang didn't even look back, grabbed his unruly hair, and walked out directly. He didn't look back because he knew clearly that the woman in the room was no longer the same Song Wulan as before. Bai Maoling Lunatic Asylum was still in panic. Fong Tang saw 2 ambulances and a blue police car. The psychiatric department is under siege. He looked at the black leather bag in his hand, changed his mind, and directly found a hidden place to destroy them all. This bag is so eye-catching. Now he only carries Li Zhao's wallet, his cell phone, and a piece of ink, and walks to the West District with ease. Passing through the west area of the lunatic asylum and exiting through the side door is the largest intersection in Xinzhuang. Even the walls of the west wing of the asylum have cameras hung on them. This is a completely different world from the east wing, and guardians can be seen walking around everywhere. Various fitness and entertainment facilities are installed in the spacious compound, but judging from the rust stains on them, it seems that they are just for show. The West District is almost completely sealed off, and work and rest times are written on big signs, as serious as a prison. Not far away, there was a dilapidated pavilion. Inside the pavilion was an old man wearing a kung fu shirt, holding 2 meatballs in his hand, spitting them constantly, and the soup from the meatballs dripped down. The old man is thin, but his expression is majestic and not angry. He said cheerfully to the air in front of him, "This Qin Gang's gang starts from the north bank of Suzhou River and ends at Xinzhuang, Pushan, including Babao Old Street. It's very majestic." After speaking, he frowned and listened. Although he was alone, it was like a gangster in a movie having a meeting. The boss of the Changbai Club, whose real name is Zhang, is a little bastard. He came from Guangdong to seek a living. When he met me, he asked me to be his godfather and changed his surname to Du now. He is considered promising. Humph. The Golden Gang is in the business of green money. Little Jia San, do you know what green money is? But this sentence of the old man was said by Fong Tang. Fong Tang ignored him and continued walking forward. It's just fake US dollars. The old man followed, his hands full of oil smeared on his disheveled hair. The God of Wealth Association. Does the God of Wealth Association know? They are dealing in Bitcoin. Fong Tang stopped. He turned around. Bitcoin? Yes, Bitcoin. The old man became proud again. That's a lie. Brothers from our 4 gangs and 3 societies hate those who engage in pyramid schemes the most. Therefore, in the entire Mindahuang, the pyramid scheme gangs cannot stand. They were all hacking driven away, and the rest are all serious gangs. Fong Tang smiled. For gangs and 3 associations? You keep talking about it. It's quite interesting. There are no more 4 gangs and 3 associations. They are gone now. The Hong Gang is gone. The Luo Gang is destroyed. The beggars from the Sihai gang have switched to investing. And only the old Qin gang is left. They are still old, sick and weak who are about to be in the coffin. He spoke quite eruditely. Now the three societies are in full bloom. And hundreds of flowers are blooming. The Golden Society, the God of Wealth Society, and the Chonbai Society. Alas, there are talented people in this generation. A nurse walked quickly from a distance. Du Shengmo, come and take medicine quickly. The old man immediately behaved. He smiled, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and lowered his head. Fong Tang remembered his name. Walking out of the side door of Bei Meiling Lunatic Asylum, Bus 703 came dragging a puff of smoke. A dilapidated old bus without even air conditioning. Fong Tang got into the car. And in his mind, Bai was still pleading. He sat in the back seat, listening to the squeaking sound of the bus, swaying his body, and immediately activated his gluttonous devouring power. Bai's consciousness screamed. Although only 1,000th of her consciousness was swallowed and transformed, she still screamed in disbelief. You actually did something to me? We are one and the same. Fong Tang swallowed it again, feeling the energy transformation and continuing to impact the genetic chromosomes. The three major attributes began to change. Although there was no prompt from Bai, he didn't know how much the data had changed, but it must have been enhanced. Master, if I die, you will die too. Bai, I am not afraid of life and death, but I am even more afraid of losing myself. Master, I'm sorry. I must listen to you. Your consciousness cannot lie. My consciousness is also honest in front of you. So there will be no next time. If you disobey my instructions and make your own decisions, I will devour you directly. Your consciousness is very important to Tao Tai Core. It's an absolutely delicious meal for the soul. Fong Tang could directly feel Bai's sadness. The consciousnesses of both parties will always be entangled. In the past, I had no choice or ability, and could only obey the mercy of this artificial intelligence. But now it is different. After many days of dissatisfaction, Fong Tang finally felt a lot more comfortable. Now, help me check the metal particles on the ink. Bai's consciousness carefully calculated, not daring to go any further. At this time, the bus was stopped. Two criminal policemen wearing sunglasses got off two off-road vehicles at the intersection ahead. They got in the car, showed their IDs, and put on their body cameras. Please cooperate with me and show me your ID card. It won't take up too much time for everyone. There were very few passengers, and there were only 8 people in Fong Tang. So someone started to murmur. A drunk man with his legs crossed and his face flushed stood up and muttered, "Comrade police, am I considered a drunk driver?" Everyone around was laughing. The drunk man made a gesture of holding the steering wheel. "Do-do-do. Oh. Speed up. Speed up." With a bang, Duan Shunfeng, who seemed the most honest among the 4 teams, knocked the guy down immediately, turned around and shouted angrily, "Disturbing public order and endangering bus driving. Take him away." 3 policemen came up in a hurry and dragged the drunken man down. The remaining people in the car quickly took out their ID cards. Fong Tang yawned and held up his ID card. Lao Huang, the oldest member of the 4th team, came over and took his ID card. "Well, how many days have you not slept?" Fong Tang raised his face, and the cracked glasses on the left reflected sunlight, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Lao Huang frowned. "Please cooperate and take off your glasses." Fong Tang took off his glasses, his red and swollen eyes bursting into tears. "How many days have you been awake since?" Duan Shunfeng also came over. Fong Tang trembled and took out Bai Maoling's medical record. "Here, buy some daily necessities for my wife. She has just been admitted to the hospital." Lao Huang leaned over and took a look inside. "Sorry, there are dangerous elements nearby, so we have to investigate carefully." He saluted solemnly, turned around and got out of the car. Duan Shunfeng patted Fong Tang on the shoulder. "Brother, don't be discouraged. Depression is easy to cure. I suggest you buy an aromatherapy machine. The fragrance is very useful for relaxation and sleep. If possible, get a dog and be more lively. The kind that works well." Lao Huang's voice came from below. "Duan, come down quickly. There are still 2 intersections ahead that need to be checked." Watching Duan Shunfeng get out of the car, Fong Tang put on his glasses, nodded, took out a pencil, and wrote down pets and aromatherapy machines on the list. At this time, I suddenly missed Beixing. I wonder if it and Yashin are okay. Bai's calculations have been completed. "Master, the particles of this ink are not metal, but micron particles. I know this. What I want to check is the composition of the ink. Chapter 302 Old Friend. The ink used on the gown is an acrylic paint commonly used in organic dyeing, painting and modeling. I discovered another unique ingredient in the ink. The content of this ingredient is very small. If it were not for the support of BINA's huge database, even the most advanced detection technology may not be able to detect it. Master, this is an organophosphorus sulfide compound. It is often used in special medicines. Huh? Special medicine? Yes. This organophosphorus compound can combine with cells. After being hydrolyzed and dephosphorylated by alkaline phosphatase, it becomes an active metabolite, which has the effect of scavenging free radicals in tissues. So it can reduce certain types of silkworms. Type toxicity. Fong Tang's ontological consciousness actually understood it, and a complex chemical structural formula immediately appeared in front of his eyes. This is not the information passed by Bai, but his consciousness called it from Bai's database. Fong Tang remained calm and communicated consciously. What you are talking about seems to be a drug called amifostine, a white solid chemical. Its chemical name is trimetopropylamine. The molecular weight is 325.4242. This thing is often used as it is used as a normal cell protective agent, and is mainly used clinically as an adjuvant treatment for various cancers. Yes, Master. It is mainly used to protect patients undergoing radiotherapy and chemotherapy to prevent healthy cells from being killed by radiation. This ingredient actually appeared in the ink. What do you think is going on? The most likely possibility is that the artist accidentally mixed the ink into the ink when he was dyeing the model. This chemical is on his body. The artist cannot be a cancer patient, and he does not need radiation treatment. Master, you can change your mind. The bus stopped and Fong Tang got off. In his self-awareness, countless possibilities are emerging, as if endless clues and answers are right in front of you, and you only need to reach out and grab one. He caught it. Fong Tang let out a breath. Artists need to protect their cells from being exposed to radiation from micron particles. Yes, Master, you are getting smarter and smarter. Bye. Let's sort it out from the beginning. Start with micron particles controlled by the artist. First of all, the structure that makes up micron particles is unlikely to be a complete mechanical body. Micron-scale mechanical bugs need to be constantly replenished. If they are all mechanical bodies, then the electronic components must be at least nanoscale. This involves component manufacturing process. Artists can replenish lost particles at will, and the world is full of radiation, magnetic fields, and signals. The biggest problem with mechanical structures is interference. Maybe a phone signal will cause the micromechanical structure to lose control. So, Master, micron particles are bionic structures. Fong Tang gasped. Those micron particles are integrated with the artist himself, so he can continuously cycle through production and control them as desired. With just a thought, those particles can move. But this creates another problem. That is the radiation damage caused by endless micron particles. Theoretically, all objects in nature, as long as they are above absolute zero, will continuously transmit energy to the outside world in the form of electromagnetic waves or particles. In other words, everything in the world has radiation, including humans themselves. Most energy radiation is too small to cause any harm. But when countless micron particles gather together and combine with the body, it is no longer a small radiation. Artists are forced to use amifostine to protect their own cells. Fong Tang's consciousness smiled. At this time, those micron particles that kept a distance from him and observed him were constantly transmitting information. Fong Bei saw Fong Tang's weird smile, but couldn't see his heart. The particles continued to observe. Master, what are we doing now? Bai asked carefully. I need a high-performance Full HD digital microscope, Fong Tang said in his mind. In the secret room at the Pujan Female Corpse scene, I devoured 2 models, including the scene model of the Babeo corpse case. The owner wants to use a high-definition digital microscope to take photos of the model on site? Yes. It's difficult to see subtle details with just your eyes. The artist kept all the details in the model, so I have to zoom in on the model to look for clues to the case. Okay, Master. I will immediately search for places nearby that have such instruments. In a deserted place and a restricted area, whether it is Babeo Old Street or Pujan, it is really difficult to find such a high-precision instrument. Before Bai could search it on the model map, Fong Tang saw a 2-story building not far away. He saw clearly the company's sign hanging in front of the small building and couldn't help but be overjoyed. No need to look for it. It can be found here. Hiyu Technology Customer Service Center. Just in front of the street, there was a freshly washed van parked outside a small gray building. The door was clean, and completely different from the messy shops around it. Fong Tang is very familiar with this service center. Haizhou Company, a subsidiary of Haiyu Technology, is where he worked. Bye. Although we in Haizhou can only produce knockoff toys, but the head office Haiyu Technology is different. It used to manufacture high-precision electronic products. I have forgotten that when the company was glorious in the past, magic was everywhere. It's this kind of customer service center. Electron microscopes, lithium battery precision measuring instruments, and large area high-precision measuring devices are all products of the head office. The service center is responsible for repairs and instrument maintenance. Fong Tang felt a rare sense of intimacy in his heart. After all, this is the company where I have worked and where I have been able to support myself. He walked directly into the quiet building. The first floor was filled with cardboard boxes, but no one was there. When I walked up to the second floor, I saw a young man lying on a large workbench. The young man wears strange electronic glasses on his head, holds an invisible long needle in his hand, and is disassembling a chip. Fong Tang coughed. The young man turned his head and took off his electronic glasses. Excuse me. What can I do? Fong Tang touched the neatly arranged instruments on the side. Do we have an EBO digital microscope here? The young man smiled and patted the dust on his white shirt. You are mistaken. We are a service center here, responsible for maintenance. I know. Fong Tang still hunched over and said in a sharp southern accent, as long as you have a repaired microscope, I will just take a few pictures. It doesn't matter how much it costs. The young man continued to laugh. The corner of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. How much money do you get for a month here? It's less than 6,000 yuan. This kind of income is enough for food and drink in the Magic City. I can give you 10,000 yuan. The young man looked at him, his smile becoming more and more obvious. No. Fong Tang chuckled and took a step forward, ready to take action directly. He had seen the electron microscope on the workbench. The young man also turned to look. This camera is very old and can only shoot high-definition 1080p, up to 60 FPS image data. Fong Tang hummed and raised his hand. The young man turned his back and said, Oh, your mouth is still crooked when you smile. How come you're so good at taking microscopic photos after not seeing me for so many years? Fong Tang's hand froze. Who could actually recognize me for the first time? And judging from his tone, it seemed like he hadn't seen him for many years. That is unless it is someone who is so familiar with him that he cannot be more familiar with him. He looked at the young man's back, and his memory suddenly trembled. After a long time, Fong Tang rushed over excitedly. Shizhou, is that you? If there was any confidant and friend throughout high school besides Celia whom I had a crush on, it was him. Chu Jioga. How could he work in Haizhou? Chapter 303 Brothers. The moment he recognized Chu Jioga, Fong Tang seemed to have returned to the high school campus 10 years ago. The two people were born in 1996. They even had the same birth month and similar personalities. It was almost destined to become friends. As the school hunk of Xinhua High School, Chu Jioga, who is known as looking like a star in school uniform, was very low-key at that time. Except for Fong Tang. He didn't have any real friends. Looking at Xiao Jiao now, he is still so handsome, wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, but full of melancholic temperament. It is still the same as 10 years ago. Like a black hole. Even if it disappears into the shadows, it still attracts everyone's attention. After the surprise of the reunion, Fong Tang let go of his hand, wordlessly took out his cell phone, and opened the news about the wanted reward. Place your phone on your work surface. Chu Jioga pursed his lips and looked at it. Tang, you haven't changed. You always follow principles. Even if I may not know that you were wanted, you still have to show me clearly. I don't want to lie to you. Fong Tang sighed. But I can guarantee that I am not the murderer mentioned in the news. If you want to get the reward, call the police after a while. Chu Jioga still pursed his lips. You should understand me. Fong Tang knew him well. Throughout the 3 years of high school, there were no secrets between the two. I can't say that they are inseparable, but they are really good brothers. I don't know how many times Fong Tang has relied on Shizhou, a top student, to pass various exams. Chu Jioga didn't seem to care about anything at that time. He remembered the aftershocks in the city caused by the East China Sea earthquake. The students in the entire classroom were frightened. Even the teacher rushed out of the teaching building. He was the only one who was still sitting on his chair, still reading comic books. Are you really not afraid of that earthquake? Chu Jioga snorted. Didn't you run away too? Fong Tang scratched his head. I saw you still sitting there. thinking about loyalty between brothers. In fact, I was so scared that my legs were weak at that time. A strange look appeared in Chujioga's eyes, which gradually faded away. A tang. I wasn't afraid at that time because I knew it was an aftershock, and the magnitude would not be higher than 3. Our teaching building is designed to be earthquake resistant, so there was no need to run. On the contrary, if you crowd the stairs with everyone else, you are more likely to get injured. Fong Tang was speechless. 10 years ago, when you were only that old, you thought so deeply. I can't say it's profound. It's just a survival instinct. The two fell silent as they spoke. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years. The initial surprise slowly faded, and they couldn't find a topic for a while. There was silence, and the atmosphere became awkward. Fong Tang still felt uneasy. Xiaojio seems to be doing well, faced with a huge reward of 5 million yuan. Is he really not tempted? Chujioga looked at him, suddenly took out his mobile phone, threw it to the ground and crushed it. Then he reached out and pulled off the network cable on the side. He stood up and closed the door and window very naturally, and then smiled at the dazed Fong Tang. Now, even if I covet the huge sum of 4.62 million, I can't call the police. You should be relieved, right? Fong Tang felt hot in his heart and felt ashamed. He lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. I just didn't expect you to recognize me at a glance. Chujioga sat down calmly, with a calm look on his handsome face. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't call the police. I would just knock him out with a stick and go and collect the reward. But you have to think carefully. Fong Tang snorted. Okay, how long do you plan to wait before calling the police? For a lifetime, Chujioga said lightly. Fong Tang rubbed his arms with both hands. No, it's too disgusting. Are you confessing to me? Chujioga frowned. I'm serious. Damn, are you out of your mind? Fong Tang laughed. I finally heard that the headmaster Chu said dirty words. I feel relieved. You are still the same Chujio. He relaxedly pulled up a folding chair and sat down. You haven't said anything yet. How did you recognize me? Chujioga hesitantly said. The misunderstanding of visual focus. You think I don't understand? I am a top student with a very good mind. Your appearance may change, but the wretched way you smile will not change. Fong Tang couldn't help but touch the corners of his mouth. Still, you smile crookedly, according to what you said back then. You look like a traitor? Chujio Singer stroked his forehead. Oh my god. You admitted to yourself that you are vulgar. No wonder Suya looks down on you. Fong Tang fell silent. Chujioga put down his hand and apologized. I'm sorry. I forgot that you have a crush. Fong Tang shook his head. It's all in the past. Suya-shi. There were some words that he still couldn't say even to his close friend of 10 years. So Fong Tang could only sigh softly. Chujioga slapped the workbench hard. Damn it. Suya is nothing. She is not worthy of you at all. I said it back then. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Let's talk about this ourselves. There's no point in talking too much. Chujioga looked at him with gentle eyes. Tang. I'm serious. Suya is really not worthy of you. You may not know that she has known about your secret love for a long time, but she just didn't reveal it. Every birthday party she didn't invite you on purpose, but she still told you that the birthday party was going to be held through other classmates. So she was playing tricks on you. On the surface, she is as pure as a white lotus, but secretly she is like rotten fish and shrimp in the stinking ditch. What the hell? Fong Tang's mood has calmed down. I know all this. I'm young and ignorant. I just want to be successful in the future and return in a golden dress. Alas, I'm young and ignorant. Stop talking about it. Yeah, I've always felt that it's better to do it than to say it. Chujioga showed an indescribable domineering air at this time. Fong Tang frowned. Do what? Chujioga quickly regained his composure. Suya wrote me a love letter and invited me to a birthday party alone. I went. Fong Tang had mixed feelings. You guys can do it. He stood up. I'm going to take a look at the digital microscope first, and we'll talk later. In his mind, Bai was busy. Master, I am using the 3-layer memory association method to determine whether your high school memory is true and whether it is a modified memory. Fong Tang's consciousness was silent. This memory was definitely not fake. It was absolutely impossible. But instead of stopping Bai, he asked her to proceed quickly. The 3-level memory association method uses the grandfather's memory theory. If your memory is modified, then there will be flaws in your father's memory when it reaches the 2nd level. At present, The memory modification and erasure known to the company can only there are 2 levels of association. And when it comes to the grandfather level, it cannot be modified or erased at all. Master, what I am calling now is the data of your Xinhua High School, and randomly select one of your classmates, a teacher, and an employee of the school for cross-comparison with their data. If the records of these classmates, teachers, and employees are with the existence of you and Chujioga, then this memory will be fine. I quickly found the graduation album uploaded online by a teacher at Xinhua High School, and accurately found the photo of Chujioga and Fong Tang from the album. Then, there is a video record of the 2010 class reunion of Xinhua High School. In the video recording, 7 students mentioned Chujioga 12 times, and 1 student mentioned Fong Tang twice. The last data found was a video of the birthday party of the former janitor of Xinhua High School. In the video, the uncle was educating his grandson. In my old school, there was a student named Chujioga. He was the top student in the school. Later, if you don't study well, you follow a poor student named Tang around and don't go to the exam. What's the result? You kid must remember that to find friends, you have to find friends who are among the top 20 in the grade. The video is turned off, and the 3-layer memory associated data is accurately verified. Fong Tang was playing with the EBO digital microscope, still thinking about Chujioga's words. Suya is dead. She died in her arms. Do you want to tell him? No matter what Xiuya had done before, she died tragically in the end, and it was meaningless to say anything now. Chujioga, who was sitting aside and looking at Fong Tang, also sighed secretly. You are passionate, but you are annoyed by ruthlessness. Tang, you still can't change this character. Suya, do you look down on my brother? When your family is ruined, your heart and lungs are cut by a knife, and you can only bleed and beg my brother to save you. How can you still laugh? Chapter 304 Accidental Assassination. Fong Tang moved the heavy digital microscope to the middle of the workbench. Chujioga came over and looked at it. This machine can still be used, but the optical lens needs to be replaced. The two of them worked together to dismantle the microscope's photography system. A familiar feeling, kind and warm. Remember the frog dissection in that biological science class? Chujioga suddenly laughed. Fong Tang was annoyed. I wasn't scared at the time. I felt disgusted. You cut the frog too hard. You cut the frog into pieces with just one cut. I can't help it. My hands are itchy. Chujioga was still smiling. He was indifferent, and only so bold in front of Fong Tang. Fong Tang also laughed. I didn't expect that we would dissect frogs together 10 years ago, and dismantle microscopes together 10 years later. Why do you also work in Haijo? I didn't even know. Chujioga said, hey, I didn't take the college entrance examination, and I don't have any academic qualifications. Of course, I can only do this kind of menial work. Fong Tang reached out and patted him. Don't be modest. I failed in the exam, and went to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. If you really take the exam, it won't be a problem to get the top prize. Continue to dismantle the microscope. Fong Tang couldn't help but talk about working in Haijo after graduation. Chujioga interrupted him. This machine is almost ready. You take pictures first. I'll invite you to my bedroom later. Fong Tang whistled. Okay. You go and wash up first. Chujioga reached out and patted his butt. You should wash it off. Fong Tang couldn't continue the joke anymore. You haven't found a girlfriend in these years? Chujioga sighed softly. I have a girlfriend. But that woman is poisonous, and it's a family engagement. Fong Tang chuckled. I knew you were a second-generation rich man. We were both orphans back then. But you were not short of money at all. Although the EBO digital microscope is an old model, it is still enough to take pictures of 2mm level models. After the 1080p, 60 FPS image shooting is completed, it is automatically converted into a file, which is then simply processed after being connected to the laptop and stored in Fong Tang's mobile phone. After finishing all this, Chujioga opened the small door on the side of the second floor. Let's go. I still have instant noodles there. Fong Tang laughed and hugged his shoulders. I'll take you out for a big meal. Oh, do you have money? Fong Tang immediately withered. Oh, I really have no money now. I can only eat instant noodles. Behind the small door is a small bedroom. The bedroom was spotless, with only a bed, a few chairs, and a bed. 2 pieces of white paper were spread on the wooden table, with fresh ink marks on them. Fong Tang walked over and looked at it. Yellow flower courtyard, green lanterns and night rain, white hair and autumn wind. Looking at another one, it says, what's going on in the mountains? Songhua is making wine. And spring water is making tea. Xiao Jiu's handwriting is becoming more and more beautiful. And the sharpness of the past has been lost. And the handwriting is smooth and has become a bit like a master. Xiujiu, is this a poem by Zhang Kejiu from the Yuan dynasty? You still like poetry so much. Chu Jioga chuckled. Without learning or skills. This is Yuan music, not lyrics. But you can tell it's Zhang Kejiu's. He's very improved. What did Fong Tang think of? Speaking of which, I met a beautiful foreign girl some time ago, and she also likes poetry. If there is a chance, I will introduce her to you, and you will definitely fall in love with her. Chu Jioga's eyes flashed. Boy, you have a chance to meet a beautiful foreign woman, but you still don't have money to treat me to a meal? The aroma of instant noodles hit his nostrils, and Fong Tang gulped down. No kidding. She is a real beauty, but she has a lot of intentions. But she will definitely not be able to do anything when she encounters a monster like you. I will definitely help you introduce her. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and he knocked on the small bedroom door. Chu Jioga frowned and stood up. But Fong Tang grabbed him. I'll do it. Fong Tang was not worried about outsiders discovering him. He was confident and disguised himself well. But he was worried. The visitor is not good. Perhaps it was his subconscious instinct to detect danger that made him feel uneasy. Fong Tang opened the small door. A girl wearing a shabby sportswear stood in front of her. This girl must have been beautiful before. But now the twisted scar on her forehead is so terrifying. And the marks on the skin of her neck are more like patches. The forehead was a gunshot wound. A penetrating scar. And the skin was an infected wound after an insect bite. It seemed that she had been buried underground for a long time before being pulled out. Corrosive burns could be seen everywhere on the exposed skin. The girl held up a small box. Express delivery. Her voice was hoarse. Chu Jioga came from behind. What kind of express delivery? With a thud, Fong Tang stretched out his finger and flicked the box away. The square box shattered in midair, and a black pistol fell down. Fong Tang had turned into two figures, which was a visual illusion caused by moving too fast after the burst of speed. One figure dragged Chu Jioga and threw him behind, while the other figure hit him in the middle with a punch of 6 strength attributes. A girl's heart. Through the skin and bones. The explosive force of this punch directly shattered the girl's heart. The girl flew up upside down and hit the door hard. After sitting down with a bang, she vomited blood. But her eyes were still terrifyingly calm. As the girl's figure fell, Fong Tang also recognized it and exclaimed, Bai Man? The girl named Amon from Lingyi Temple. Bai Man, who was buried deep underground by Fong Tang himself, smiled at him at this moment. Her heart was completely broken, and she even lost the strength to breathe. Fong Tang stayed where he was. In such a moment of daze, the wall behind the bedroom actually curled up. The extreme heat bakes the walls, and the temperature in the house rises instantly. The wallpaper burst into flames. The wall skin rolled up, and the wall suddenly broke open. A petite figure covered in flames appeared. The flame was extremely red, with faint flying golden debris, and it burst out from the bandages all over the petite woman's body. Suzaku! Fong Tang turned his head. Bai Man is just a pawn to confuse him. Only this girl who had died under Fong Tang's gun could make him lose his mind. The real shot came from the mysterious Suzaku. An assassination jointly carried out by Bai Man and Suzaku. Fong Tang sneered and ignored the stream of flames coming from the front. With his super strong physique, high temperature cannot cause him instant damage. He only needs the other party to reveal a flaw. Just one flaw. At this time, Chu Jioga, who was curled up, jumped up. His handsome face was blackened by the thick smoke. But he stood in front of Fong Tang desperately. Fong Tang was shocked. With a flick of his wrist, he grabbed his collar and threw him behind him with force. At this time, the gun that fell to the ground had softened and melted, and all the bullets inside exploded under the high temperature and pressure. An exploding warhead, carrying golden flames, unexpectedly hit Chu Jioga's heart. No! Fong Tang turned around and reached out to grab it. His body brought up a string of afterimages. But still slow, the flames soared again. And Bai Man, who died in Fong Tang's hands for the second time, had no chance to resurrect. Suzaku's fire was like a rolling river of flames, covering her whole body. In an instant, the whole room exploded. The air currents at high altitude swallowed up the debris. Smoke rose into the sky. In the flames, the body of a girl named Bai Man was turned into ashes. Outside the flames, the bandaged Suzaku was trembling and moving step by step with black smoke coming out of his body. Ryuki Temple's actions caused huge losses. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Tang appeared with Chu Jioge on his back and disappeared behind the burning building with drops of hot blood. Chapter 305 Camp. Song Wenlan sat on the bedside and looked at the charge sheet. This is the second bill from the lunatic asylum. The neurology outpatient fee and the first day's hospitalization fee are only 650 yuan. But now she doesn't have any money and can only wait for the man to come back. He sat quietly, then moved his nails. There seemed to be a gust of wind in the yard. The door opened, smelling of blood. Fong Tang put Chu Jioge on the bed. His eyes were red. Song Wenlan stood up enchantingly, the white bones of her fingers trembling. She didn't ask anything. She just said, "My heart was hit, and there is no way I can save it. He must be saved." Fong Tang sat down in front of the bed and grabbed his hair hard. Song Wenlan took another look, her nails still trembling. Hopeless. He must be saved. Fong Tang was still scratching his head. In fact, he was very aware of Shijio's injuries. His heart was penetrated by a high-speed bullet, and the blood supply center of the human body was destroyed, which was equivalent to a car engine stalling. Within 10 seconds, the brain will become comatose due to lack of oxygen and ischemia, and brain death can be declared within 30 seconds. It took him at least 10 minutes to get back all the way. This was the result of him running wildly with 6 agility attributes at the risk of being exposed. Chu Jioge is still alive now, relying on the wood attribute first aid ability of the 5 elements pin. Fong Tang has used up all the remaining times of the 5 elements brushwood attribute, and injects first aid potion almost every minute. But that still doesn't change the outcome. The wood attribute ability is first aid, not resurrection. Fong Tang's vision was dim, and he felt that all the scenery around him was shaking. He felt like he was going to vomit. "Master, forcefully use agility burst continuously. Fortunately, your physical fitness has also been improved to 6.5. Otherwise, all the bones in your body will fall apart." Fong Tang couldn't help but talk nonsense to Bai. In panic, he suddenly felt a burning sensation. The burning heat came from a ring-shaped chip, which was in his pocket. This chip. Yes, it's the old chip that fell off after getting the Taotai core spirit. He took out the old ring-shaped chip and looked at the dying Chu Jioge, without any time to hesitate. "Bai, without the medical team of the game mall, can a person be saved by just relying on the chip? Master, it wasn't possible before, but now you can theoretically achieve it. How to achieve? First install the chip. At this time, the system will default that Chu Jioge is your subordinate, and I can directly send nanoparticle glue into Chu Jioge's body through the chip. Of course, this process requires the use of your precious energy." The yin and yang marquia on the back of Fong Tang's neck were spinning crazily. He did not hesitate. "Get ready. I will install the chip for him now." When Chu Jioge woke up, Fong Tang was squatting in front of the bed. Chu Jioge reached out and touched the back of his head, turned over without saying a word, and reached out to pull the quilt over him. "Shujio, stop talking. I want to take a nap." Fong Tang wiped his sweat and was extremely tired. The transformation energy stored in his body had almost been used up during the process of repairing Chu Jioge's heart with nanoparticle glue. There were several life and death crises. It is impossible to describe the tension and despair he experienced in just half an hour. After getting up, Fong Tang staggered toward the door. "Wenlan, take good care of him. I'll go out for a while." When he walked out of the door, the long-lost system prompt appeared. Intermittent prompts came from the old system that was facing collapse. The last congratulations came. "Congratulations, dear Fong Tang players. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting your third subordinate. The guild building order is activated and you can build, and build. Create your own guild." With a hiss, the system prompts turned into gibberish. The old system is completely broken. System disconnected. A red triangle exclamation mark appeared repeatedly on Fong Tang's retina. After a while, the game store began to disappear. Less than 10 seconds after the mall disappeared, numerous prompts saying, "XX player has exited the game," appeared in the system lobby. The game live broadcast also started to disconnect. Then came absolute darkness. The old system was all darkness. In the darkness, a bright light appeared. It was as if the computer had restarted. Guangming Beidou is officially launched. Game live broadcast is reconnected. The game mall appeared again. But this time the Hongming Pantheon, Lei Zhe, appeared above the mall, and other symbols of major guilds, as well as the symbols of the so-called 4 major banks in the game. A brand new mall, but empty inside. What is depressing is that Fong Tang's game currency balance is still negative 2 million. He saw his fan interface in the live broadcast system again. Still attracting millions of attention. Still the title of Super VIP number 001. Fong Tang stopped, thought for a long time, and opened the barrage in his mind. Which force does Suzaku in Chang'an Hotel belong to? Which hacking guild does he belong to? I don't expect these bastards to answer. But unexpectedly, a gray barrage soon appeared. Suzaku! It is said that he is from 01 Temple. Ryukijai? Mr. Fong Tang. We can't provide you with game information in the barrage. Those are all blocked. But there are still some gossips. Fong Tang thought again. Is this 01 Temple collecting dead or failed game players? Mr. Fong Tang. Your use of the word collect is too subtle. It is indeed the case. 01 Temple is said to be a refugee camp for failed players and a place of redemption for some dead players. Tell me the location. Well, there is a charge for this information. Fong Tang snorted and continued to send barrage. I don't have game currency, but I owe you a favor. The anonymous gray barrage was very happy and said 4 smiling faces. Mr. Fong Tang's favor is worth millions. The private message has been sent. Open the private chat barrage. The garbage station in Mindahuang. At the junction of Putuo. Damn it! He punched the big tree hard. The trunk broke, and the tree made a strange creaking sound. Fong Tang looked around and saw that no one was there. Then hurriedly climbed over the wall and came out. The tree fell suddenly. A brand new game prompt appears. You can now build a guild of your own. The 3 subordinates are ready. Now please do a test on the attributes of the guild camp. Reject. You cannot refuse. The test will start in 10 seconds. Test starts. 2 photos appeared in front of Fong Tang. On the left is a little girl carrying a school bag, wearing a white skirt with black stripes, smiling happily, and holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. The photo on the right is an old dog with its tongue hanging out, fierce and thin. The first test. If you choose one of the 2 creatures above to kill, who would you choose? Fong Tang did not hesitate. Just choose the little girl. Please explain why. The black patterns on the little girl's body are actually a special code. The entire code is translated as a combat procedure done. Fong Tang had already subconsciously copied the code on the skirt in the photo into his brain. He continued. And her school bag is obviously a modified bomb. As for the milk tea she is holding, there is a skull logo on the side, which represents poison. Compared to this scary little girl, the old dog is much cuter. The so-called second question about the guild camp test immediately appeared again. If artificial intelligence develops, what do you think the future of mankind will be? Civilization A is destroyed. B civilization develops rapidly. Fong Tang shook his head. I choose C. Human civilization will not perish, but it will become a pet in a zoo set up by artificial intelligence. Or an exhibit in a museum. The test continued with all kinds of weird questions. For example, an oil painting depicting the end of mankind pops up, asking you to look for illogical places on it. Some questions will play a piece of music and ask you whether the music contains hidden codes. The last question finally appeared. What are your thoughts on Bitcoin? Please explain it in a few hundred words. Bitcoin. Fong Tang was silent for a moment. A currency based on blockchain technology and using computing power as a mining method. Huh? I have always felt that this kind of currency is not suitable for humans, but more suitable for robots. Is it artificial intelligence? Do you rely on computing power to judge the level? That's equivalent to the more work you do for humans. The more you get, the stronger the artificial intelligence's computing power. The more bitcoins you get. This currency system is perfectly suitable for their society. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help but add, perhaps the current virtual currency is simply prepared for the future world dominated by artificial intelligence. The new system was silent for a long time. And then a prompt popped up. The guild camp attribute test of Fong Tang players has been completed. And it is 100% biased toward Lei Zhe Dark Camp. Congratulations. You can now name your guild. Fart. Fong Tang was furious. How can you be biased towards the Dark Camp? Are you going to name your guild Farts? Yes. No. Damn it. Fong Tang said hurriedly. No. Please name your guild as soon as possible. Fong Tang never thought that such a big thing as building a guild would be realized like this. He couldn't think of a suitable name at the moment. When I was hesitating whether to choose a random name. In the dark, there seemed to be a voice ringing in my ears. Fong Tang shook his head and blurted out. Mountains and seas. The guild was named successfully. After searching, there were no duplicates. The Shanghai Guild of Fong Tang Players was officially established. Congratulations. Chapter 306 Group of 3. Fong Tang returned to the lunatic asylum. The game barrage area exploded at this time. But he had no intention of checking it. It seemed that tens of thousands of anonymous players frantically applied to join the newly established Shanghai Guild. But they were all rejected by him. But there are still many familiar IDs popping up. However, the first person to successfully join was a stranger. Player ID, a little fox. Join the Shanghai Guild. What's going on? I haven't agreed yet. This player is forced to join, and the system cannot refuse. What a rubbish guild system. A little fox. Who is this guy? Player Shauna quits the Hongming Temple's guild. Player Shauna applies to join the Shanghai Guild. The player Jin quits the Hongming Temple's guild. Player Jin applies to join the Shanghai Guild. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched. The Jin actually quit the Pantheon. Is this crazy? There are more and more tips to apply. Player Golden Boy and Girl applies to join the Shanghai Guild. Special player 109 Sister applied to join the Shanghai Guild. Unknown ID Haijo Little Doll applies to join the Shanghai Guild. Unknown ID Zaya Bakey applies to join the Shanghai Guild. Special player Skylark applies to join the Shanghai Guild. After confirming each one, Fong Tang tried to search for the mouse ID in the system. I found Yang Tuchi and sent him an invitation to join the club. The Scarlet Spider Silk trembled. Fong Tang was speechless and could only accept Miss Fong Lizi's membership application. Then send an invitation to Winston at the Chang'an Hotel. Winston's barrage moved him like a fool. Thank you. Thank you, Master, for remembering this useless dog of mine. Another message popped up. The World Snake Guild requests to form an alliance with the Mountain and Sea Guild. Request acceptance. Fong Tang looked at the rough guild interface. Perhaps because the game had not been officially updated. He could only see the IDs of those members who had just joined. There is no introduction to the guild, no levels, and no other relevant information. He first found the Alliance Guild, World Snake, and sent a barrage. When this damn game level is over, can Miss Coco be honored to meet a friend of mine? Coco's barrage was surprising. You? What do you mean? Fong Tang smiled and turned off the barrage. The Shanghai Guild seems to be very lively now. But it is also a gathering of a ragtag group of people. The 3 default subordinates are automatically enrolled. Kaylin Lin's child's ID is still silent, and she cannot be contacted. Glancing at Chu Jioga, who was ranked second among the guild members, Fong Tang sighed in his heart. He wondered if Shujio would blame himself. Can he adapt to this infinite challenge game? Stepped into the small courtyard. He now carries an old-fashioned projector on his shoulder, a lively pug in his arms, and an aroma diffuser on his back. Song Wenlan just stood in the room blankly. The bed was empty, and the blood on the floor had been cleaned up. Where are the people? Fong Tang was shocked. I left. I said I have something to do, and will be back soon. Song Wenlan replied softly. I'm not asking you to think favorably of him. Sorry. I can't stop him. Fong Tang put down the projector and stared at the enchantress. You can't stop a person who just took a bullet in the heart? Song Wenlan shrugged. Whether you believe it or not, I can't stop that guy, and I don't dare to stop him. The pug in his arms jumped down impatiently, gritting at Song Wenlan, but soon purred, lay down obediently, and gently licked the woman's slippers. The aroma diffuser wafted out a faint scent of orchid. Song Wenlan was speechless. I'm not really depressed. Is it necessary? This is more real. Fong Tang looked at the door and replied lazily. Are you worried about Mr. Chu Jioga? He is my best friend. Ha ha. Why have I never heard of you? Fong Tang frowned. How long have we known each other? Shujio and I haven't been in contact for a long time. But he is my brother. Brother. The diamond-shaped white bone core on Song Wenlan's neck flickered. She closed her eyes and looked at the prompts that appeared in the incomplete game system. Shanghai Guild. Lei Zhe Dark Camp. The question that everyone is concerned about now may be when the system will be completely repaired. I'm afraid we have to wait at least until the first retrospective patch is available before the new system can be decent. Is that why the 2 big guys are so anxious? The 2 of them actually ended up in person. Fong Tang walked back and forth in the room. Song Wenlan smiled softly. If you are worried, you can go out and look for it. Fong Tang shook his head. You don't understand Xiaojiu. He makes a decision and never looks back. If I could convince him, I tried my best to stop that kid and let him take the college entrance examination. College entrance examination? Song Wenlan couldn't help but laugh. The college entrance examination may not mean anything to him. Just as he was talking, the sound of footsteps came. Chu Jioga put on a brand new shirt and trousers, pulled a large suitcase, and came back leisurely. Xiao Jiao. Fong Tang was overjoyed. Chu Jioga pushed the suitcase in front of him. Why? Do you think I was scared away? Fong Tang sighed. I'm really worried that you guys can't accept it. It's great that you can come back. We have a guild. He didn't know how to explain it all. There is too much information. Chu Jioga, on the other hand, said calmly, I already understand this so-called infinite challenge. Don't worry. I know the game well now. Fong Tang suspected that even if Xu Jiao was much smarter than him. Without any buts, Chu Jioga directly opened the large suitcase, revealing neat stacks of banknotes inside. 10 million in cash was stuffed into this large suitcase, and the total weight must be at least hundreds of kilograms. Chu Jioga clapped his hands. This was given to me by a little girl in a floral skirt. It should be a game prop sent to solve the current situation. Smile. The restricted area rules are invalid for me. From now on, it is my business to deliver messages and props. I will be your pawn. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a small earphone appeared in his palm. There is also this one, which was also given by the little girl. It said it contains key information about the game. It took a long time for Fong Tang to catch his breath. You really surprised me. Chu Jioga pointed at his head. I just woke up, and there was a task in my head. I confirmed that it was given to you by Zhao Lizi from the guild. Well, speaking of it, this little fox who ranks first in the guild is very interesting. He closed his eyes and entered the system skillfully. He is indeed very knowledgeable. Xiao Jiao, a genius, has adapted so smoothly. Fong Tang still looked at the wound on his chest worriedly. Chu Jioga opened his eyes and patted it hard. My heart is very healthy and is repairing well. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief and took out 100,000 yuan in cash from his suitcase. Chu Jioga took it immediately. My current identity is Sister Song's godbrother. I am also considered a family member of the patient. I will pay the money. Song Wenlan responded calmly. I'm not your eldest sister. Chu Jioga looked at her seriously. I'm sorry, Aunt Song. My eyes are really not very good. Looking at it like this, you are indeed older. After saying that, he turned around gracefully. Song Wenlan was not angry, but sighed. This guy is very similar to you. He knows that we are pretending to be a fake identity with complete information. So he avoided possible loopholes and directly recognized me as his god sister. That's the details. If Chu Jioga claims to be Chun Lu as biological brother, he only needs to check the household registration information to know that there is a problem. Fong Tang chuckled softly. He is much better than me. It's great that I can play games with my brothers. Just like when we used to play games in internet cafes. Those days when we played black and white together. Chu Jioga came back soon, holding a medicine bottle in his hand. He opened the bottle directly and threw 2 white pills to Fong Tang. He swallowed 2 pills by himself and closed his eyes to enjoy. This imported prescription drug for treating depression is actually an exam drug abroad. It is a drug that students take before exams to stimulate the brain and central nervous system. Please try something. When Fong Tang heard this, he also swallowed it. But after a while, he also cheered up. Not bad. Good stuff. The two of them shared the pills. Song Wenlan stamped her feet. You too. Can you be more serious? This medicine belongs to me. She grabbed the pill bottle and swallowed 4 pills. Chu Jioga shook the medicine bottle. The neurologist died. It will be very troublesome to prescribe this medicine again. We have to save some. The medicine cannot be stopped. The 3 of them were extremely excited. Fong Tang put on the small earphones and listened to the key information from Lao Zhao. Chapter 307 Return to the case. The recording in the headphones is divided into 2 parts. The first paragraph is a simple report from Lao Zhao about Chang Beihai's secret pursuit of Satoshi Fengmoto. This shocked Fong Tang and was very unexpected. The purpose behind Chang Beihai's weird actions was to hold Alice hostage in exchange for top-secret intelligence from the CIA? Is he looking for Satoshi Fengmoto's true identity? You know, Satoshi Fengmoto's signature written in blood appeared at the scene of the Babao corpse case. Moreover, the victim of the Babao corpse case also joined the brain mining organization before his death, which was the God of Wealth Society that Li Xiao and Chen Lu were tricked into. The God of Wealth Association is not a simple MLM organization. Fong Tang couldn't help but think of the old man Du Zhengmo he met in the west area of the lunatic asylum. In these 5 dirty and messy restricted areas of the Magic City, from Babao Old Street to Puzhen, from Xingzhuang to the center of the old concession, ancient gangs still exist. 4 gangs and 3 associations. According to what the old mental patient Du Zhengmo said, Now only the old youth gang is struggling to support it, while the 3 congresses are booming. Among these 3 associations, there is the name God of Wealth Association. Organized crime pyramid scheme gang? The scam designed is still the most popular virtual currency Bitcoin today. It is no wonder that white-collar elites, like Li Xiaoqinlu, were fooled. Fong Tang thought to himself and continued to listen to the information in the earphones. The second recording is Chong Beihai's ravings after his memory was edited. Fong Tang was highly concentrated. Dopamine was secreted continuously in his brain. Adrenaline was roaring. And even Bai's consciousness was dancing. While the yin and yang archaea were working hard to transform the exciting drugs. A little bit of transformation energy appeared, which made Fong Tang shocked. Can even taking drugs can transform energy? At this time, Chong Beihai's murmurs in his sleep came to his ears. When Grandpa was young, robots were all idiots and were controlled by humans. It's meaningless to talk about that case now. Human beings have been enslaved by machines. So why should we handle this case? That's all. If you want to hear it, Grandpa is going to die soon anyway. So I'll tell you. I remember a senior once said that the first case that all police officers will never forget is the first case. They were a pair of twin brothers. They were fishing in the pond and caught a big fish with white hair. They fried it when they got back, and each of them ate half of it. But of the 2 brothers, only one was infected. And the other one was infected. Brother. He has antibodies. That brother later returned to the Magic City for some unknown reason. Still using his original name. I recognized him at the first sight when I saw the scene photos of the Babeo corpse case. Even though so many years have passed. Even if there is only one head left. But you still recognized him at a glance. Wang Donghai! Did you even ignore your brother who is in Beimeiling Lunatic Asylum? What on earth are you doing? Were you killed by Satoshi Fangmoto? So what is the connection between this case of dismemberment and the case of Beimeiling? Fong Tang's entire brain cells were cheering. This piece of information is so crucial. So critical. He took off his headphones and looked at the 2 people in front of him. Now! We have to work on this case seriously. Returning to the basics of the case. We have to confirm one thing first. He looked at Chu Jioga. Xiao Jiao, do you want to digest the case first? Chu Jioga knocked on his head. And Song has passed all the information to me. You continue. Fong Tang nodded. The first thing we need to confirm is, as a game designer, is the artist the murderer of the Babeo corpse case? This is important. Only by determining this can we further infer how the artist plays the game. Is the goal to find the true identity of the artist, or is the focus to solve the case and find the murderer? Song Wenlan pondered. One thing is certain. The bombing of Chunshui Bads must have been carried out by artists. She looked at Fong Tang. You showed me the metal-like particles left by the artists. Only artists can control those particles, so they can instantly destroy the entire Babeo corpse case scene. And even the base of the task force was cleared. Got it! Song Wenlan paused for a moment and continued. My conclusion is that the chemical bomb under the spring baths was planted by the murderer. And the artist just took advantage of this. He didn't like the task force to get involved in this game. So in order for the game to proceed smoothly, it directly destroyed the entire task force. Fong Tang looked at Chu Jioga. Xiao Jiao, what do you think? There was a bit of sarcasm on Chu Jioga's handsome face. And Song takes it for granted. Just imagine that a designer who can control the entire game scene would care about how many human beings participate. As a game designer, the more participants there are, the easier it is to set traps. He can completely use the task force to enrich the content of this game. Song Wenlan was silent for a moment. Then what do you think? Little bastard. Chu Jioga smiled. At this time, Fong Tang coughed and stood up. In the room, the micron particles that kept a distance from him began to retreat. Fong Tang walked around and drove as many micron particles as possible outside. At this time, Chu Jioga said leisurely, there is an unexpected event in the information that Ansong sent me just now. That is the sudden meeting held by the task force before the explosion. According to the information you sent me, this is because a major clue was suddenly discovered in the Babeo corpse case. Right? Song Wenlan nodded. Chu Jioga snorted. So you are too stupid for such crucial information. I think Mr. Artist must have personally taken action to destroy the scene and kill the entire task force because of the emergence of this important clue. Fong Tang praised. Wenlan, do you know what the major clue is? Song Wenlan closed her eyes as she searched for memory data in her consciousness. Opening her eyes and turning her eyes, the increasingly enchanting woman said in a deep voice. The important clues about the case of Babeo's corpse seems to be related to a blind girl. That's all the information I have intercepted. Chu Jioga smiled. It's time to draw the key points. Blind girl. Can we infer that it was this blind girl who caused the artist to destroy his game scene? Don't you find this strange? Song Wanlon had to admit. It's very strange. As long as we find the blind girl, we can explore the relationship between her and the artist. This is a rare opportunity to observe the inner world of the artist. Song Wanlon also coughed at this time and looked at the micron particles that had been driven away but were still closely observing them. It's not fair at all. Artists can observe our actions and hear our conversations at any time. Chu Jioga walked to the bedside table and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. He wrote softly. The micron particles outside the window suddenly shook, gathered into a straight line, and then rushed towards Chu Jioga. Chu Jioga quickly took out a lighter and burned the paper in his hand. What are you doing? Song Wanlon frowned. Chu Jioga touched his chin. I'm testing what these micron particles can do. How is the result? Chu Jioga smiled lightly. They can observe us from a more microscopic perspective. It can be said that everything we do, except our inner thoughts, is exposed to them. Fong Tang sighed. So, we are fighting against a GM. Fortunately, the GM must also follow the rules of the game. He turned on the projector. Now, let's ignore the Pujan female corpse case and the man in gray who stole the body. Let's start with the original case. The case of Babao's corpse. Chapter 308 Human Puzzle. Photographs of the model of the dismemberment scene were captured using a high-definition microscope and projected on the wall. Chu Jioga stood up, picked up a towel, and gently hung it on the lock outside the door. Close the door again, so you don't have to worry about the nurses coming to disturb you. Song Wanlon couldn't help but blush when she remembered what the nurse said not long ago. Fong Tang was embarrassed. Shujio, how do you know? This secret code? When I went out to pay the money, I didn't do anything. Chu Jioga said lightly. I have obtained the basic information about Bai Maoling Lunatic Asylum. As I said, I know how to play the game. Palm! The three of them looked at the high-definition photos on the white wall. At 1080p resolution, the millimeter-level model is enlarged to the entire wall. The fineness is still insufficient, but because it is a dynamic video shot at 60 frames per second, details that exceed the resolution can be obtained through multi-layer superposition and video processing. The scene of the crime is on the second floor of Chunshui bathhouse. In the chess and mahjong room, the entire scene was bloody, with dried blood and human tissue everywhere. But the face of the deceased was intact. The back of the skull was completely opened, and the entire brain was removed. To review again, the victim's full name is Wang Donghai. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in accounting and computer science and has rich accounting work experience. His parents came to Pujan to work from other places. They died in a car accident the year Wang Donghai graduated. According to the investigation, he was in Chabai, Guangdong. There are still many relatives in my hometown, but we no longer have contact with them. Wang Donghai was familiar with electronic currencies such as Bitcoin when he was in college. In addition, he also has a girlfriend with whom he has lost contact. After investigation, it was found that his girlfriend was still working as a waiter in a tea house 2 months ago. We don't know which tea room Wang Donghai's girlfriend works in now, but we know that the entire underground tea rooms in Pujan are disguised casinos, and they are all controlled by an organization called the Chanbai Club. Fong Tang said softly. Chu Jioga had already recorded the key points, made it into a PPT, and projected it on the wall. The three of them looked at the collected information of the deceased Wang Donghai. Fong Tang walked over and scrawled Wang Donghai's information on the PPT. Except for his name and the suspicious girlfriend, I have reason to suspect that Wang Donghai's other backgrounds are all fake. Why? Song Wanlon frowned. This information was obtained by our criminal investigation personnel. Fong Tang continued to smear. Wang Donghai pretended to be from the Chanbai area to make it easier to join the Chanbai Association, including accounting majors and work experience. Chanbai Association must lack professional financial personnel. So he, a disguised Chanbai fellow, can easily gain the trust of the gang boss. Is this all your reasoning? Chu Jioga asked quietly. Fong Tang pointed to his head. I store more case information here than the police. Trust my judgment. Song Wanlon was silent for a moment. Assuming that your inferences are correct, how should we investigate next? Fong Tang touched his chin. Then we have to consider the criminal investigation method. Criminal investigation has always been about heroes based on results. The result is to catch the criminal and bring him to justice. To achieve this result, there are various ways to achieve it. This is the method of criminal investigation. In the early days, criminal investigation in China still used backward theories. because the foundation of criminal investigation in the Republic was based on the military. The criminal police at that time still had the problem of being simple and crude. After that, two major schools, empiricism and technicalism, gradually emerged. Veteran criminal investigators like to rely on experience to guide their ideas for solving cases. Some very powerful veteran comrades can roughly deduce whether the case is a murder for love, a murder for property, a vendetta, or an impulsive murder after just a few glances at the crime scene. With this kind of experience similar to the sixth sense, you can quickly locate the outline of the murderer. And then through interviews and investigations, you can easily find clues. As for the physical evidence and traces at the forensic scene, they all lag behind this experience due to technical problems. And the younger generation of criminal police believe in technology even more. For example, the Criminal Investigation Department of the Ministry of Public Security, where Song Won-lan works, already has the ability to build criminal data models, with the corpse as the center and on-site investigation as the basis. We interpret the traces and clues at the crime scene, then analyze the case, determine the scope and direction of the investigation, and then consider what strategy to use. For example, linking physical evidence to deduce the murderer, cooperate with the investigation to determine the motive of the murderer, collect evidence and make the final decision. However, the case Fong Tang is facing now is different from normal cases. The murderer behind the scenes is just a pawn, manipulated by the artist to lay various traps. Both the empirical and technical groups are at a loss when faced with such a complicated and bizarre case. Causal relationship, Fong Tang whispered. If you want to complete the game and solve this case, you must find the causal relationship between the murderer and the deceased. You mean to start with the motive of the murder? Not only the motive, but also the nature of this case. Ordinary homicides are nothing more than impulsive killings, vendettas, love, money, and political purposes. There are also psychopathic murders, most of which are in the form of serial killings, Song Won-lan added. Chu Jiogo walked over silently and wrote down the two options, religious killing and ritual killing, on the PPT. Let's do the elimination method now. Chu Jiogo thought for a moment. Political goals are excluded, and impulsive killings are excluded. Song Won-lan shook his head. It's too difficult to rule out. Murder for love, murder for money, vendetta, religious rituals, and psychological perversion are all possible. Wang Donghai, the deceased in the Babeo corpse dismemberment case, had his brain completely removed. This looks more like a psychopath or a ritual killer. Fong Tang frowned and thought for a while. Wen-lan, I remember that you and Captain Chong had a quarrel at the scene of the Puxian female corpse case. Song Won-lan nodded. I merged the Puxian female corpse case and the Babeo corpse case into the Fong case. But Chong Beihai disagreed. Why merge? You seem to have said that was just a guess of yours? Song Won-lan pondered. Because the hands of the Puxian female corpse were cut off. I assumed that the murderer's target was those hands. So I made this conjecture. Chu Jiogo interjected. Although one of the deceased in the two cases had his brain taken away, and the other had his hands taken away, we can't merge them directly. Right. Song Won-lan snorted. Of course, I won't be so reckless. There are clues to support my guess. She closed her eyes and retrieved the data from her memory again. Then she said, when I first took over this case and was still on the road, I got a clue from Wujiacheng Prison. Wujiacheng Prison in the magical city of Yongpu. In order to reduce his sentence, an old prisoner in Wujiacheng who was serving a life sentence reported a violent prisoner in his cell, saying that the prisoner planned to kill 5 people. The violent criminal was an old gangster from Puxian. He was also arrested in Puxian. After receiving the report, the Wujiacheng prison guards took the report very seriously and arraigned him that night. It turned out that it was an error. Song Won-lan coughed. According to the violent criminal's confession, he had just come out of the Laowozi in the early morning before he was arrested. Laowozi means underground casino. He left the underground casino and overheard a drunkard was muttering something outside the tea room. The violent criminal heard the drunk man say that he had to kill 5 people to get something. And he had to get the brains, hands, feet, body, and eyes from 5 people. The violent criminal remembered it very clearly. After arriving in prison, he wanted just to show off, brag and say that you planned to kill 5 people. Fong Tang glared at the woman and gritted his teeth. Why didn't you reveal such an important clue until now? The look in his eyes made Song Won-lan feel cold all over. The woman bit her nails stubbornly again. Chapter 309 Timeline. A murderous plot about a human body puzzle. 5 parts of the human body. At least 5 victims. and it may be a special victim. And the murderer will not choose the target for no reason. Crazy and weird killing methods. This clue hidden by Song Wenlon almost instantly connected the Babeo corpse case and the Pujan female corpse case. Fong Tang was extremely angry. This is the core information related to the Fong Bei level. Song Wenlon didn't say it until now. He almost got the wrong direction in solving the case. The Pujan female corpse case and the Babeo corpse case were almost separated. Fong Tang's eyes were really scary. The woman biting her nails could only defend in a low voice. We were not together before. Before the two of them. It was a competitive relationship between players. One represents the Pantheon, and the other represents Riais. One is pulled by spider threads, and the other is manipulated by bones. Fong Tang took a deep breath and turned to look at the wall. No need to rule it out. This is a ritual murderer. A serial killer. There is no established theory of ritual murder. In fact, the international criminal investigation community does not recognize this as a separate killing pattern. Because ritual killings mostly involve religion. Chu Jiogo walked over calmly and handed each of them a pill. He also swallowed one himself. Most ritual killings are accompanied by religious beliefs. But I don't see any religious implications in these two cases. Fong Tang snorted coldly. The brain, hands, feet, body, and eyes that just make up a complete person. Ignore the concept of ritual killing. I think the murderer is not suffering from delusion. But for someone for this purpose, these parts must be removed from 5 special people. Song Wenlon was expressionless. The violent criminal heard the murderous declaration in the early morning of the 17th. I only regard this as a suspicious clue. I cannot think that a criminal's words are true. Fong Tang said coldly. It's a pity that we can't interrogate that violent criminal now. I still believe that the investigation method is to insist on causality. The murderer's motive for killing is to collect the parts from 5 people. That means there are 3 more potential victims. Fong Tang touched his chin. We need to make a timeline now. In the early morning of the 17th, a violent criminal came out of an underground casino in Qingpu and heard the murderous declaration of an unknown drunkard. From 20 p.m. on the 17th to 1 a.m. on the 18th. The time of death of Wang Donghai in the Babeo corpse case. From 20 p.m. on the 17th to 3 a.m. on the 18th. The time of death of the victim in the Pujan female corpse case. The identity of the victim is unknown. The forensic doctor concluded that the death was caused by mechanical suffocation. The crime scene was in a closed environment, and the temperature was higher than outside. The body showed slight signs of decay, and the temperature of the body may be inaccurate. The female corpse's hands were still there when she died. At 1600 hours on the 18th. Forensic Dr. Zhou was killed by a mysterious man in gray at the crime scene. At 1610 on the 18th. A fight broke out between the man in gray and others outside the model secret room. The female corpse's hands were cut off. At 16:15 p.m. on the 18th. The female body in Pujan was taken away by a mysterious man in gray. The man in gray is 1.76 meters tall and weighs about 70 kilograms. Have regular fitness experience. There is a fresh scar under the left eye, which is similar to a cut wound. Suspected heavy drug user. Wearing a gray fur-collared coat. His hair is withered and yellow. And he suffers from chronic malnutrition. At 19:03 on the evening of the 18th. An explosion occurred at the old bathhouse on Babeo Street. The crime scene was destroyed, and all members of the task force except Song Wenlon died. At this time, the task force discovered important clues about the blind girl. It is suspected to be related to the artist behind the scenes. That is, Fong Bei. From the 18th to the 19th, a reward was posted for Fong Tang and Song Wenlon. And they fled. The time in the lunatic asylum is now 17:15 on the 20th. And the sun will set soon. Look at the timeline projected on the wall. Fatong added one above. 20 years ago. The Baimaling plague virus incident. After the plague occurred in Dahiku village, 6 experts disappeared. The survivors are Chong Beihai, who was still a small policeman at the time, was the Wang twin brother, and a mysterious American. Chu Jiogo walked to the computer, and added 2 more contents. God of Wealth Association. A human brain mining organization. A pyramid scheme that uses Bitcoin as a temptation. The Chombai Club controls the underground casino in Pu Town, using the tea house as a cover. The suspicious girlfriend of the deceased Wang Donghai worked in the tea house. Fong Tang looked at Song Wenlon at this time. The case brief also said that a Trojan horse virus was found in Wang Donghai's email. That means you got the victim's mobile phone. Or a computer? Song Wenlon said coldly. It's a mobile phone. That's the most critical evidence. Moreover, the mobile phone is locked to the Apple system. We can get the email information by relying on unscrupulous methods. We found a habitual criminal who steals Apple mobile phones. Then the guy is good at cracking the iOS system. But he only got the email data in the native iOS mailbox. The iOS system is very difficult to crack. If you can get an email, that's definitely great. Key evidence has been shattered by the explosion. Fong Tang sighed and looked at the enlarged model scene again. The blood signature is on the left side of Wang Donghai's head. The signature written in blood is not as clear and blood red as in the movie. In reality, the traces of dried blood were not clear in the chaotic scene. The words in blood are on the left side of Wang Donghai's head, written with his left hand. Fong Tang pondered. Assuming that this handwriting was really written by Wang Donghai, then he still had hands at the time. This Fong Ben Satoshi signature written in blood cannot be definitely written by Wang Donghai, because we have not found out the first cause of his death. So we cannot judge whether he was dismembered on the spot or left like this after death. The scene of the first crime cannot be determined. Song Wenlon said softly. Trojan Virus. Human Brain Mining Organization. Founder of virtual currency Satoshi Fengmoto. The strangest thing about the whole case is the way the victim died. What weapon could cause such a situation and still keep the head intact? We haven't had time to search for enough physical evidence at the scene. And there was no autopsy on Wang Donghai's broken body. We don't even know the cause of death. Secretary Sunday believed it was caused by a bomb. But during the preliminary identification process at the scene, no traces of explosions and no gunpowder residue were found. Now Secretary Sun is also dead. Fong Tang hummed, then suddenly narrowed his eyes, walked to the wall, and stared at the top of the blood-lettered signature. It was a black bloodstain. But among the bloodstains, there was a white hair, even in a model that is magnified countless times. Such a white hair is easily overlooked. However, after learning about the Beimailing incident 20 years ago, Fong Tang paid special attention to this white hair. He breathed out softly. I really didn't expect that I accidentally came to the Beimailing Lunatic Asylum. But I also came to the key point of the entire case. Chu Jioga and Song Wenlon looked at him together. Where should we start? Fong Tang was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice. The troops are divided into 3 groups. Song Wenlon, you find a way to sneak into the west area of the asylum. Shujio, go get the background information about the asylum. I'll go find Wang Donghai's suspicious girlfriend. He turned around. Did the Wujiacheng violent criminal say which tea house he heard the murderous declaration outside? Song Wenlon bit her nails. The tea house at number 27 Shuiqing Road, Pu Town, opposite Jiangwo Hotel. It's called Baishan Yeshuixiang. Do you have information on violent criminals? My name is Zhou Debao. My nickname is Xiaobao on the road. I am a homeless person. Chapter 3:10 Exchange. Opening a large suitcase and seeing brand new banknotes can be refreshing at any time. Whether it is the numbers in the mobile phone account or the game coins in the system mall, there is absolutely no strong impact like cash. With the scent of ink, the dazzling red light, Fong Tang took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera mode, and started taking pictures of these thick banknotes. 3 clips were shot from 3 angles, and then the views were synthesized to generate a clear short video. He put away his phone. Use the money, Shujio. It doesn't matter how much you spend. You must get the background information of this hospital. Chu Jioga had already brought a black plastic bag, grabbed a bunch of banknotes, and placed them neatly inside. He held the bag and shook it. It's a pity that you can't use electronic accounts. It's a bit troublesome to operate cash. But this is not a problem. No one will have trouble with money. Even if it was a banknote just fished out of a cesspit, someone would still pounce on it. Fong Tang also picked up a yellow shoulder bag and filled it with money. He looked at the silent Song Wenlon. What are you going to do? Song Wenlon shook her nails, pretending to be crazy. That's not easy. Fong Tang walked out of the small courtyard. Before reaching the department area of the lunatic asylum, I heard rapid footsteps coming from the direction of the small courtyard. That woman is crazy! Xiao Lu was even scratched. Did you take a sedative? I was injected forcefully, but the effect was not very good. Move to the West District and enter the forced housing. Soon. Song Wenlon was tied to the gurney with 2 plastic belts. The drops of blood on her fingernails were particularly attractive. Chu Jioga followed slowly, carrying a plastic bag. They were transferred to the west wing of the lunatic asylum. Fong Tang watched for a while, then turned and walked into the gloomy corridor of the neurology department. The nurse who admitted them saw Fong Tang from a distance and rushed over, stamping her feet and shouting, Why are you still here? The situation with your family members is very dangerous. Go and deal with it quickly. There is someone watching over my wife's side. Fong Tang grabbed the nurse with his backhand and pulled him aside. Ask me, what is the name of the patient who set off fireworks on the roof of the West District building? Is it dangerous? The nurse's eyes widened. Oh, your family members are like that. Why do you still care about others? Fong Tang's face straightened. I'm just asking you this because I'm worried about my wife's safety. If there's a lunatic playing with fireworks and setting fire over there, we'll have to change places. The nurse sneered. Change? Leave quickly. Your wife has become manic. Look at which mental hospital in the city is willing to accept such dangerous patients. Humph! She twisted the waist of the bucket and left. Fong Tang wiped his hands. Successfully devoured 2 related memories. When Fong Tang mentioned the patient in the West District, the nurse's memory obviously fluctuated. The fluctuations represented the activity of the deep memory area. And the memory swallowed up by this was what Fong Tang needed. Memories unfold before you. The nurse's first memory is from last year. Still on the roof of the West District. A tall and thin man wearing a green hospital gown was standing on the roof, holding a bamboo stick in his left hand. A twisting firework soared into the sky with a loud bang, and bright golden sparks could be seen in broad daylight. The nurse's second memory was not long ago. On the roof of the West District, the tall and thin man in green hospital clothes was still standing on the roof, holding the bamboo stick in his right hand. Right hand! The nurse's memory was about to end soon. But suddenly several vague flashbacks appeared. Bye! Extract the flashback from the nurse's memory just now and convert it into text data. A string of words appeared on Fong Tang's retina. Patient number 1 in the West District. Wang Xishan. Fireworks are set off once a year, and he has to wait until the same fireworks appear in Pujin before going downstairs. A policeman often contacts Wang Xishan and often visits him. That policeman is Wang Xishan's only emergency contact person. Patient number 1 is very mysterious, and everyone in the hospital is forbidden to talk about this patient. Wang Xishan. Fong Tang snorted. And now the clues became clearer. Master, the police who often contact patient number 1 Wang Xishan have deduced his identity based on various data. I know it without data. Fong Tang walked out of the neurology department. It's Chong Beihai. Bai was silent. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. It was still the old trick of swapping identities. He had already seen it with Zua and Wright in the Silent Hill level. But this time it is different because there are too many doubts. There is no reason to do this. If the annual fireworks are a signal, it makes sense. But why do you have to leave one in the asylum? The 2 brothers can go out together. Bai, why don't you speak? Bai's consciousness is still silent. Fong Tang frowned. Damn it. He is starting to get a little emotional now. You can give some suggestions on the case. After all, you are an artificial intelligence and your way of thinking may be different from us. After a long silence, Bai finally conveyed his consciousness. There are 3 doubts in the case. Well, tell me. First, if Wang Donghai was in charge of the Changbai Association's finances, then why did the Changbai Association not react at all when he was killed in Babao Old Street? Even if the police blocked the news, it would be impossible for a local snake like Shang Baihui, 1 block away, to have no reaction at all. Fong Tang's consciousness smiled faintly. It's very simple. Wang Donghai is not dead. Bai's consciousness also smiled. The person whose brain was removed was Wang Xishan, the younger brother who was infected with the virus in Beimeiling. The white hair next to the bloody signature on the model scene is evidence. Wang Donghai is not dead. Changbai knows this for a special reason. So he seems so calm. What we don't know is, did the murderer know that the person whose brain was removed was not Wang Donghai, but his younger brother Wang Xishan? Bai, he must not know. Fong Tang's consciousness also agreed. If the murderer knew, he wouldn't have made the body so miserable. Wang Xishan's blood is very likely to still contain the white hair virus. Dismembering the body is very dangerous. Maybe the murderer himself was infected. Do not know yet. He asked Bai again. What is the second doubt in the case? Bai's consciousness answered. It's about Chong Beihai. There is a very strange statement in his confession after being edited in memory. Fong Tang thought for a moment. Yes. He said that he recognized the deceased at the scene of the Babao corpse case as Wang Donghai at first sight. This seems to be unreasonable. Master, according to the information we have obtained, the Wang Donghai brothers were still children 20 years ago. Even if Chong Beihai is very familiar with the twin brothers, 20 years have passed and everyone has grown up. Captain Chong cannot be the first, you can recognize it immediately. This is actually not a question. Fong Tang has walked out of the lunatic asylum. It's very simple. Chong Beihai often comes to the lunatic asylum to visit Wang Xishan. He may have watched Wang Xishan grow up. And now I can be sure that the two brothers Wang Donghai and Wang Xishan look very similar. Bai smiled consciously. Chong Beihai saw the head at the scene of the Babao corpse case and immediately recognized it. It must be one of the twin brothers. Fong Tang walked quickly. Then the question is, did Chong Beihai know that it was his younger brother who died? Or, like the murderer, he was also kept in the dark? Brothers Wang Donghai and Wang Xishan send out signals every year by setting off fireworks. After the fireworks are set off, they will exchange identities in the lunatic asylum. Everyone lives a normal life outside for 1 year, then sets off fireworks in the second year, and then exchanges again. In what year did it start? Don't know yet. It seems that the hospital nurses have changed a lot. Even if we find old employees, I'm afraid no one will remember them clearly. Master, why do they use fireworks to communicate? There are two possibilities. The first is that the western area of the lunatic asylum is tightly protected and patient number 1 has no chance to access the mobile phone network. Secondly, the two brothers think that the fireworks in their childhood are very meaningful. They are the secrets and feelings between their brothers. In front of Fong Tang's eyes, there appeared a puzzle of ink on 3 isolation gowns. The small room next to the sewer. The man in the room. This clue left by the artist Feng Bei can now be answered. We assume that the murderer must get different parts from 5 people. Then Wang Donghai's brain is the real target. Now the murderer made a mistake and took away the brain of his younger brother Wang Xishan, the patient number 1. So, the artist's prompt was a trap. The tip for the first model is to find the brain of Babao's broken corpse before you can find the second model. Actually, we need to find the murderer's original target, which is Wang Donghai's brain, in order to get the second model. Bye. Wang Donghai is now pretending to be his younger brother and is trapped in the lunatic asylum. Well, that's why I asked Song Wenlan to find a way to sneak into the West District. Bye. Now let's talk about the third doubt about the case. Fong Tang looked up and could already see the dilapidated Jiangwo Hotel in Puzhen. It was already dark, but the tea house opposite the hotel was extremely quiet. Chapter 311 Ashiang. Fong Tang walked into the musty Jiangwo Hotel. A man in a floral shirt was chewing a cigarette, sitting behind the counter and staring at the computer screen seriously. Golden light flickered on the screen, and the man's cigarette ashes fell all over his body. But he didn't blink an eye. The words Macau Casino continued to flash on the screen. The man finally raised his head and glanced at Fong Tang, then continued to lower his head. A bed on the first floor costs 50 renminbi for a single room. A single room on the second floor costs 70 renminbi. And a deluxe room on the third floor costs 140 renminbi. There is no breakfast. Check out before 10 o'clock counts as 1 day. You have to register your own ID card. Fong Tang took the sticky ballpoint pen, bowed his waist, and touched his shoulder bag as if subconsciously, and then registered his ID card on the yellowed paper. I'm just going to find a private room to rest, and I won't stay there at night. The man bit his cigarette butt. It still has to be calculated on a day basis. We don't have hourly rooms here. Then I want a deluxe room? Fong Tang coughed. Wait a moment. He turned around and sneaked into the shadow next to the hotel door. He opened his shoulder bag tremblingly, and a wad of bills fell down. He picked them up hurriedly, pulled out 2, and quickly stuffed them into the bag. The man playing online gambling glanced over, and then quickly looked back. Fong Tang hugged his shoulder bag tightly, and came directly over. I'll pay you first and check out after 12 o'clock. With a bang, a black key was thrown over. 303. There is a water heater. The air conditioner cannot be used, and it is not a cold day. If you want to eat, you can order takeout, but you cannot go upstairs. You have to come down to get it. There may be inspections at night, so be careful when looking for girls. There are a lot of plainclothes in this area recently. Fong Tang picked up the key and came to 303. After opening the door, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this considered a deluxe room? Except for the sheets and bedding, which were washed white. Everything else was dark yellow, and the floor was sticky and disgusting to step on. A smell mixed with the smell of smoke, moisture and dead mice hit my face. Fong Tang opened the curtains and looked at the White Mountain Yishuixiang tea house opposite. It is now 19:20 in the afternoon, and several cars have already arrived and turned into the alley behind the tea house. Fong Tang raised his head and looked at the chandelier intentionally or unintentionally. The cables of the candid camera next to the circular chandelier were exposed, but they were just covered up by the strong light. He closed the curtains, opened his backpack, and counted the money one after another. On the first floor, the hotel owner switched the computer screen, lit a cigarette, and stared at the surveillance video with bright eyes. 30, 50, 100. The boss put out his cigarette butt, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. When the call was connected, he chuckled. For young masters, I have a fat sheep here. Do you want to send it over? But the voice on the other end of the phone was cold. An unfamiliar face? It looks like a stranger. But this sheep fat. He has a bag with more than 110,000 in cash. There was silence on the other end of the phone. And then there was a cough. Give me his ID number. In the Baishanya Shuixiang tea room. After passing through the clean bar and bypassing the screen, a hidden downward staircase appears. The young waiter had already changed into a suit, touched his silver earrings, and walked downstairs. Under the watchful eyes of various cameras and hidden sentries, the thick iron door opened automatically. The hot air carries the smell of smoke and sweat. In a hidden place underground, for big men wearing white kung fu shirts bowed. For young masters, the waiter, Du Si Xiao from Changbai Club, smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Tonight's game starts early. And those guys are screaming in anxiety. He passed through a curtain, and a 6-meter-long gaming table appeared. This is a magical world. Gambling trends are reported on the big screen. Smiling hands are dealing cards all the time. Young girls in miniskirts are holding stacks of chips, and are walking between gamblers and tables like butterflies. Between the stages, fourth young master Du walked into the management room on the opposite side and raised his hand to point outward. Everyone in the management room walked out and guarded the door. Fourth Xiao Du hummed a tune, put his feet on the comfortable sofa, checked the surveillance camera, then rubbed his hands and opened a laptop. He entered a blue interface and quickly entered a string of ID numbers. Information started popping up. Du Si Xiao hummed and looked carefully. Li Xiao, UI designer, has no criminal record, owns a house, credit evaluation, multiple loans, overdue repayment. Huh? This kid is really ruthless. He even chops I've borrowed everything. He patted the computer with satisfaction and said to himself, Wang Donghai's system is really good. He is a hacking talent. If he finds someone, he is really reluctant to kill him. He has to keep it. Talents are rare these days. After closing the information, he walked out, waved to a big man, and whispered in his ear, Tell Ashian to go to Zhang Luo's place and explore the sheep upstairs. The big man quickly brought over a girl wearing a golden miniskirt and a black vest. The girl was chewing gum, her little vest stuffed with banknotes, and holding a black chip with 1,000 written on it in her hand. She said in a coquettish voice, Fourth brother, I just happened to see you. The situation at Ayu's side is getting worse. It's getting better and better. Fourth young master Du frowned. Ayu's illness is serious again? Ashian walked to him, and the two big apples directly clamped the fourth young master's arm and moved it gently up and down. Yes, she has white hair on her legs. It's scary. I beg you, send him to the hospital. Otherwise someone will really die. Fourth young master Du raised his hand and slapped her. Are you begging for mercy for her? Humph. If Wang Donghai doesn't come back obediently, his girlfriend will die. Don't you understand? Get out. Hurry up and get things done. Ashian covered her injured face, lowered her head and walked out. In Zhang Luo Hotel, Fong Teng packed his backpack and waited silently. In his mind, he was still discussing with Bai. Master, the third doubt about the case is about the 6 experts who disappeared in the Bei Mailing incident. Rumor has it that the 6 experts involved in the Bei Mailing incident are missing, with no trace of their bodies alive or dead. Master, there is a high probability that they are still alive. Bai, what does this have to do with the case? Please pay attention to the identities of the 6 experts. They are all in biological viruses and epidemic prevention and medical treatment. However, according to some detailed information I found, 2 of the 6 experts are masters of biochemical anti-terrorism. Well, where did the information come from? A place called the National Bureau of Investigation. It's impossible to tell whether it is an official organization or not. Well, keep talking. Master, let's think about the explosion at the Chunshui bathhouse, where the case of Babao's dismembered body was located. There were 4 chemical bombs in the model site. Use a high-power electric module to generate heavy water and drop it into the prepared metal cesium. Metal cesium reacts violently with heavy water and then explodes, generating hydrogen gas and alkaline poisonous mist. This kind of chemical bomb must be made by a master. The raw material of cesium metal is not difficult to obtain. But purification is difficult. Chemical reactions are basic knowledge. But setting the explosive yield is difficult. Bye. Are you saying that the 6 missing experts were responsible for the bomb at Chunshui Baths? According to the correlation of various data, I infer that the probability is more than 60%. The artist was the one who destroyed the scene in the end. But the bomb was planned by the murderer. Fong Tang said nothing. And there was a knock on the door. The handsome brother inside. Do you want some service? Ah Xiong asked delicately as she stood outside the door. Chapter 312 Immortal. Fong Tang stood up and snapped his fingers. The whole room trembled. And a burst of white smoke came out of the camera on the ceiling. He opened the door. Ah Xiong stood outside pretty. The red mark on the left cheek was barely covered with white powder. And he smiled unnaturally. She probably didn't expect to open the door so easily. Fong Tang looked her up and down. Then reached out. Ah Xiong was stunned for a moment and put her little hand on her. Fong Tang led her into the house. Ah Xiong said hurriedly. Brother, can I take a bath first? Fong Tang smiled. The price hasn't been discussed yet. Ah Xiong bit her lip. 500 for bringing a small umbrella. 1,000 for not bringing one. 1,500 for a night package. For special requests, add money according to the situation. If you add a WeChat friend, you can get a discount in the future. You swallowed 12 pieces of memory data. You swallowed a strange mold. You swallowed an infectious virus. You have devoured 10 more pieces of memory data. Viruses and molds made Fong Tang sigh in his heart. Master, your thinking is a little different. What's the difference? When most people are infected with these viruses and molds, their first feeling is nausea and they shy away. But you were sighing? Fong Tang didn't say anything, and kept using the power of Tao Tai to devour it. As it swallowed more and more, the bacterial infection on the girl's body gradually decreased or even disappeared. Master, please pay attention to the transformation speed of Yin and Yang Archaea. If you think you can swallow negative substances without limit, that's very dangerous. Bai Zai joked. Of course, if Yin Yang Archaea can evolve once, maybe you can become the world's most famous doctor. Cancer can be cured. Cancer cells are a good thing for Yin and Yang Archaea. Fong Tang ignored it and gently held the girl's hand. I'll give you 10,000 and chat with me for a while. I have a wife. Ah Xiong groaned, and it took him a long time to react. He lowered his head and said, I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat? Okay. Fong Tang took out his phone and ordered takeout, then smiled lightly. The virus in your body is almost gone, but you have to eat something light. Ah Xiong's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. However, the itching somewhere in my body was indeed gone, and my whole body seemed to be relaxed. You? She was speechless for a moment. Fong Tang stood up and picked up a glass, frowned at the water heater filled with cigarette butts, flicked the 5-element pen in his sleeve, and activated his water attribute ability. Clear water droplets appeared one after another, right in front of Ah Xiong's face. The water droplets seemed to fall from the man's fingertips, out of thin air, and fell into the cup. Ah Xiong screamed, turned around and ran away. Then she fainted. The 22 memories in this girl's mind have all been unfolded. There is no need to watch them one by one this time. Bai immediately sorted them out. All the information about this girl started to come together. Special data popped up. He has 3 gynecological diseases, 2 of which are highly contagious. He has 6 traumas. He once broke the 2nd and 3rd ribs on the left side. And there is a cigarette scar burn on the upper side of his right thigh. Takeaway was delivered. A bowl of 8 treasure porridge, shredded kelp and small wontons. Ah Xiong woke up slowly, and shrank in fear when she saw Fong Tang's face. Fong Tang looked at her. How much money do you owe Chaobai Club? Ah Xiong's mind went blank, and he subconsciously answered. 2 million. That's why I use WeChat to attract repeat customers. Because you are free at the venue. Fong Tang's eyes flashed coldly. Don't worry. I'm not a bad person. Then you. Who are you? Ah Xiong fumbled behind her with her little hand, looking for her mobile phone. A wad of bills was thrown over. She subconsciously put down her phone and touched the brand new banknotes. She didn't know if it was real money, so she pushed it back. Fong Tang put it away speechlessly. I can save you. Ah Xiong looked at him seriously, then raised his head and glanced at the ceiling. The cameras have been processed. Ah Xiong swallowed. Are you a cop? No. Humph. The note is useless. There is an old grandson, a very big official, and he is not even a member of the Chanbai Society. The girl's memory data flashed in front of Fong Tang's eyes. Graduated from elementary school. Born in the countryside. Likes fortune telling. Weak-willed. You can start with superstitious ideas. Fong Tang smiled. Xiang, do you believe there are gods in this world? If you don't believe it, good people die quickly in this world, and bad people are very rich. If there are gods, why is this happening? What the I do you do? I'm warning you. There are all my brothers on the opposite side, and the big brother who protects me is very powerful. Fong Tang interrupted her directly. You got up at 12:03 noon today. When you got up, you accidentally touched the desk lamp. It was your favorite kawaii desk lamp. It was made online on June 18th. Bought at a discount for the event. Xiang was stunned and grabbed her hair with both hands. Last night you sneaked out of the venue in the middle of the night and picked up a regular customer in an alley on Shuiqing Road. The man drank too much, and you only gave him half of the promised money. You opened his head with a bottle and then snatched him away. Got his cell phone! Xiang screamed. You? What the hell are you doing? Fong Tang continued. Before you walked into this room, what you were thinking about was your best friend. You? Her legs were covered with white hair. She vomited whatever she ate. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was wet. He stopped foaming at the mouth. His gums were bleeding, and he occasionally gossiped. He had a high fever on his head, but his body was cold. Xiang stopped talking and knelt down on the bed. Brother! God! Please save me! Save Ayu! I beg you! For the first time, she ignored the makeup on her face and cried until she became hoarse. Xiang held Fong Tang's arm and walked out of Jiangwo Hotel. In addition to the boss, there were two more big men in white kung fu shirts in the entire hotel. They stared at the betting numbers on the computer screen, puffed out cigarettes, and laughed wildly. We have lost everything again. Why not come to our place and try it? Trying your luck. Except for Fong Tang. There was not a single guest in this hotel. Xiang stopped and turned to stare at the hotel angrily. Her memory data appeared in front of Fong Tang. Is this the boss who dragged you into this? Well, it's not just me. You and I came from the countryside to seek refuge with his cousin. As a result, Xiang gritted her teeth and her lips started to bleed. His hotel always sends a gambler into the venue. You can get a commission. What a heartless bastard. Fong Tang hummed and dropped the 5-line pen from his sleeve, turning the pencil in his hand. He smiled tenderly at Xiang. How do you want him to die? Xiang didn't react. And then his face changed. Bury this bastard alive. But brother immortal, you better save some mana. Before she could finish speaking, there was a loud bang. The entire Jiangwo Hotel collapsed like that. It collapsed from top to bottom, accurately burying the 3 people inside alive under the broken bricks and cement. Putting the pencil back in his sleeve, Fong Tang smiled lightly. As you wish. After a period of chaos, Chombai Club's gambling game ended before it even started tonight. 4th young Master Du gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it! What's going on? Jiangwo Hotel should have collapsed a long time ago. Last time I went there, the walls were rotten. A big man muttered. 4th young Master Du stared at the monitor. 4th young Master, Xiang has brought someone in. What should we do? 4th young Master Du took a deep breath. Close the door. Just kill the sheep and kill it hard for me. Although deep down, he felt uneasy. This Li Shao seems to be a plague god? But the more than 1 million in his bag is really an irresistible temptation. Fong Tang held Xiang's little hand. It's all up to me. What you have to do later is to find Ayu, and then escape during the chaos. Don't go far. Just wait for me nearby. Xiang nodded desperately. Remember, no matter what happens here, don't go to the police or run away. With me here, you are absolutely safe. The stairs were in front of him, and Fong Tang flicked his sleeves. What Chombai Club did has made people and gods angry. If this evil is not eliminated, I am ashamed to be a player. Tonight, he will go on a killing spree. Chapter 313 The 9th Qingzhou Division. The collapse of the Jiangwo Hotel caused little commotion. This is a really strange thing. At first, 2 fire trucks arrived, dug out 3 bodies from under the rubble, and left in a hurry. The body was then pulled away in a black van, and 2 patrol policemen pulled up a yellow isolation tape around it. Then the 2 patrol officers got in the car and focused on playing with their mobile phones. After a while, the surroundings became quieter and quieter. Taking off his patrolman's hat, Lao Huang, the oldest member of the 4th team, exhaled and pressed the hidden intercom next to his ear. The regular team hasn't come yet? Wang Xueyan, the only female detective in the 4th team, sent the news. The regular team has a private matter and is conducting remote command. How are you doing over there? Oh, I just hope that Changbai Club can be fooled by us and tonight's gambling will proceed as normal. The second disguised patrolman, Duan Shunfeng, also took off his hat and stared at the cars turning into the alley one after another. Yanzi, all the sheep here have entered their old nests. It seems that they can take care of each other. Got it. 7 underground casinos controlled by the Changbai Society have been identified, and the total number of suspected dens exceeds 16. We will make unified arrangements tonight to take down this hidden underground casino gang in one fell swoop. There was a buzzing noise from the intercom, and then Wang Xueyan's warning. You two must hold still. The main operatives tonight are not us, but the National Bureau of Investigation. Remember? This time we are not handling the case in a different place. Those who came were not armed police brothers, but a bunch of buddies in suits. The so-called buddies in suits Yanzi mentioned were operatives from the mysterious National Bureau of Investigation. There were only 5 of them here, and they were actually responsible for the arrests in 16 dens. Lao Huang laughed. I was shocked at the time. I thought we in China really had some kind of super-powered agents like the Dragon Team or the Yin Huang Team. Wang Haiyan sighed. Don't be kidding. You didn't see that scene. The Procuratorate worked overtime all night and was on call at any time. All the documents required for law enforcement were issued on the spot. The boss of the political and legal committee took the lead personally, and the bosses at the director level of each district were carrying teacups stayed up all night waiting to be sent. In all these years, when have I ever seen such a big scene? The People's Procuratorate exercises the power of supervision and also has the power to approve arrests in major criminal cases. They are all staying up late to cooperate, which means that this action against the Changbai Club is to be an ironclad case, and it will be resolved quickly, Duan Shunfeng muttered. But no one at the police department level showed up. This was an operation that bypassed the general administration and the police department. Maybe it has something to do with Song Wanlan. She is a wanted criminal and is the director of the Criminal Investigation Division 1 of the police department. Even she has become a criminal. Time passed by minute by minute. There are no vehicles coming and going in the alley next to Baishan Yishuixiang Tea House. Duan Shunfeng frowned and looked outside. There are residential areas on both sides of this place. How come no one shows up? The Jiangwo Hotel has collapsed, and there is not even a person watching the excitement. Lao Huang seemed to be absent-minded and kept holding his phone. After he came to his senses, he whispered, This area must have been cleaned up in advance. Those guys in suits are very powerful. Just as he said this, the rear door suddenly opened, and a man in a black suit sat in. Duan Shunfeng instantly drew his gun and turned around. Old Huang quickly held him down. He's from the Investigation Bureau. The man in the suit sat down steadily, opened the document in his hand, and said calmly, Wang Weibeng, 48 years old, graduated from the People's Police School in Shanghai. In 1994, he was a trainee police officer in the political department of the Yangpu branch. In 2002, he was promoted to the deputy section of the 2nd section of the political department. Captain. He was the deputy captain of the Public Security Management Detachment in 2006. He was demoted in 2013 and served as the traffic control coordinator. In 2014, he was personally recruited by Chang Beihai into the Minhang Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lao Huang's eyelids twitched and Duan Shunfeng frowned. What do you mean? The man in the suit closed the document and looked at old Huang with a smile. The resume is very detailed. It's a pity that in 1990, Wang Weibeng, you were 18 years old and still a student of the police academy, but you were already a member of the Qingyang gang. Lao Huang made a gurgling sound in his throat, and Duan Shunfeng was stunned. The man in the suit was still smiling. In 2013, when the Ministry of Internal Affairs investigated you, you were almost finished. It was Chang Beihai who helped you. At that time, you wanted to clear your name, but Chang Beihai firmly held onto your gang identity. You've done a lot of dirty work for him over the years. Right. With a click, Lao Huang loaded his pistol and pointed it at Duan Shunfeng's temple. Duan Shunfeng blinked. Brother Huang, this is not true. This is not true. He was about to burst into tears. Lao Huang's voice trembled. Brother, I knew such a day would come. Remember to help me take care of the house. He turned the gun and pointed it at his temple. After the crisp gunshot, Lao Huang slumped down in his seat. Duan Shunfeng roared. The man in the suit looked calm and put his hand on Duan Shunfeng's neck. He was wearing black leather gloves. At this time, a blue stream of light flashed on the gloves, and Duan Shunfeng was stunned on the spot. The man in the suit got out of the car. "I've finished handling it here. How is the progress of the operation?" Four voices sounded almost at the same time. "Operation completed. 7 people died, all of whom were likely to leak information. The man in the suit looked at his leather gloves and seemed to be talking to the air. "Talk to Haizhou Company Customer Service number 1. Soon." A gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Hello. I am the customer service of Haizhou Company. What do you need?" The man in a suit said calmly. "The 9th Qingzhou Department of the National Bureau of Investigation reported that except for the Changbai Hui Lao Lao, all other operations have been completed. Please give instructions." At this time, those micron particles that were carefully avoiding the surroundings began to approach. The man in the suit snorted and shook his hands into fists. On the gloves, the blue current turned into a strange shimmer. A ripple invisible to the naked eye appeared, and all the micron particles collapsed. The gentle voice of the customer service also appeared at this time. "Captain Gongsun, please inform the 4 military princes of the 9th Qingzhou Division to assemble immediately. You must ensure Fong Tang's safety and bring him back if there is a chance." The man in the suit hummed. "Excuse me. What if Fong Tang takes action against us?" There was a long silence, and the instruction was unquestionable. "Then retreat." This is the first time that the National Bureau of Investigation has intervened in an out-of-control game, and it is also the first action of the 9th Qingzhou Department. The man in the suit frowned. "The Qingzhou Department will never retreat." The patrol car disappeared, and so did the man in the suit. Deep underground in the Changbai tea house, crazy heat waves were stirring. Tonight's gambling game became unexpectedly exciting. At this time, Fong Tang was sitting in front of the gambling table, and Ah Xiang was curled up on the long gambling table. A woman wrapped in a white sheet, her hair spread loose, was lying on Ah Xiang's back. More than a dozen gamblers squatted on the ground, holding their heads in their hands, but they couldn't help but crane their necks to watch. Fourth young master Du pulled off his tie, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at his men lying on the ground in a mess, and smiled, revealing his blood-red gums and broken teeth. He swallowed the blood and said vaguely, "This is the last round. The old rules are that you bet on the size of the flop. If you win, I will give you your hacking head." After swallowing the salty blood again, Fourth Master Du coughed violently. "If you lose, let go of Xiao Yu." It was now 23:24 in the middle of the night. Fong Tang also unbuttoned his shirt and pressed his left hand tremblingly on the gaming table, blood dripping down his index finger. The blind girl wearing sunglasses sat on his lap, trembling with fear. Fong Tang also coughed and laughed. On the long scar on his left arm, micron particles were squirming crazily, as if shackles were locking him. He slowly looked at the dealer player, the melancholy young man with a bald head. "Mr. Feng Bei, please deal the cards." Chapter 3:14 Gambling. 2 hours ago, Fong Tang held A Jiang's arm and walked down the stairs. Facing him was a screen that separated him from the gambling table. It is the rule of the casino not to allow guests entering the casino to see the gaming table at first sight. On the left is the lounge, and on the right is the yard room. The lounge is separated by a screen, and the betting room is responsible for exchanging chips. There are 3 credit card machines and 2 transfer computers. The cash is all piled in sacks. 2 girls in miniskirts came over with trays of free cigarettes and drinks. Fong Tang pushed the plate away and looked at the young man in suits and ties opposite. Fourth young master Du was wearing a Bluetooth headset, and while listening to the report from the whistle outside, he came up to us with a smile. "Sir, is this your first time here? We have a bigger bargaining chip here." Fong Tang stood up straight with his rickety body and patted his shoulder bag. "I have money." Fourth young master Du raised his hand, revealing the Patek Philippe Platinum sports watch on his wrist. "Don't worry. It won't start until half an hour. Ah Xiang, please take care of this gentleman." Ah Xiang's body trembled slightly, and her long-standing fear of Fourth Master Du made her subconsciously hug Fong Tang tightly. Fong Tang smiled and carried her to the lounge. A big man came over. "Sorry, I have to hand over my phone." Fong Tang took out his mobile phone, turned it off, and shook it. "This is my lucky charm. I can't give it to you." Fourth young master Du, who was approaching, nodded slightly, and the big man retreated. There were already 7 or 8 gamblers sitting near the gambling table on one side, but they were all absent-minded. "Master, these people are all casino trustees." Fong Tang picked up the mint julep and took a sip. Fourth Master Du sat opposite. "Sir, you can exchange the chips first." He turned around and made a slight gesture. The two big men hurried out and reopened the back door of the tea room. I originally thought that the collapse of the Jangwo Hotel would attract a large number of police and onlookers. But I didn't expect that it would be quiet outside. Maybe the gang of police officers have been arresting wanted criminals recently and have no time to deal with matters here. For Xiaodu did not contact the insiders. But he still took the risk and reopened the gambling game. Because tonight was a big event. He had been preparing for it for several days. And it was estimated that the turnover would exceed 30 million. So he was really reluctant to give up. Fong Tang had already opened his shoulder bag. And all 1.02 million in cash had been converted into chips. Gamblers came in one after another. They all had sweat on their foreheads and red eyes. Someone opened the plastic bag, revealing the tens of thousands of dollars they had finally raised. And someone else photographed the real estate deed directly on the table. When the back door of the tea room closed, more than 30 fat sheep had gathered around various gambling tables. The last group of people entered the venue. But they all carried briefcases and patrolled around the gamblers. These briefcases are loan sharks. They specifically look for people who lose money. Fong Tang kept patting Ah Xiong's pink back and gave up his plan to kill everyone quickly. He played with his chips and kept looking in the direction of the management room. The door to the management room was ajar, and a girl wearing sunglasses was sleeping soundly on the sofa. The unexpected appearance of this blind girl made Fong Tang change his plan. Intentionally or unintentionally, fourth young master Du changed his position and sat down, blocking Fong Tang's view. Sir, don't you plan to play a few games? Fong Tang shook his head. Wait a moment. Under the dim yellow light, white smoke filled the entire room, and a dozen pairs of eyes stared at the gaming table almost at the same time. 2 gambling games have passed, and the 2 gamblers are still discussing the winning and losing of the game just now. Damn it! I only lost 2,000 at first, but in the end I lost more than 20,000. A briefcase rushed over, kicked the gambler who was still smacking his lips to the ground, and shouted, You must pay back the money within 3 days, or I will kill your whole family. The gambler who just lost more than 200,000 chuckled, showing his yellow teeth. Brother, lend me another 50,000 yuan, and I promise to make up for it. The briefcase is more desperate than him now. You still gamble? If you don't pay the damn money, I will be the first to die. I guarantee you. The man holding the briefcase was about to cry while grabbing his hair, but the gambler kept comforting him. Borrow one more. Just one 10,000. If you don't borrow it, how can I turn over the money? I won't turn over the money. Aren't we both dead? The briefcase finally took out his card and lent him 20,000. After a game of cards, I lost everything again. Brother, don't be like this. My house is gone, and my wife has run away. Don't I still have a daughter? She is a college student and has good credit. I will go back at dawn and let her take out an online loan. No matter what, I can let's get 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. The briefcase stared at the smiling man and nodded numbly. Fong Tang put down his cup and looked silently at the gamblers in the smoke-filled venue. The little sympathy in his heart also dissipated. They were hopeless. He's gone. The largest gaming table. The game is similar to Baccarat, but the rules have been modified, making it more direct and simpler. Each player has 2 cards, which are compared. A is 1 point. 2 to 9 points remain unchanged. 10, J, Q, and K all represent 0 points. If the 2 cards add up to more than 10 points, they will be counted as single digits. For example, 2 9s add up to 18, which is 8 points. Simple and fair. Whoever's card is closest to 9 points wins. Of course, in addition to these simple rules, there are also direct bets such as banker, player, tie, pair, size, odd and even. The greatest fun of this game is these bets. Gamblers directly bet on the banker or player to win, or whether they bet on odd or even numbers. The largest bet is a tie. If the banker and player have the same number of points, the player who bets on tie can get 8 times the reward. Fong Tang sat down. The professional dealer stroked the playing cards with one hand, and with a skillful move, a fan-shaped card surface appeared. The used playing cards had been taped and piled aside. A card game is divided into 4 games, and one game has 50 cards, win or lose. After playing 4 games, no matter whether you win or lose, you have to wait for the next game. Master, these are 8 decks of cards. I have completed the calculation. How do you want to play? Make sure I always win. I'm too lazy to understand the rules of the game. Fong Tang threw down 100,000 chips. And all the gamblers gathered around him. The gambling table is 6 meters long and 2 meters wide. The dealer deals the cards and is responsible for sending and receiving chips. Two big men with bulging waists stand on both sides and are responsible for the monitoring table. The card game trend popped up on the LCD monitor. The dealer opened the cards. And the cards were 3 and 4. A total of 7 points. Fong Tang opened the card. 9. J. The whole field was filled with exclamations and screams. It was a big win at 9 o'clock. Putting away his chips, Fong Tang continued. In less than 17 games, he had already won 1.7 million. This gentleman is the banker. The banker wiped his sweat and left, surrounded by several official documents. Boss Zhao, how much do you want to borrow this time? The croupier stared at Fong Tang, and the big man on the supervisory table wiped his sweat. Hurry up if you want to play. You are not allowed to play after the cards are dealt. Leave your hand. Leave your hand. No one placed bets. Fong Tang killed 16 games in a row. The limelight was so great that no one wanted to throw money in at this time. Fourth young Master Du came over, stroking his chin, and said gloomily, Let me play with this one. Bye. Change your strategy. The dealer opened the cards. And Fong Tang and Du Xixiao had the same number. And Fong Tang just bet 1 million on, he. Fourth young Master Du's eyelids started to twitch crazily. The big man behind the supervision station came up, and was stopped by fourth young master. The chips were piled up in front of Fong Tang. When he won 12 million, Mr. Du unbuttoned his suit and said, Sir, just accept it when you're ready. What? You have no money? Fong Tang turned the chips in his hand. Change the cards. Du Xixiao gritted his teeth and choked out 2 words. The gamblers were all uneasy. And the trustees were even more pale. This man who suddenly appeared was like a ghost. No one had ever seen such a scene before. And he actually won 50 games in a row. Fong Tang shook the chips in his hand. Generally, casinos only allow credit cards and never use cash. That is for safety. Moreover, other underground casinos have limits on the bets in each round. The amount bet between the banker and the player cannot exceed 50,000. That's to control risks. You don't have any restrictions here? Fourth young Master Du gritted his teeth and decided that he would destroy the bastard in front of him tonight. There is no limit. Good. Fong Tang raised his thumb, turned it, and pointed at the 2 men behind fourth Master Du. Next time, I will use all my chips, 12 million, to bet on their lives. Chapter 3:15 Gambling. 12 million chips were piled together, flashing attractively, and the gamblers all around looked at them blankly. Bye. Load the battle program. The combat program was loaded successfully. When Fong Tang was conducting a guild camp test, he accidentally got the photo. The code on the little girl's skirt in the photo was the combat program. Master, this is an irregular combat program with the purpose of causing maximum damage in the shortest time. It is mostly used on the sister biochemical body of Infinite Company. Fong Tang moved his shoulders, clenched and unclenched his fists. Fourth young Master Du blushed horribly, and his voice was hoarse. Are you kidding? Fong Tang looked at the 2 big men behind him. I'm not kidding. I'll bet their lives on this one. The croupier's hands trembled. Fourth young Master Du sneered, his eyes full of madness. And his breathing was extremely heavy. From the moment he walked in, Fong Tang could tell that fourth young Master Du was a born gambler. And he was the kind who didn't like losing. Deal the cards. Mr. Du took off his suit. Fong Tang also sat up straight. The gamblers around them began to retreat. The croupier's hands were shaking more and more. Master, the 4 cards below are 2. J. 10. And 3. According to the rules, first, 3 cards were dealt to the dealer Fong Tang. Second, 4 cards were dealt to fourth Master Du. Fourth young Master Du took a deep breath, ignored Fong Tang, and opened the cards directly. J3. 3 points. The 2 men behind him were pale, and subconsciously clenched the guns at their waists. Why are you panicking? Fourth young Master Du's eyes turned red. The dealer opens the cards. Fong Tang opened it gently. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and in bursts of laughter. Fourth young Master Du's face gradually became normal. His back was actually covered in sweat. But after winning this crazy game, he was so excited that he was about to fly, putting away all the chips in front of Fong Tang. Fourth young Master Du chuckled. I almost got fooled by you just now. Fong Tang turned on his phone, and the video on his phone popped up. In the composite video, a dozen large suitcases appeared, each filled with money. I still have 100 million left. Fong Tang said expressionlessly. The gamblers around him looked at him mockingly. Mr. Du glanced at him and said, "Who can't dupe us? If you say 100 million, it's 100 million? 100 million? Do you want to bet?" Fong Tang leaned forward. "He's like a really desperate gambler." Fourth Master Du snorted disdainfully. "Open the cards." The card is drawn. Fong Tang has 7 points. Fourth Xiao Du opened it casually. 6 points. He pouted. "You win." Before he finished speaking, 2 screams rang out. Boom! Bang! The 2 men fell straight down, and 2 high-pressure water jets penetrated their chins and exited the back of their heads. There was a deathly silence in the room. Fong Tang flicked the cards and said, "Let's continue betting on the next one." The pencil in his sleeve fell and started spinning on the card table. The pen tip stopped and pointed at a Shang Bailey subordinate guarding the door. "Then take his life." Fong Tang smiled lightly. Fourth Young Master Du's mind went blank. Is this an illusion? It must be an illusion. The dealer's legs were already shaking. But seeing Fong Tang's emotionless eyes, he dealt the cards subconsciously. Fa Tong 5 o'clock. Du Xiao's card was automatically revealed. 2 points. There was another scoff. The water jet passed through the screen easily. The subordinate 5 meters away widened his eyes. A red dot appeared between his eyebrows, then became redder and redder, and finally a blood arrow spurted out. When he fell, he hit the iron door with a thud. This crisp sound in the silence made everyone in the room scream. Only then did they wake up. The young man who had been mocking him just now actually didn't care about those chips at all. He doesn't care how much he loses, let alone how much he wins. He is here to kill people. Fourth Young Master Du stood up suddenly. Kill him. With a swish, his tie was pulled, and the next moment, a hand was on the back of his head, and he hit the gaming table hard. The teeth in his mouth were shattered, and the blood in Mr. Du's mouth sprayed all over the table. He fainted. More than a dozen strongmen rushed over, holding machetes, shotguns, iron bars, and electric batons. With a sneer, the lights in the room suddenly brightened, and the electric lamp gave off an abnormally bright light. Fong Tang stood up calmly, his pencil still spinning on the table. A playing card appeared in the left hand, cutting it horizontally. Blood spurted out from the neck of the big man on the left, and he fell down with the playing card cut into his aorta. Clear tracks appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. That was the trajectory of the strong men's attack. Under combat procedures, the changes in these trajectories are so clear. He gracefully took a step to the right, and a 100,000 chip bounced up and inserted directly into the forehead of the strong man holding the gun. With a flick of his fingers, the strong man with the gun fell down. With a ding sound, the barrel of the shotgun bounced up, rotated in Fong Tang's palm, and stabbed into the heart of the third man who rushed towards him, and then pierced through the back. The machete in the third strong man's hand fell. The sword flashed, following Fong Tang like a shadow, like a red-hot iron cutting into tofu, piercing the 2 strong men holding electric batons, and then brought out a violent force. Straight pinned the 2 men to the wall. The electric batons in their hands bounced up and collided with each other in midair, under the sparks caused by the electric sparks. The 3 big men screamed and covered their eyes. The electric baton disintegrated in midair, and Fong Tang appeared in front of the 3 of them like a ghost. He gracefully raised his hand, and the broken pieces of the electric baton fell into his hand. With a slight wave of his arm, the fragments passed by the necks of the 3 people with an arc of the crescent moon. Fong Tang's spinning figure stood still, retreated to avoid the spurting blood, and then moved forward, cutting his palm on the neck of the last Chambai thug, and then bent his elbow downward. The thug couldn't breathe, so he grabbed his neck and bowed down. Fong Tang's elbow came down accurately and hit him in the back. His bones were broken, his organs were shattered, and he died on the spot. Lifting his feet, blood soaked into the carpet, Fong Tang stepped forward, and the 4 briefcases screamed and fled out the door. They hit an iron plate. Fong Tang was behind the iron gate with a shadow caused by high-speed movement. The iron gate is like a shield, carrying a heavy blow with its 6.5 strength attribute. It's almost equivalent to the impact of 13 football players sprinting at full speed. The 4 loan sharks fell under the iron gate, their 8 legs twitching together, and then they stopped moving. Fong Tang has returned to the gambling table. The rotating pencil stopped at this moment, and the tip of the pen pointed at the dealer. The croupier made a strange roaring sound. His whole body went limp, and he fainted. When he staggered and fell down, the chair behind him exploded, leaving only sharp wooden thorns on the chair. The croupier fell down. his body impaled. Fong Tang flicked the pencil with his fingers and continued to turn. The gamblers huddled in a corner of the lounge were crying and shouting. And the girls in miniskirts were all huddling together and pushing others forward. The pencil on the gambling table stopped spinning, and its tip pointed at a gambler. The gambler with yellow teeth screamed and his pants were stained with urine. He knelt down like noodles. "No! Don't kill me! I still have a daughter at home!" Boom! Ah! All dozen chips were stuffed into his mouth. The gambler with yellow teeth was picking his mouth hard. Another 10 chips. Stuffed in one by one. The gambler with yellow teeth trembled on his legs and slapped the ground with his hands. He was suffocated to death. Died with 13 million chips. The sin in this room, the disgustingly sticky sin, finally dissipated somewhat. Fong Tang's fingers turned the pencil again. Chapter 316 Gambling. The pencil is still spinning. The remaining chips stacked together strangely. The middle-aged woman in charge of exchanging chips in the warehouse had her eyes wide open. She was holding on to a rope around her neck, but the other end was hanging from the ceiling. Fong Tang looked at the remaining gamblers. Sacks of cash were scattered everywhere. The blood on the ground was like a small river. On top of the blood were banknotes. And on top of the banknotes were Fong Tang's feet. He grabbed a thick pile of banknotes and chips. About 500,000. "Which one of you wants to try again? You are dead anyway. If you can beat me, these money and your life will be a reward." A female gambler's eyes widened. Sometimes you can't even guess the mentality of a gambler. The female gambler crawled over. I lost everything. I lost everything. I sold my kidney this time. I'm done. Why don't I gamble? Just a handful. I don't believe it's so unlucky. I don't believe it. You are so awesome. Brand new cards are reopened. After shuffling the cards, take a turn in the blood. I'll draw the cards myself, screamed the female gambler. She drew 2, 4 and 5. 9 o'clock. There is no greater point than this. She smiled greedily, ignoring the blood, and desperately plucked at the sticky banknotes. It's time to make money. It's time to make money. Wait. Don't worry. Fong Tang flicked his fingers and pulled out 2 cards. 3 and 6. Tie. The female gambler started to act rude. You are the banker. I win in a draw. I don't care. I won. I won. Fong Tang smiled lightly and grabbed the thick banknotes and chips again. This time it was at least 1.5 million. How much have you lost here in total? The female gambler stared at the chips. 110,000. Fong Tang added a stack of chips. There are 2 million here now. Do you want to turn over? You are very lucky. The female gambler blinked. She lost the second game. The female gambler grabbed her hair. One more. One more. I still have a life. She lost again in the third game. What's wrong with me? The woman who risked her life cried sadly. I am also a victim. If you kill me, will your conscience be at ease? Fong Tang said coldly. I will not judge your right or wrong. I am only responsible for sending you to the H.L. of judging sins. The female gambler screamed and jumped up, running towards the doorless outside. With a thud, she fell down the stairs, her head downwards, and she lost her breath on the spot. Fong Tang watched silently. He didn't do anything. It was really an accident. Maybe heaven can't tolerate this greedy and despicable person. Who still wants to gamble? Fong Tang looked at the surviving gamblers. The rules have been changed this time. 1 card determines whether you win or lose. The player can draw 3 times. I am the banker and can only draw once. The chances of winning once every 3 times are too high. If you win this bet, you can get out alive with the money. 2 punters climbed out. This time, the outcome will be determined by 1 card. Fong Tang stepped on the 2 dead gamblers and said, the player can draw 4 times, but I am the banker, and I will only draw once. The 3 gamblers raised their hands tremblingly. After the 3 fell, Fong Tang took out new cards again. 5 new decks of cards were reopened, and Fong Tang looked at the last dozen survivors. This time the player can draw 10 times. I will only draw once. It is almost a gambling method that makes the player invincible. But no one came forward again. No more gambling. Fong Tang looked at them. More than a dozen people shook their heads together. They seemed to be completely awake, and they were still shaking their heads in the face of an almost guaranteed victory. Fong Tang threw away the poker. 4th young Master Du woke up at this time. The corners of his mouth were split, and as soon as he woke up, he lowered his head and swallowed something in the shape of a pill. Then his whole face contorted. Green veins appeared on 4th young Master Du's neck, and he let out a beast-like gasping sound. His muscles swelled, and his blue and red blood vessels swelled. But his face was horribly red. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and his mind immediately thought of the man in gray who stole the body of the Pujin woman. Exactly the same potential activation sequelae. What did the fourth young master eat just now? Fourth young master Du was yelling. With a bang, Fong Tang took his head and smashed it on the table again. Almost all the remaining teeth of the fourth young master were broken. Fong Tang had lost interest, left him, got up and walked to the management room. Fourth young master Du roared. You are not allowed. You are not allowed to touch her. Fong Tang continued walking. Stopped suddenly. The blood stains on the ground were rolling strangely. A thin line protruded from the outside and curled towards his arm. The micron particles happily connected into this thin line. Fong Tang immediately activated his gluttonous devouring power. Micron particles are completely swallowed. But before the yin and yang archaea could transform, those particles exploded together. Although the particles were very small, when the power of the explosion was concentrated together, a wound opened on Fong Tang's arm. Fortunately, his physical attribute was 6.5, so the injury was not serious. At this time, countless micron particles began to pour in, as if a chain had locked him. Fong Tang couldn't devour it anymore. A cold voice came from outside. Do you want to use the same trick on me twice? Your ability is also flawed. How do my newly transformed particles taste? The melancholy bald boy appeared in the house at some point. The micron particles began to decompose and combine, turning into a real rope. Pulling down from the stairs, Xiong groaned and was thrown onto the gambling table. And then a weak woman wrapped in a white sheet fell on Xiong's back. The girl on the bed sheet had her long hair spread out, and the white hair on her exposed calves was trembling. Fong Tang looked at the bald boy. The game designer himself ended up? Mr. Fong Bei, should I call you an artist? Fong sighed sadly. This time it has nothing to do with the game. I didn't expect you to go so far and find Xiao Yu so quickly. Fong Tang frowned. You completely eliminated the task force because of this Xiao Yu? Fong Bei nodded. The task force received an anonymous report, and Xiao Yu was involved in the case. I know who reported it. But in order for the phone case game to proceed smoothly, I have to let that guy go. It's just that the task force can't stay. The blind girl in the management room woke up and groped. Are you here? Why are you here? Fong Tang's figure appeared behind the blind girl and picked her up. Xiao Yu waved her hands, and Fong Tang hugged her and sat at the gambling table. Fong Bei trembled and looked at Fong Tang. Exchange Xiong and Yu, plus everyone in this room. For Xiao Yu. Fong Tang immediately shook his head. I want to complete the game, and what I want is the name of the murderer. Fong Bei was silent for a moment, then appeared behind fourth Master Du. Then let's bet. He will bet on my behalf. The scarlet spider silk on the 5 elements pen was trembling, and the petal-shaped white bone was also buzzing. If Fong Bei runs the micron particles at full power, Fong Tang will definitely not be able to resist. But then the game the artist designed with destiny would fail completely. But Fong Tang is also trapped here, and cannot leave if he wants to. Take a gamble. It's a very fair solution. Fourth young Master Du pulled off his tie, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at his men lying on the ground in a mess, and smiled, revealing his blood-red gums and broken teeth. His face was getting redder and redder, and his breathing was as heavy as a hairdryer. This is the last round. The old rules. Bet on the flop of cards. If you win, I will give it to your hacking head. It is now 23:24 in the middle of the night. Fong Tang has also unbuttoned his shirt. On the long scar on his left arm, micron particles are crawling crazily. The blind girl wearing sunglasses sat on his lap, trembling with fear. She murmured, Don't be like this. Okay, don't be like this. Everyone, why is this room so fishy? Is anyone hurt? Fong Tang looked at the melancholy young man with a bald head. Mr. Fong Bei, please deal the cards. Chapter 317 White Bone Spider Silk vs. Fong Bei. Turn over the 4 cards together. Fourth young Master Du looked down, then rubbed his eyes, and then rubbed his eyes again. He couldn't believe it. There are 2 cards in front of you. I can't see the colors and numbers on it at all, because suits and numbers change all the time. A layer of micron particles flows on the cards, constantly modifying the patterns and numbers on the cards. The 2 cards in front of Fong Tang were also changing. The card on the left hand is a trembling scarlet spider silk, but the card on the right hand is a spinning white bone. Spider silk and bones modified Fong Tang's 2 cards, corresponding to the opponent's cards. There is no distinction between banker and player in this round. This game can't be drawn. The micron particles all over the forbidden area, except for those that are still maintaining the barrier around the forbidden area, are all moving closer to the Baishan Shui fragrance tea house. Different from the horrified and overwhelmed Du Fourth Master, Fong Tang knew from the beginning that the protagonists of this bet were not the two people at the card table at all. Rather, a group of scarlet shadow appeared. A gorgeous long skirt, strange folds, and Fong Lizi's faint shadow appeared on Fong Tang's left side, and another white figure appeared on his right. A woman in white holding a bone umbrella, as elegant as a maid walking out of a classical painting. The two faint shadows were staring at the cards in front of them with serious expressions. The suit numbers on the cards are still changing. On the opposite side, Fourth Master Du began to scream. Under the bulging veins on his body, lumps the size of rice grains were beating. Blood mist seeped out of him. The melancholy bald boy had left the place where the cards were dealt and stood behind Fourth Young Master Du. Endless micron particles surged in. The artist Fong Bei faced Fong Lizi and Bai Gu head-on. In the secret room of the underground casino, a storm emerged. Micron particles began to crazily modify the surrounding terrain and environment, except for the gambling table at the center of the storm. The walls on all sides began to twist strangely and then merged. The carpet turned into grains and the floor started to bulge. The tables and chairs twisted and turned into long filaments. The filaments began to fly, rotate, and were fixed around the gaming table. No bodies or other survivors could be seen. Fong Tang couldn't bear the collision of three powerful forces, so he could only close his eyes as the scenery around him rotated crazily. When everything stopped, everything around him disappeared, leaving only four metallic walls. Now, the remaining people in the field seemed to be trapped in a closed safe. The scarlet spider silk is swallowing, and the snow-white bone fragments are dancing. On the opposite side, Fong Bei burst out a mist of blood from the fingers of his hands. Fong Tang reluctantly opened his eyes, and suddenly realized that the blind girl sitting on his lap was missing. Then there was a loud bang. Billows of smoke billowed upward from the bottom of the tea room. The National Bureau of Investigation officers guarding outside the tea room all watched with attention. A higher priority target has appeared, Lieutenant Gong Sun shouted coldly. All military princes, listen to the order and follow me in pursuit immediately. Four men in black from the 9th Qinzhou Division appeared strangely. Following Captain Gong Sun, they rushed towards the thin figure holding a blind girl in the distance. In the collapsed Baishan Yishuixiang tea house, the broken bricks in front of Fong Tang bounced away, and he saw the five black figures from under the ruins. He couldn't help but blink and stared at one of them. The man in the black suit with the bald head, one of the five pursuers. Is that Luo Guangtou? Haizhou Company. The most annoying manager Luo ever. This situation is really weird. In the distance, Fong Bei quickly disappeared at the northern boundary of the Forbidden Land with the remaining micron particles. And the five shadows that followed him, roaring in pursuit with faint thunder light. Fong Tang withdrew his gaze. At this time, in the tea house underground casino, the four metal walls transformed by Feng Bei's micron particles supported the collapse above, leaving a safe enough space. In the big explosion just now, Fong Tang only had time to protect the two women at the gambling table, while Fourth Young Master Du was on the opposite side of the gambling table, and was already a bloody mess. Fong Tang also groaned and looked down at the wounds all over his body. All were flesh wounds, except for the injury on his left arm caused by the micron particle explosion. The rest of the injuries were recovering at an alarming rate. A crack also appeared on the five elements pin. The scarlet spider silk hung down listlessly, and the petal-shaped white bone was even more colorless. The combined efforts of Fong Lizi and Lei Zhe Baigu finally managed to injure the designer Fong Bei head-on in the game scene. But the two men were probably seriously injured and were hiding somewhere at this time. Master, we didn't get any memory data from the blind girl just now. I know that Fong Bei has been secretly protecting her. It's normal to not get the data. But Fong Tang could not forget the blind girl's eyes. The gray eyes are like a layer of gray glass covering the eyeballs. Fong Tang could imagine that under that layer of gray, there must be a pair of beautiful eyes full of emotion. According to the murder language we were given, eyes are also the parts required by the murderer. Yes, Master. But the question is, why did the murderer get 5 parts? And for what reason did he choose his victims? If we cannot solve this key mystery, we cannot deduce the causal relationship of this case. Fong Tang recovered his mind and looked at Xiang and the woman under the sheets. The two women were still unconscious and had only minor injuries on their bodies. He turned around and lifted up the bloody Mr. Du Si. All the belongings of the Fourth Young Master were searched. Throwing the wallet aside, he opened the phone, picked up Du Xiao's finger to unlock it, opened the background data, and left the rest to Bai Lai to decipher. Fong Tang continued to search and found a small medicine bottle. This was the drug that fourth young master Du just swallowed, showing the same backlash symptoms as the man in gray. After twisting open the medicine bottle and pouring out the last pill, Fong Tang couldn't help but gasp. White. Master, this is exactly the same medicine you took in by Maoling Lunatic Asylum. It's the bottle of imported medicine prescribed by the doctor to treat depression. After Shizhou brought it over, not only Fong Tang, but also Song Wenlan ate a lot. Shiro, check the ingredients. Common ingredients in drugs used to treat depression contain the effect of increasing the excitement of the central nervous system. Well, Master, crush the tablets, put them into the blood and take a look. The pill was crushed and fell into the thick blood like sand. A horrifying scene appeared. In the thick blood, the medicinal powder seemed to react violently. The coagulated blood clots began to dissolve, and then bubbles formed like boiling. Master, the medicine contains an ingredient similar to nanoparticle glue. It is rare, but has been modified. When combined with human blood, it will stimulate blood circulation and provide explosive energy to various organs in the body. It is a drug modified by nanoparticle glue components. No wonder when I took this medicine, it was directly converted into energy by the yin and yang archaea. Fong Tang looked down. The man in gray's terrifying appearance and explosive power all come from this drug. Who created this magic potion that humans can use? While Fong Tang was still thinking, Si Xiaodu, who was curled up beside him, woke up twitching. He opened his mouth with difficulty and made a vague sound. Who won? Fong Tang grabbed his hair and pulled him to the gambling table. For Xiaodu shook his head desperately to shake away the blood clots on his eyelids. Then he saw that his 2 cards were blank, without any suits or numbers. As for Fong Tang's 2 pieces, the one on the left is blank, but the one on the right is half an ace. You win. Du Xiao breathed out lightly. My head is yours. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Fourth young master, keep your head. Now we have to have a good chat. Chapter 318 Jin Jingyan. A Xiang supported the weak AU and walked tremblingly in the alley. Fong Tang dragged fourth young master Du, who had been twitching, behind them. Not far away, outside the collapsed Baishani Shui tea house, there was already a traffic jam. This time not only fire trucks and police cars came, but also emergency rescue excavators. Fong Tang was carrying that shoulder bag, which was filled with blood-stained banknotes. How far is it? Don't worry, Immortal. It's just ahead. Our rental house is in Shuqing Lane. Fairy. Xiang's title sounds funny, but the terrifying scene in the underground casino just now made this woman more and more convinced of the boundless power of the god next to her. They passed an open gate. Behind the door is a large yard filled with parked vehicles. This yard can directly enter the casino through the back door, but the owners of those cars are afraid that they will never get out again. Fong Tang stopped and hung his shoulder bag on Xiang. Take IU back to the rental house and wait for me. Xiang blinked. You? Won't you come with us? Fong Tang smiled. Where should I take this guy with you? There will be many traces left. What will the police do if they trace him to your house? Xiang's big eyes were full of emotion. Chief Immortal, you are so kind to us. Fong Tang waved her to go quickly. Time was actually very tight. Once more than 40 corpses were cleared out in the tea room. The surrounding area would be completely sealed. Now due to the shortage of manpower, the police are still concentrating their efforts on excavating the scene. It will take at least 3 hours to trace the alley. After dragging fourth young master Du to the parking lot, Fong Tang took out the blood-soaked cigarette case from his suit pocket. A red cigarette was lit and put into fourth master Du's mouth. Fourth young master Du took a hard breath and coughed violently. His cough sounded like a bellows leaking air. Fong Tang looked at his injuries. His liver was severely injured. There were at least 32 wounds on his body, and he lost a lot of blood. However, the fatal injury was an iron bar that penetrated his chest and abdomen diagonally, hitting his lungs. Fourth young master Du was already hopeless, and he knew it very well. He nodded to Fong Tang and thanked. Thank you for this cigarette. I have enjoyed everything I should have enjoyed over the years. Thank you, Godfather, for looking up to me. Fong Tang pointed his finger between his eyebrows. It's good to say good things even when a person is about to die. You have done countless evil things, so you should do something good before you die. After a burst of hissing, wheezing, and coughing, fourth young master Du laughed wildly. You want to interrogate me? I'm sorry. I will never betray Mr. Du. We are gangsters on the road, and have been waiting for this day. Looking back at the light, he actually felt a little energetic. Fong Tang was waiting for this moment, when he was at his best and most energetic before death. Zhou Debao. His nickname is Xiaobao. He came out of the casino in the early morning of the 17th. What happened? Fourth young Master Du's eyelids covered with blood clots trembled and he smiled. Give me a good time. You idiot. At this time, my mother-in-law and mother are getting up. He has already left the casino. What should I know? Fong Tang said. There are hidden whistles outside the casino, as well as the cameras you installed. In the early morning, it was the most tense moment of security. Zhou Debao came out after losing all his money. You will definitely watch the surveillance video in the management room. Fourth young Master Du's eyes suddenly changed. This man is so scary. He seems to know everything. But he gritted his teeth even more. I won't say anything. Fong Tang put away his fingers, but said coldly, it turns out that Zhou Debao has been eyeing the drunk Master Wang since he left the casino. Patting fourth young Master Du on the face. Master Wang. That's Wang Donghai. Ha ha. The chief financial officer of Chanbai Club. Responsible for keeping your organization's account books. Zhou Debao knew this, and saw Master Wang drunk. That's why I approached quietly and wanted to take advantage. So it's best to get some money. Fourth young Master Du coughed uncontrollably. Fong Tang pressed his finger between his eyebrows again. In your memory just now, there was a message about Korean woman. Who is that? What does it have to do with the Chanbai society? Fourth young Master Du started to tremble and struggled in horror. You are not a human being. You are a ghost. You can actually see what I am thinking in my mind. The more he tried not to think about it, the more his mind became active. A rich memory unfolded completely before Fong Tang's eyes. Fourth young Master Du's voice is particularly clear in my memory. Jin Jingyan. Master Wang personally contacted me. Master Du, if we want to launder money, we have to rely on this bitch. Among the 6 major organizations of overseas online casinos, this bitch's the family occupies a share. And I think this is a great move by Master. In places like ours, we still have to keep up with the development of the times. And we can make huge profits by running an online casino. Master Du, Jin Jingyan can't be found. Jin Jingyan disappeared after getting off the plane. But she must have been in our area of Pujin. The last time I saw her, she seemed to be in a big shantytown. Master Du, the big shantytown is sealed. Brothers can't find out the news. Maybe that bitch has really been killed. Fong Tang retracted his finger and looked at Mr. Du, whose pupils began to dilate, feeling shocked. But I didn't expect the identity of the Pujin female corpse to be hidden here in Chanbai Club. Because the body was stolen. No clues about the female body in Pujin have yet been found. But the memory now obtained is an unexpected surprise. Fong Tang slapped fourth young Master Du hard on the face. What's going on with Jin Jingyan? Fourth young Master Du could no longer answer. His brain also began to die. The memories that can be devoured now are all chaotic and useless information. Fong Tang devoured it crazily, and didn't stop until Bai's warning appeared. Master, you can't devour it anymore. You are very tired now. Fong Tang gasped and sat down. The harvest is worth it. Is his phone cracked? Is there any useful information? Master, I have a major harvest. You may not believe it if I tell you. Chanbai Club has a system that only the police has. It can investigate the identity of gamblers at any time. Just enter the ID number to get detailed information. Fong Tang frowned. How did a gang-related organization in Pujin obtain such a system? Master, because Chanbai will have a protective umbrella with a high official position. Who? Sun Xiang. Secretary Sun. Fong Tang stood up suddenly. Secretary Sun is actually in the same group as Chanbai. A photo appeared in front of me. An early digital photo. The pixels are not high. It is a group photo of 3 people. Young Secretary Sun stood on the left with a dazed expression. In the middle was a middle-aged man in his 40s. And on the right was an ordinary-looking woman. Master, after analyzing the relevant information stored in the mobile phone, the person in the middle of the photo is Du Laosan, the leader of the Chanbai Society, and his goddaughter is on the right, etc. Fong Tang suddenly thought of a dark memory he inadvertently devoured from Secretary Sun on the day he reported to Team 4. In that memory, Secretary Sun kept cursing the enemy he wanted to take revenge on. And it was the man with a Kanto accent. Yes, Secretary Sun fell in love with Du Laosan's goddaughter when he was young, and was later severely punished by Du Laosan. But why would a young man with unlimited potential get involved with someone like Du Laosan? Secretary Sun acted as the protective umbrella of the Chonbai Society and was coerced. Or is it collusion required by interests? Now that Secretary Sun has been killed, the only insider left is Du Laosan. Bye. Can you hack into the police database? I need to track their information in real time. Now that the Chonbai Society's lair has been captured, the next step is to hunt down Du Laosan throughout the city. Master, I can give it a try. As long as the police use the city's network, I will have a way to obtain this information. Fong Tang had quietly walked out of the yard, and the bulldozer not far away was working hard. The exclamations could be heard in the alleys. They've found the body down there. Bye. Now we need to search for information about the Korean woman Jean Jingyan. She is the key person in this case. Chapter 319 Ayu. In the early morning of the 17th, Zhou Debao lost all his money at the Shangbaiwi casino. When he came out, he saw a drunk, Wang Donghai. At this time, Wang Donghai's true identity is Wang Xishan, the twin brother in the Bei mailing incident. Regarding Wang Xishan's identity, Fong Tang has been confirmed from many aspects. The first is left-handedness. Wang Xishan is left-handed. The person who set off fireworks at Bei Mailing Hospital last year was left-handed. This year the person setting off the fireworks was Wang Donghai, using his right hand. It was last year that the brothers swapped identities. In addition to this, there is also the white hair in the model of the Babao corpse case, and a signature written in blood with his left hand. That white hair can only be found in the blood of Wang Xishan, who is pregnant with the virus. Before a person dies, he must use the hand he is most comfortable with to write his last words. Back to the early morning of the 17th. Zhou Debao saw Wang Xishan drunk. So he approached him and tried to get some money. As a result, he heard Wang Xishan's murder declaration. At that time, Wang Xishan's words were vague. He only said that he had to kill 5 people and get their brains, hands, feet, body, and eyes to get something together. Zhou Debao must have thought that this was just the gibberish of a drunkard. The most likely inference of what happened next is that Fourth Master Du saw this scene on the surveillance camera and asked someone to give Zhou Debao a good beating. And Zhou Debao may have been imprisoned because of this. Since Secretary Sun is the protective umbrella of the Chonbai Club, it would be too easy to put a troublesome gambler in jail as a violent offender. Fong Tang has arrived in front of Xiang's rental house. The door was closed and the lights were on inside. He pushed the door open and saw a bungalow. There is a heavy chain hanging on the door of the bungalow. Come to think of it, the Chonbai Club locked Yu, who was seriously ill, here, leaving Xiang alone to take care of her. With a creak, the door opened. Xiang came out shivering. She said in a trembling voice, Yu, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on anymore. So she bites herself like crazy, as if she wants to drink her own blood. Fong Tang quickly walked into the room and helped Xiang sit down. Turning around, he saw Yu sitting there in a bed sheet, still licking the blood on her lips. Weird whiptail-like white hairs have grown on her teeth, and white cocoon-like things appeared everywhere on his body. The virus in the Bei Mailing incident has invaded her whole body. Fong Tang held Xiang's hand and instantly devoured her infected white hair virus. The yin and yang archaea were transformed with difficulty. Bai's consciousness became active, and he began to analyze the components of this terrible poison. Xiang, go get a basin of cold water and sprinkle it on the back of my neck every minute. Do you remember? Xiang nodded repeatedly. She knew that the immortal was going to do it again. 1 minute was calculated by Bai, the limit of swallowing and transformation. For more than 1 minute, Fong Tang was in danger of being invaded by the virus, because the speed of transformation and devouring would not be able to keep up. Xiang brought water. Fong Tang took a deep breath, grabbed the struggling Yu, and pressed her head down on the mattress. Yu kicked her feet frantically and kicked a magazine off the bed. It was an old magazine. The cover of the magazine had an English title. Who is Satoshi Fengmoto? The creator of virtual currency? Fong Tang began to swallow the white hair virus in Yu's body. Master, this seems to be a kind of corpse poison. Strictly speaking, it's a fungal creature that lives on corpses. But it's different from ordinary corpse bugs. Bai's consciousness murmured, I need some time to analyze. Fong Tang's spirit was also focused on devouring and transforming. The transformation speed is very slow, but it brings abundant energy. Strange energy kept impacting his DNA. The 24th pair of chromosomes cracked again and began to align again. Corresponding to this, the attributes begin to grow. The back of my neck feels cold. Fong Tang suddenly regained his concentration and wiped his sweat. Xiang, how many times has this happened? Chief Immortal, it's been 10 minutes, and the water has been used up. You'd better take a rest. Fong Tang nodded, and the 3 basic attributes were increased by 1.5 points due to the energy impact. This is a very generous reward. Now, his 3 major attributes have reached an astonishing strength of 8 points. Yu, who was covered with a blanket, also changed a lot. Now you can see her beautiful face and slender figure. This is a very beautiful girl from the south of the Yangtze River. Unlike Xiang, she has a gentle and virtuous temperament between her eyebrows. Half of the white hair on her body had gone away. After regaining her consciousness, she stood up hard and kowtowed to Fong Tang. Xiang came over and supported her. Wait a moment. I will kowtow to the immortal on your behalf later. Yu's memory cannot be swallowed currently, because the white-haired corpse poison has begun to invade her brain. Fong Tang looked at her gently. Miss Yu, if you can trust me, I have a few questions to ask you. Can you please answer them truthfully? Yu nodded lightly. Chief Immortal, I seem to have had a nightmare these past few days. Everything around me has changed. It's so scary. It's not like the world I know at all. It's like a book that has escaped from the world. A realistic novel. Her cultural level is far higher than that of Xiang. But these words are sincere words that touch the situation. Fong Tang smiled. Sometimes, the things that happen around us are weirder than in novels. With corpses hidden in ice coffins and girls missing. It's like God is making things up. But you have to remember one thing. The human heart is the foundation. The human heart is real. No matter how illusory the world is, it will not swallow our hearts. You are a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. I can see that you know that you are carrying a terrible virus. If you want to escape, you only need to infect those bastards in the Chanbai society. But you have always maintained your sanity, and are not even willing to do evil things. Harm. Even if you are about to lose your mind, you would rather bite your own arm than hurt Xiang. Perhaps, this is the reason why Wang Donghai fell in love with you. Yu's face was filled with tears. Xian Chang, I can see that you are here because of the East China Sea. Fong Tang nodded heavily. Yu raised her fingers with trembling fingers. Over there. Xiang ran over in a hurry, but pulled out a slender firework. Kidnapping meteors, old-fashioned fireworks, are also wrapped with a layer of yellow paper to prevent them from getting wet. This is the connection between brothers Wang Donghai and Wang Xishan. Immortal. Yu grasped Fong Tang's arm tightly. Donghai said. He said that if he dies, he must face due west, find a high place, and set off the fireworks. He solemnly entrusted this to me. I must do it. Fong Tang set off the fireworks. Yu, tell me what happened on the night of the 16th, and until the early morning of the 18th? Tell me everything you know. On the 16th, everything was normal. We had dinner together in the morning, and were going to watch a movie in the evening. Donghai also said that this time he would persuade the 4th young master to write off Xiang's account. If that didn't work, he would pay for Xiang's debt. The debt has been settled. Yu took a breath and continued. On the night of the 16th, Donghai answered the phone. He never answered the phone behind my back. But something was wrong at the time, and he avoided me. Yu said with a gentle smile. But that fool, I still heard a little bit. The person who called him was a person who claimed to be surnamed Sun. Speaking of this mysterious person named Sun, Yu's smile disappeared and she gritted her teeth. I never imagined that something happened to this phone call. Donghai was very happy after answering the phone. He even asked me to cook and drink. He never drinks alcohol normally. But this time he was very drunk. Well, when he was drunk, he seemed to have changed. He was no longer so depressed and worried. He just told me that he was finally going to find the truth and that he had found out what he had been investigating all his life. A blush slowly appeared on Yu's face. That night, he made love to me. I have been in love with him for a year. I have always wanted a child. But he was always unwilling. That night, he let me go. Opened. This was a very private matter, and Xiang blushed. Yu bit her lip and tried to explain. Fong Tang was calm and sad. He has been intimate with you before, but he always took protective measures to avoid hurting you. But this time, he was drunk and passed the virus to you after all. Yu sighed, saying that he was sorry for me. How did I know about the virus at that time? Chapter 320 The Names of 5 People. Late at night on the 16th, Wang Xishan received a call from someone suspected of being Secretary Sunday. He then got drunk and passed the virus to his lover. Uneasy and sad, he lost control of his emotions and got drunk again until the early morning of the 17th. It was precisely because of this loss of control that he made a second mistake, leaking the matter of 5 people's corpses to the gangster Joe DeBeo. You gasped at this time. He was very drunk on the 17th and slept until night. After he got up, he was in a daze for a long time. And then he hugged me and cried. Fong Tang stretched out his hand. Speak slowly. I've almost rested. And there aren't many viruses left in your body. Let's work harder. Xiang brought a second basin of water. Fong Tang continued to devour. And a Yueshu's voice came to his ears. On the night of the 17th. It was very late. I remember it was almost 11 o'clock. And he was ready to go out. He also gave me the fireworks and told me those things. And then go meet the man named Sunday. Fong Tang retracted his finger. Do you know where they agreed to meet? The second floor of Chunshui Bathing Beach. Dahai said he wanted to go there early, fearing that the man named Sun had bad intentions. I remember that it was until the early morning of the 18th. Almost 1 o'clock. And he even sent me a safe text message on his mobile phone. Fong Tang hummed. And Xiang hurried over and wiped the back of his neck with cold water. The white-haired corpse poison on Ayu's body had almost been swallowed up. Fong Tang finally asked, Did you know that he joined a pyramid-selling organization called the God of Wealth Society, which is called the Human Brain Mining Bitcoin? Ayu sat up. I know. But he must have gone there for other reasons. Fong Tang frowned. What do you mean? Ayu gritted her teeth. Because Dahai doesn't lack that thing at all. Before he left me 1,000 bitcoins. Fong Tang was shocked. 1,000 bitcoins. Are you sure? Ayu gasped. Sure. Of course I'm sure. I didn't understand what Bitcoin was before. But later he taught me step by step how to set up an electronic wallet and make a private key password. Those Bitcoins are the home he left for me. It's a fee. At this point, she was already crying. Although she has been locked up, she knows for sure that her lover will never come back. Fong Tang stood up and picked up the magazine on the ground. Who is Satoshi Fengmoto? The creator of virtual currency? Turning over the headlines of this magazine. The whole article is analyzing who is the creator of virtual currency, Satoshi Fengmoto. But the gaps in this report are filled with angry English comments. I am Satoshi Fengmoto. That's nonsense. Satoshi Fengmoto's name was used by those guys. What kind of garbage report is this? I published a research report at a cryptography group discussion in 2008. That report was the prototype of Bitcoin. They took my invention away. These bastards. I typed out the client code by code. The following is a complicated description of the principles of Bitcoin, correcting the errors in the magazine report bit by bit. The angry and unwilling words were written in pure English. Even though it was such an angry accusation, the grammar was still smooth and rigorous. The person who wrote these English sentences must have had learning and living experience in a native English environment, because of those complicated special terms and an overview of blockchain technology. It is absolutely impossible to write them proficiently without long-term study in an English environment. Fong Tang came over with the magazine. Yu. Did he write these? When did he write them? Yu glanced at it and shook his head. He doesn't know much English, so he often relies on translation software. These things should have been written in the magazine last year. Fong Tang suddenly realized. These words were written by my brother Wang Dahai. After changing his identity, Wang Xishan, who grew up in a lunatic asylum, naturally cannot write such proficient English grammar. Fong Tang packed up his backpack and looked at Xiang, who had finished packing. After leaving with Yu, go to a place called Chang'an Hotel and find a girl named Yunk. She will arrange for someone to take you away safely. Patting Xiang's back gently, take Yu back to the countryside. Never come to Magic City again. The money in this bag is enough for you to open a small shop. Remember? Don't use those bitcoins yet. Wait. After everything is over. Use it when needed. Otherwise it will be dangerous. Xiang hugged him tightly, tears falling one by one. Xianzhang, will we meet again in the future? Maybe? Fong Tang smiled lightly. Xiang raised her head, with tears rolling down her big eyes. Can you tell me your name? When I return to my hometown in the countryside, I will definitely set up a longevity plaque for you and pray for you every day. Fong Tang was silent for a long time and said softly, Just call me Mr. Tang. The sky is slightly bright. Fong Tang stood on the tallest department store in Pujin, watching Xiang and Yu leave the forbidden area safely, and then took out the kidnapping meteor fireworks. Facing due west, he lit the fireworks. Fireworks bloom and change in midair. If you look at the fireworks from the direction due west, if you have good eyesight, you will see a complete QR code. Yes, A QR code composed of fireworks patterns. Fong Tang now finally understood why the brothers Wang Donghai and Wang Xishan relied on fireworks to communicate. Not only because this is a childhood memory of the brothers, but also because this seemingly backward method of contact actually contains the most advanced information storage technology today. Who would have thought that they could use fireworks to make QR codes that store information? White. Master, you have successfully copied the QR code. This is a rare encrypted QR code. The capacity information exceeds 300 M. The capacity of the QR code is related to the size and color of the graphic. Among common-size QR code images, a single layer of black and white can only store tens of kilobytes of information, while a single layer of 24 colors can reach a capacity of about 2 megabytes. The most powerful one is the 256-color 3-layer Super QR code, which can theoretically even reach an abnormal capacity of hundreds of gigabytes. In vernacular terms, the so-called QR code is a matrix, which is a rectangle composed of small grids. The more small grids and colors per unit area, the more information can be stored. However, if you want to unlock the information inside, the device that scans the QR code must meet the conditions for identifying such high-density grids. Wang Donghai's brain is different. Only he can decipher the information in this pattern. This ensures safety and confidentiality. Again, the seemingly backward fireworks actually contain the most advanced information technology. Bai was trying to analyze the QR code. It's based on cryptography. The complex encryption of the hash algorithm takes a while. Master, now the first part has been solved. Bai's consciousness directly passed this text to Fong Tang's ontological consciousness. The first piece of declassified information was so horrifying. It contained the names of several people and terrifying notes. Smith, codenamed Satoshi Fengmoto, is the adoptive father of his eldest brother and the body holder. Sun Xiang, the holder of both feet. Kim Minzhong, the two-handed holder, and the successor Kim Jongyun. Zhang Shizu, renamed Du Laosan, is the holder of both eyes. Wang Donghai, my brother's brain. Chapter 321 Golden Meeting. Fong Tang left the department store and ran directly to Babao Old Street. The morning star appeared on the horizon, and the drizzle for many days finally stopped. His destination is the Great Emperor Bathing Center in Babao Old Street, the closest place to the Babao corpse case and the bombing of the task force. Bai's consciousness was currently carrying out 3 tasks at the same time. The first is to look for relevant information about Kim Jingyan. The second is to continue to decipher complex QR code information. Third, it is breaking through the limitations of surrounding micron particles and wildly expanding its invasion of 5G signal base stations. A huge floor plan appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. This is a magical scene. The 2 major matrices, with the Hongkou Telecom Center and Qingpu Netcom data as the core, are connected to 1,400 5G base stations throughout 1/3 of the city. Dots of light, as bright as stars. The commercialization of 5G should first gradually expand from large public units to civilian areas. However, the entrance of 5G in Magic City is an impressive all-in-one full coverage of the city. Fong Tang could clearly feel that the micron particles that controlled the scene in the forbidden area had become extremely weak. So Bai's tentacles could extend to the edge of the forbidden area and connect with the 5G signal in the air. It's like the phantom of a white woman is gracefully grabbing the signal links of those particle states in the air. This is a beautiful and moving scene. Bai, what's the signal of that red dot? Why did everyone leave the Magic City area? Fong Tang saw a red line representing the network signal, which went all the way north through the Magic City and arrived at a city on the northeast coast. Master, that is an industrial park in Yanshi, Shandong province. I need the signal there. Her consciousness was multi-purpose, explaining to Fong Tang the destination of the red intrusion route. Because the networks of China and South Korea are blocked by double firewalls, it is difficult to directly obtain South Korea's network information. But in Yanshi in 2009, once built a commercial data belt between the coastal industrial park and the Korean port. This data tape was used to test data on ferry transportation between the 2 places. Later, the cooperation was cancelled due to the THAAD incident. But the optical cable laid from the seabed has not been removed. I am using this optical cable to invade the Republic of Korea. SK, KT, and LG are the 3 major telecommunications providers. Fong Tang was amazed. This was the first time he saw with his own eyes how Bai invaded the real network. Of course, this kind of intrusion has limitations, is not omnipotent, and is also very dangerous. Because Bai's consciousness is defenseless against this kind of information intrusion. Even human-level viruses may harm her. Be careful. Don't be greedy. As long as you find the relevant information about Jin Jingyan and her father Jin Minzheng, withdraw immediately. Master, we have found relevant information and are analyzing and compiling it. Fong Tang looked up and looked ahead. In the area of Babao Old Street, next to a brightly lit and noisy night market, was the slightly quiet Emperor Bathing Center. Because of the explosion at Spring Bath, the area immediately adjacent to the bathing center was empty, and at this time you could still see debris, bricks and glass all over the floor. He quietly hid his figure and walked towards the west side of the bathing center. At least there were hidden sentries stationed here and there along the way, all of them plainclothes policemen. Fong Tang easily avoided these secret whistles, taking advantage of the darkness before dawn. He kicked his feet and nimbly climbed up the west wall, perfectly avoiding the surveillance angle of the camera. Fong Tang quickly reached the top. Although the name of the Great Emperor Bathing Center is vulgar, the decoration is standard palace style. Even though it is dilapidated now, the original, painstaking efforts can still be seen. The eaves hang high, and 9 dragons are carved under the eaves, which symbolizes the supreme wealth. In the middle, there is an offering of the 5 gods of wealth, and a golden toad swallowing and spitting. No wonder people say that domestic nightclubs are the most thoughtful in architectural design, far surpassing the designs of some high-end real estate developers, because they are willing to spend money, regardless of cost. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to hold down a beautifully carved faucet and retracted into the corridor on the top floor of the bathing center. This is the longest and most luxurious corridor in the entire Minhang district, which can be used as a runway. The Great Emperor Bathing Center has been closed for several days, especially after the explosion. The simulated famous paintings hanging in the corridor were shattered all over the floor. In the long corridor, the entertainment room, decorated as an independent private room on the east side, all has locked doors. But it can be observed that there are 2 to 3 security guards left on each floor of the building. At this time, the security guards on the lower floor were all asleep. But the security guards in the corridor gathered in the room at the east end, closed the curtains, turned on the KTV system, and were drinking and having fun, making it extremely noisy. Master, do you want to see the information about the Great Emperor's Bathing Center? Fong Tang had already made some speculation. There are 4 gangs and 3 societies. Among them is the Golden Society, according to Du Xiongmo from the Lunatic Asylum. That is the gang that is in the spotlight now. Is this bathing center related to them? Yes. But Master, you can't guess who is behind this bathing center. It's really shocking. Bai Du was shocked. But Fong Tang immediately thought, it couldn't be Secretary Sun Xiang. Right. Ha. You really hit the mark right away. The main power of the Golden Club is concentrated in Minhang's largest nightclub Bath Center flagship store. Secretary Sun was operating secretly and used a multi-party investment model to create a lot of confusion. Even if the trace was traced to the end, he would not be traced. But any operation will leave clues. Faced with Bai's powerful computing power, these clues come together, and Secretary Sun has nothing to hide. Master, Secretary Sun has worked very hard for this Great Emperor nightclub. Judging from the police dispatch records I obtained, he personally leads a team to inspect this place almost every 2 months. Well, he pretends to be a showman and leads a team to clean this place in a strict attack mode, so that people will not suspect that he is the boss behind the scenes. But come to think of it, every time he supervises, is this place prepared in advance? Yes. In the hundreds of inspections of the Great Emperor's Bathing Center, there have been basically no major incidents. Occasionally, there are minor problems such as drunkenness and making trouble, gatherings for gambling, cases of bad behavior, etc. But they are dealt with strictly and investigated. This place will never be shaken. Foundation. Well, when Wang Xishan left Pujin at 11 o'clock in the evening on the 17th and arrived at Chunshui Bathing Beach in advance, Secretary Sun was already waiting for him in his own territory. The place they agreed to meet was on the 2nd floor of the spring water bath opposite. Fong Tang had already entered a private room on the east side. He opened the window and looked at the empty and chaotic ruins opposite. Sun Xiang took great pains for this meeting and took the risk of choosing a place near his own territory. So, Master, he has made arrangements in advance in his own territory. Do you think he will use the men of the Golden Society to deal with Wang Xishan? No. Fong Tang sighed. He will not lie to others about this matter. Moreover, Wang Xishan is too naive. Facing a ruthless character like Sun Xiang, he is like a defenseless little sheep. Bai disagreed. Actually, that's because Wang Xishan knows that his blood contains corpse insect poison. So he is confident. Fong Tang stood on this high point and constructed a model-like crime scene at the original location of the spring water bath. Standing here, you can clearly observe the situation on the second floor of Chun Shui Baths. Bye. Can you list Secretary Sun's activities from 20 p.m. on the 17th to 1 a.m. on the 18th? Okay. But first, Master, you have to read the information about Jin Jingyan. It's really unexpected. Things are getting more and more interesting. The information that Bai searched, analyzed, and compiled unfolded before Fong Tang's eyes. He perked up and looked carefully. He couldn't help but be horrified. It's so nonsense. It's actually related to this legendary figure from 600 years ago? Chapter 322 The Secret of the Five Corpses. If it weren't for the resourceful Master Wang, it would be impossible for an old-school organization trapped in Pujin to have anything to do with Jin Jingyan. This time, Changbai Club invited Jin Jingyan to meet in Shanghai, ostensibly for the organization's business expansion and money laundering matters. There are more than 16 underground casinos controlled by the Changbai Society, with daily turnover of tens of millions. But most of the money cannot be used under China's strict bank monitoring. All accounts of the Changbai Society can be said to be in a dangerous state. Originally, the Wang brothers could use their own technology to convert the money into Bitcoin and then launder it through transactions on the dark web. But Fong Tang can infer that this method will definitely not be accepted by the organization because the market for virtual currencies, such as Bitcoin, is very unstable. Maybe the high price of Bitcoin the day before could reach 1,10,000. But in a blink of an eye, it will fall down to only a few thousand yuan. If you are not careful, Changbai Club may lose everything. So they need more direct ways to launder money. In this case, the increasingly large online casinos become the best way. Master Wang said that Jin Jingyan's family was one of the 6 major organizations that controlled overseas online casinos, which naturally attracted the attention of the Changbai Club. Master, among the 6 major organizations that control overseas online casinos, there are no records of Koreans at all. It can be inferred that Jin Jingyan's identity is not an investor in online casinos at all. Master Wang is solely responsible for all negotiations and contacts with Jin Jingyan. Wang Xishan deliberately found this excuse to bring Jin Jingyan to China. Bai's inference is not impeccable, because the online casino industry is not necessarily monopolized by the so-called 6 major organizations. However, the information decrypted by using his powerful ability has verified this fact bit by bit. The background of the Kim father and daughter is really not simple. Let's start with her father, Kim Min-young. According to the top-secret information from the Blue House National Intelligence Service, Kim Min-jong, who has passed away long ago, was not only closely related to the Kim Dae-jung government in 1998, but was also a senior cadre of Gwangju's 7-star faction. In addition, Kim Min-jong's official identity turned out to be sole senior professor of the Department of History at Yue University. Fong Tang looked at Jin Minjin's glorious resume. In the 1980s, a guy named Jin Taitsuan used the remnants of the Gwangju riots in South Korea to form the 7 Stars Gang. In the early 1990s, the 7 Stars moved to Busan and established a base camp. Today, Korean gangs commonly use knives, and weapons such as baseball bats were all promoted from the Jintai village era. Kim Min-young is Kim Tae-chun's nephew. When the Kim Dae-jung government came to power, the 7 Star sect suffered a major blow. But Kim Min-young transformed into a special government economic advisor. Bai compiled and encrypted information for Fong Tang. Kim Min-jong, as a professor of the history department of Yue University, formed the Korea Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Trade during the Asian financial crisis in the 1990s, mainly to provide policy advice to the government. It was under Kim Min-jong's advice that South Korea successfully emerged from the Asian financial crisis and ushered in 5 years of rapid development. Inside Changhwa-dae, Kim Min-young at that time had a well-known nickname Devil's Hands, because it was him who used his hands to drag the country out of the quagmire of crisis little by little. Beck, what's the end of Kim Min-young? Unfortunately, with the fall of Kim Dae-jung's government, the corruption of the president's 3 sons was exposed. Kim Dae-jung, South Korea's highest-rated president, lost his life at the end of the year, and Kim Min-young was also secretly liquidated, leaving only one daughter, Kim Jingyan, Devil's Ghost Hand. Fong Tang pondered. Didn't the QR code information say Jin Min-jung, the holder of both hands, and the successor is Jin Jingyan? What kind of hands did you inherit? Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Analyze Jin Jingyan's detailed information and look for abnormalities. There is nothing unusual about Jin Jingyan's information. But her father Jin Mingjing's research direction is the history of the early Ming dynasty. He has visited China many times for research. 20 years ago, he organized a large-scale exchange meeting on the history of the Ming dynasty between China and South Korea. Jinling, Kunshan and other places published a paper on the influence of the Jiangnan landlord class on the rebel army in the late Yuan dynasty. At that time, pull out the paper and let me take a look. A paper written in Chinese, Korean and English appeared. Fong Tang directly read Jin Mingjing's original text, which was the Korean discussion. After all, the translated English and Chinese texts are not the author's native language, which may cause ambiguity. I read the paper very quickly, and there is nothing strange about it. The only thing is that the character, Shen Wansan, is repeatedly mentioned in the paper. The richest man in the Ming dynasty. The tomb of Shen Wansan. Although Jin Mingjing's paper was cleverly concealed, it was obvious that the purpose of his inspection in China was to find Shen Wansan's grave. Master! Bai's consciousness suddenly became excited at this moment. I have always reserved some computing power to analyze the corpse insect poison that Wang Xishan was infected with. Now I have analyzed it, and the results obtained seem to be able to contact Shen Wansan. Where is the cemetery? Open it and see. Master, the white-haired corpse poison is actually a strange corpse insect. Do you still remember what Ji Bingwang said about the so-called bacteria on the immortals? Remember? This white-haired corpse worm is a similar fungus. It has terrifying power and should be used to protect corpses in tombs. After analysis, I can confirm that this corpse worm has survived for more than 600 years. 600 years. Yes, Master. 600 years ago. It was the era of Shen Wansan at the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. Relevant clues have been gathered together, connected and hidden, and there are layers of fog. But when these fogs were cleared up bit by bit, the results turned out to be so amazing and weird. The virus in the Dahika pond 20 years ago. Shen Wansan's tomb corpse worm? So, the brain in the QR code clue could be. Fong Tang's eyes widened, and an idea that was almost absurd but so true emerged. Bye. Concentrate all your computing power to unlock the remaining information of the QR code. I have already thought of the meaning of the so-called 5 corpse parts. When Fong Tang left the private room and quietly came to the room at the east end of the corridor, Bai finally unlocked the remaining QR code information. Pictures and a lot of text popped up in front of Fong Tang's eyes instantly. The authenticity of Shen Wansan's tomb is doubtful. Is the stolen underwater tomb the real burial place of Shen Wansan, the richest man in the Ming dynasty? A discussion on the legend of Shen Wansan, the god of wealth. 5 underwater cemeteries illustrated. Much of it is a jumbled patchwork of scraps from old newspapers and archaeology magazines. Many of them belong to the category of folklore and have no historical basis. But it's like a thread runs through these materials. Fong Tang saw the end. The last layer of information contained in the QR code is even more shocking. This is a conclusion that Wang Xishan obtained through relevant data. Shen Wansan is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. After death, his body is divided into 5 places for burial. If the brain, eyes, hands, feet and body of the god of wealth can be gathered together, a god can be resurrected. And if you can control the god of wealth, all the wealth in the world can be in your pocket. Chapter 323 The Richest Man in Ming Dynasty. Shen Wansan, the richest man in the Ming Dynasty, is worthy of the title of the reincarnation of the god of wealth. There are endless legends about him. According to historical records, Shen Wansan made his fortune in the late Yuan dynasty and rapidly accumulated primitive wealth through overseas trade. Later, based in Suzhou, he quickly became the richest man with a huge amount of capital and land all over the world. At that time, Shoujuan was turned into a town from a village, which was actually attributed to Shen Wansan. It is recorded in Yunjiaguan Jitan of the Ming dynasty. Shen was a Haijia, traveling among the rich and powerful in Hui, Qi, Ning, Tai, and Chang, doing trade and making millions of gold. So he showed his wealth. In the 3rd year of Zhiji of the Yuan dynasty, 1323, the imperial court announced that it would listen to maritime trade and collect taxes, and completely open up private overseas trade. It was at this time that the maritime merchant Shen Wansan came up with the folk legend about the treasure basin. Legend has it that the Dragon King of the 7 Seas appeared and gave Shen a cornucopia, which can gather thousands of treasures and make unlimited copies. At that time, children in the south of the Yangtze River even sang a proverb. There was a man named Shen Wansan in Zhouzhuang. His family had a mountain of money. The Dragon King gave him a pot of treasure, which made him rich and prosperous for eternity. You see, I am still rich and prosperous for tens of thousands of years. This sentence alone offended those in power. Although Shen Wansan was a wealthy man with a cornucopia of treasures, he was on the wrong team in a challenge game at the end of the Yuan dynasty. At that time, Shen Wansan, who moved his family to Zhouzhuang in the south of the Yangtze River, naturally became politically speculative when he saw the heroes vying for hegemony in the late Yuan dynasty. Just imagine that during the Warring States period, 7 kingdoms were competing for hegemony. As a businessman, Liu Buwei accurately placed a huge bet on Prince Qin. In the end, he became the prime minister, was granted the title of Marquis of Wenqin, and fed 100,000 households. He was even called Second Father. Even Sima Qian's historical records were dedicated to Liu Buwei's biography. What an honor! Shen Wansan wanted to be the second Liu Buwei, so he chose Zhang Shicheng, who was the strongest and most emperor-like in Jiangnan at that time. Later, when Zhu Yuanzhang besieged Suzhou, Zhang Shicheng was able to hold on to the city for 8 months because of Shen Wansan's support. What happens next is very sad. In the deer challenging game at the end of the Yuan dynasty, the player Zhu Yuanzhang finally won. After Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne as empress, Shen Wansan knew that he had offended this powerful emperor, so he took the initiative to build the Nanjing City Wall to ease relations. At that time, the total length of the Nanjing City Wall was 37,140 meters, or more than 37 kilometers. Zhu Yuanzhang's city building plan, involving brickmaking alone, involved many departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Industry, 3 hospitals, 5 provinces, 28 prefectures, 118 counties, and 3 towns. Shen Wansan was responsible for 1/3 of the entire project. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's stringent requirements, Shen Wansan completed it on his own and in accordance with the requirements. Not only was it completed, the quality and exquisiteness of the wall it built far exceeded that of the official one. Zhu Yuanzhang had nothing to say at this time, but Shen Wansan was so confused that he proposed to reward the officers and soldiers who built the city. Rewarding the soldiers is the emperor's business. What do you mean, Shen Wansan? Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and immediately wanted to chop off Shen Wansan's head. Fortunately, with the persuasion of Empress Ma and the ministers, Shen Wansan escaped death and was sent to Yunnan. Finally, Shen Wansan died of illness in Yunnan. So the question becomes, where are Shen Wansan's remains and his cornucopia buried? There are currently 3 opinions. The first one is buried in Jiaoding Mountain in Dali, Yunnan. The second theory is that he was buried in Zhouzhuang, Kunshan, Jiangnan. There is a tomb of Shen Wansan there. The peculiarity of this tomb is that it is hidden under the water. Perhaps Shen Wansan felt that he was wronged and had no face to face his father. This resentment could not be shared with others, so it meant that he was buried in the water after death, isolated from the world, and hinted to the world that his soul was like clear water, flawless. The third statement is the most peculiar and weird. It is said that Shen Wansan witnessed Zhu Yuanzhang's cruelty with his own eyes, and was afraid that he would be liquidated after his death. So he spent a huge amount of money, and carefully selected 5 tombs based on his hometown. His body was divided into 5 parts, based on the 9 paths of the God of Wealth, based on the 5 gods of wealth and Taoist legends, and scattered in 5 locations: southwest, northeast, southeast, northwest, and the center. And the legendary cornucopia was also broken into pieces, and buried with the 5 body parts of Shen Wansan, hidden in these 5 tombs respectively. Fong Tang looked at the collected information and suddenly realized. Wang Xishan said that by gathering the brain, eyes, hands, feet and body of the God of Wealth, the God can be resurrected. This is actually a hint that it is not the God of Wealth who is resurrected, but the God of Wealth, the legendary cornucopia. The 5 pieces of the cornucopia correspond to the 5 parts of the corpse. Call up the satellite map of Xingzhuang Dehiku. A satellite map appears. Can you find the original map data from 20 years ago? No problem. In fact, there will be almost no impact on the terrain and geology in 20 years. Well, you take Dehiku as the center. Follow the direction of the God of Wealth on Daomenjiu Road. Follow the directions of southwest, northeast, southeast and northwest. Determine the other 4 locations, and then search for the news and information about the robbed tomb in these 4 places. Related information. Bai's consciousness immediately started to work. In the private room at the east end of the Great Emperor Bathing Center, the loud music and noise continued. These guys from the Golden Club seemed to have let themselves go after their boss Sun Xiang died. They were singing and drinking while smashing a safe. With a bang, the chandelier shattered. In the darkness, Fong Tang walked in like a ghost, punching and kicking. The nerve isolation technique, similar to acupuncture, finally came into play. When a wall lamp turned on again, the 6 people in the room were swaying around, all trembling, unable to move. Fong Tang sat down leisurely. Which one of you is the leader? 5 of them subconsciously looked at the tall and thin man on the right. Fong Tang knocked the 5 of them unconscious with his hand, then lifted the tall and thin man up. The 5 elements pin fell down and touched his ear. The tall and thin man could not speak, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Do you want to live? Fong Tang smiled. The tall and thin man had a stiff neck and blinked repeatedly. Fong Tang raised his index finger and struck the second joint of his spine. The tall and thin man gasped, trembling and covering his ears, and his eyes rolled. With a scoff, the 5 elements pen popped out, piercing his left hand and nailing it directly to the wooden floor. Ding dong! The knife in the tall and thin man's hand fell down. Fong Tang shook his head. It seems you don't want to live? No. I was wrong. Brother. I was really wrong. The tall and thin man screamed, tears and runny nose coming out together. Fong Tang said coldly, I'll give you another chance. The tall and thin man was in convulsions with pain. It hurts me so much. You always raise your hands. Raise your hands. Fong Tang took out the pencil, wiped it clean on his shirt, and put his hand on his head. The one who can't die is just a hole in his hand. Let me ask you, where is your boss's secret room? The tall and thin man was extremely panicked at this time, but he shook his head desperately. I really don't know. How can a little pawn like me know the secret of the boss? Fong Tang lifted his fingers from his head and smiled faintly. When Xiuqiang, a golden horse, is known as Brother Chan on the road. The tall and thin man's eyes widened, and he was speechless. Fong Tang put a little pencil in his hand, passed it between his eyebrows, pulled it out easily, and kicked him towards the 5 unconscious guys. He has already used the combat program from his sister, and his strength is even more exquisitely controlled. When Xiuqiang's body carried majestic force, but he hit the 5 people delicately. In an instant, all 6 people's spines were broken, and they died on the spot. If you are playing tricks in front of me, who else will die if you don't die? Just the memories that were devoured just now. The unscrupulous evil things these 6 guys did. It's not enough to shoot them hundreds of times. Fong Tang put away his pencil, clapped his hands, and looked at the safe that was as tall as one person. The safe is fixed into the wall and covered with a huge landscape painting. He closed his eyes and unfolded the memory he got from Wen Xiuqiang, snorted, and slapped the door of the safe with his palm. The door of the safe was simply twisted. Fong Tang slapped continuously. When the huge force from top to bottom is exquisitely concentrated on a certain supporting point of the safe, the entire 3-layer metal cabinet cannot bear it, and the whole cabinet is deformed. The door of the safe was already bulging, and Fong Tang kicked it up with one last kick. The door burst open with a bang. There was nothing inside. But inside the cabinet that was 1 person high, there was a small door leading inwards on the side connected to the wall. After breaking open the small door, he walked into a secret room built between the inner wall of the room and the outer wall of the building. The complex carvings on the eaves of the outer wall of the Great Emperor Bathing Center, especially the 9 giant dragons, protrude more than 3 meters along the inner wall. It is this hidden 3-meter space that creates the beauty hidden in the dragon sculpture. Inner sanctum. Fong Tang walked in, and the putrid smell hit his face. When the lights came on, he looked silently at the man in gray who had been dead for a long time, and the Puxian female body that was still beside him. Jin Jingyan. Chapter 324, Peeling Off the Cocoon. The man in gray has been dead for a long time, but his body showed no signs of decay. Instead, Jin Jingyan's body was highly decomposed, and the closed chamber was filled with an indescribable corpse odor. Fong Tang did not check the body immediately. Instead, he came out first, found a few plastic bags, put them on his hands and feet, then came in again and looked at the opposite side of the secret room. There was a raincoat hanging on the wall, an ordinary plastic raincoat with blood all over it. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he saw the dry white hairs on the blood spots on the raincoat. Under the raincoat is a chair that has not yet been installed. Next to the chair is a small freezer, which is still powered on. Fong Tang walked over and saw a cylindrical container filled with aqueous solution in the freezer. And inside the container was a complete human brain. The temperature of the smart freezer is set not low temperature, but maintained at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. In addition to the brain, the container also contains organ lavage fluid maintained at about 2 degrees Celsius, mainly low potassium glucose solution, with a lavage pressure index of 160 milliliters. This low-temperature lavage fluid can ensure the integrity and freshness of human organs within 72 hours. Contrary to what everyone thinks, sub-zero temperatures cannot be used for preservation of transplanted organs. In this way, the organs and tissues will be frozen into crystal shape. Fong Tang turned around and came back to check on the body of the man in gray. "Sorry, master. His brain tissue has been completely necrotic and cannot absorb any data." Although the internal organs were necrotic, the appearance of the corpse looked like it had just died. You could even hear sounds when fingers were tapping the corpse's arms. "We made a mistake last time. The 7 needle holes on the elbow joint of the man in gray were not caused by drug abuse, but were injected with a large dose of potential activating drugs." "Master, are you talking about the kind of medicine that is combined with nanoparticle glue?" "Yes. You see, he has been dead for at least 24 hours, but his body has not decomposed and his muscles have stiffened. But it is not rigor mortis. The dose is too high, and even if the person dies, the fake version of the nanoparticle glue will still work." Fong Tang opened up the dirty gray fur-colored coat on the corpse, revealing the sweater underneath. Then he pulled open the obviously ill-fitting sweater, revealing a light gray prison uniform. There is also a number written on the upper right side of the prison uniform. "Prison 4. Number 65. Below the number is the word Wujiacheng Prison in white. Fong Tang let out a breath and looked at the corpse's short yellow hair and skinny bags under his eyes. "I didn't expect it to be him." Zhou Debao, nicknamed Xiaobao, is an unemployed vagrant with a gambling habit. He is a poor guy imprisoned in Yangpu Wujiacheng Prison on charges of violent crime. "He came out of prison in a hurry." Song Wenlan said that she obtained a confession from Wujiacheng Prison on the 18th when she was on the way to Shanghai. In other words, on the morning of the 18th, Zhou Debao was still in prison. But on the afternoon of the 18th, he appeared at the scene of the female body in Puzhen and snatched the body away. No wonder the clothes on his body are so dirty and torn. They were picked up. He didn't even have time to change into his prison uniform. Bai has sorted out Zhou Debao's information for Fong Tang. This is a fake file. Strictly speaking, Zhou Debao is not a vagrant. Instead, he has a long list of career experiences: personal trainer, private fitness coach, male model, young master, male sauna technician, aromatherapy masseur, male student escort. These careers sound quite glamorous, but in fact they are just dud jobs. Zhou Debao is not handsome, but he keeps fit all the year round and has a smooth tongue. He is quite good in this industry, but he cannot change his habit of gambling. After he once stole 2 million yuan from a female client's card and lost all of it in gambling, he was severely punished. From then on, he couldn't even survive in the dut business and became an idle gambler. Anyone who gets involved in gambling will be completely ruined. Fong Tang couldn't help but feel deeply. "Bye. Things are getting more and more interesting. Wang Xishan didn't just make an appointment with Secretary Sun. He also made an appointment with Jin Jingyan. Yes, Secretary Sun inherited the feet of the god of wealth, and Jin Jingyan inherited the hands. It seems that Wang Xishan wants to gather the 5 of them." Fong Tang thought for a while. Wang Xishan also worked hard. He rented a house in the big shantytown in Puzhen and arranged for Jin Jingyan to meet in the big shantytown. Unfortunately, Wang Xishan can no longer go. Then master, was Jin Jingyan also killed by Secretary Sun? No. If it were Sun Xiang, he would definitely bring the body back to the secret room. There is no way it would be left in the shantytown. Detailed scenes of the 2 cases seem to have appeared before Fong Tang's eyes. At this time, Bai also listed the traces of Secretary Sun's actions from the 17th to the 18th. From the evening of the 17th to the early morning of the 18th. It happened to be the escape incident of Ji Bingwang. At that time, the police in half of the city were in intense action, and there were too many traces to follow. Bai. The time of Jin Jingyan's death was around 3 o'clock in the morning. At that time, Secretary Sun appeared on the command vehicle for night operations, so it was definitely not him who killed Jin Jingyan. Fong Tang walked towards the last strange thing in the secret room, the chair that had not yet been installed. With a bang, there was a burst of high-pressure gas in the base of the chair, and another cloud of white mist sprayed out from the side of the chair handle. Fong Tang held his breath. Although with his current physical attributes, this anesthetic is no longer dangerous. Looking at this chair that is commonly used in mahjong rooms, Fong Tang smiled lightly. Now we know the cause of Wang Xishan's death. What a thoughtful mechanism. He walked out of the secret room, took out a mobile phone from the dead gangster, opened it, put it in the safe, and then left quietly. When we returned to Bai Maoling Lunatic Asylum and entered the West District, it was already dark. The ward rounds in the West District were also early. Fong Tang quickly found the closed ward where Song Wenlan now lived. After entering, he saw Chu Jioga sitting there leisurely eating breakfast. Thank you for your hard work. This trip must be fruitful. Chu Jioga smiled. Song Wenlan was fixed to the bed by a belt. The situation was a bit strange. She blinked and said, Chu Jioga, you bastard. Can you let me go now? Chu Jioga wiped his mouth gracefully, stood up and loosened his belt. Song Wenlan sat up with a gloomy face, and both of them looked at Fong Tang. Don't worry yet, Fong Tang asked. There were fireworks in the east not long ago. Did the person from the hospital come out to watch the fireworks? Song Wenlan's eyes lit up. Did you release it? Patient number 1 didn't come out, but the nurse on duty took a video. Patient number 1 must have seen it now. I don't know what happened. Fong Tang nodded. We need to update the timeline first. In the early morning of the 17th, Zhou Debao came out of the underground casino and heard the secret revealed by Wang Xishan, and was then imprisoned in Wujiacheng prison. He was sent to prison so quickly without going through the regular detention and conviction process. Secretary Sun was behind the scenes. At about 1 a.m. on the 18th, Wang Xishan and Secretary Sun met at Chunshui Bathing Beach. Wang Xishan was killed after being forced to confess. The safe text message you received may have been sent by the murderer Sun Xiang. At about 3 a.m. on the 18th, in the shanty town of Pu Town, Kim Jingyan was strangled to death by murderer number 2. There is a question here. Why didn't the murderer directly chop off Jin Jingyan's hand? Fong Tang speculated that it was because the second murderer could not determine which part of Jin Jingyan's body was the inheritance of the god of wealth. At about 1600 hours on the 18th, Zhou Debao, who came out of Wujiacheng prison, sneaked into the crime scene in the shanty town after injecting a large dose of drugs. His mission was to take away the body and return it to the secret room of the Great Emperor Bathing Center. But at this time, the forensic doctor and the police arrived. Zhou Debao is hidden in the refrigerator. Recalling the situation at that time, when Kai Lin and Ouyang Chan left for some reason, and only the forensic doctor was left at the scene, the murderer Zhou Debao suddenly appeared, killed the forensic doctor, and took away the body. At 16:10 on the 18th, Zhou Debao met the second murderer, who rushed back to the scene outside the model's secret room, and a fight broke out. The female corpse's hands were cut off. It should be noted here that at this time, the number 2 murderer already knew that Jin Jingyan's inheritance, as the god of wealth, is both hands. What happened in the intervening hours, and how the second murderer was identified is the key to finding this bastard. At 16:15 p.m. on the 18th, the Pujian female body was taken away by Zhou Debao. The updated timeline is quite complete. Fong Tang turned around. What did you two discover? Chapter 325 Reed Corpse. What did you two discover? Song Wenlan coughed. I found out a lot of information about patient number 1. But most of it cannot be verified as true or false. What is certain is that he was really locked up underground when Beimeiling Hospital was first established. Moreover, only Chong Beihai has come to visit him in these years. Because of the Beimeiling incident 20 years ago, Chong Beihai always wanted to find out the case. This may be the reason why he came to visit patient number 1. Song Wenlan added. Patient number 1 Wang Xishan's habit of setting off fireworks started in 2010. Before that, he rarely left the basement. Fong Tang interrupted her. Have you been to the basement? Song Wenlan shook his head. No chance. But according to other patients' descriptions, the basement is what we saw on the isolation gown. A strange place connected to the sewer. Then do you know how to get down? Song Wenlan nodded. An old madman named Du Shengmo knows the route down. Usually only Wang Xishan's full-time caregiver is willing to go down to deliver medicine and things. What else? Song Wenlan pursed her lips and smiled. Don't underestimate me. I also found the diagnosis records and visit records of patient number 1 Wang Xishan in these years. The complete record was taken with Chu Jioga's mobile phone. Fong Tang quickly swiped his phone and finished reading it immediately. He put down his phone and walked to the window blocked by steel bars. He was silent for a long time before turning around. Shujio, what did you gain there? Chu Jioga said calmly. The gains are not small. I found out the investors behind Beimeiling Hospital. One of them is an anonymous fund from the United States. And that fund is the largest shareholder of the hospital, occupying 70% of the hospital shares. The largest shareholder behind the private Beimeiling lunatic asylum is actually an American fund. Fong Tang smiled. I guess the investment in this fund will happen 10 years later. Right. Chu Jioga's eyes were bright. Yes. I didn't spend those millions of dollars in vain. I also got the information of the investors at the beginning of the construction of Beimeiling. That is, the earliest investors. Fong Tang waved his hand. I have already guessed who it is. Information from the Qianbai Society. Decrypted data from the QR code. And on-site information from the Great Emperor Bathing Center. Fong Tang listed all these clues. The three of them thought in silence. After a while, Chu Jioga touched his chin. Tang, are you what I thought? Fong Tang nodded. It should be him. But we don't have any evidence. The evidence is not important. And we haven't really solved the case. Song Wenlon frowned. What riddles are you two playing? Both men were smiling mysteriously. Fong Tang rubbed his hands. The whole case has become clear. The next step is to meet Wang Donghai in the basement of the hospital. But before meeting him, I have to make a phone call. He picked up Chu Jioga's mobile phone. Chu Jioga stretched and patted Song Wenlon, who was in a daze. Let's go and get to work. What are you doing? Song Wenlon raised her eyebrows. What are you making trouble about? Of course we go to the basement of patient number 1. At this time, we have to protect Wang Donghai. If his brain cannot be saved, the enemy will successfully obtain all 5 components. Fong Tang held the phone and smiled. No, there are still 2 eyes. Thinking of something, he called Chu Jioga again. Go and check that medicine. I believe it is not the so-called imported medicine. Check where the hospital got it from. The tablets in the medicine bottle did not contain much copycat nanoparticle glue. Du Xixiao took 1 bottle instantly to activate his potential, and Zhou Debao directly injected a large dose. But if you trace this pill, you may find unexpected surprises. Chu Jioga nodded, pulled Song Wenlon and left. Song Wenlon struggled. Hey, Fong Tang, who are you going to call? To the 4th Criminal Police Team. Fong Tang dialed the number. It's time to clear up our grievances. Do you want to be a wanted criminal for the rest of your life? White reeds swayed in the cold wind. Under the Liuli Bridge in Dongzhen, a corpse lay on its back. The 2 terrible holes on the chest were like a pair of eyes, and the flesh and blood were blurred. The scene was already full of police officers, and the on-site forensic team was wearing white coats and walking back and forth in the cordoned-off area. Chong Beihai smoked heavily. His lips were dry and cracked, and his face was covered with weather. Wang Haiyan was nearby, wiping away tears as she directed the police to search the surrounding reeds. However, Hong Dehai's face was dull, as if he had cried and his eyes were swollen. Chong Beihai threw down the cigarette butt, and the on-site forensic team protested from behind. Team Chong, please don't pollute the scene. Please pick up the cigarette butt. I'm sorry. Chong Beihai bent down to pick up the cigarette butt and slowly rubbed it in his hands. He called Wang Haiyan and Hong Dehai. I order you to go back to sleep now. Execute it immediately. Wang Haiyan shook her head, and Hong Dehai was excited. There are only 3 of us left in the 4th team. I will never go home until this case is solved. But in just a few days, on the 18th, it was still the 4th Criminal Police Team gathered by the 8 immortals. Now Kai Linlin is missing. Fong Tang is wanted. Ouyang Chan died tragically. Lao Huang committed suicide. And Duan Shufeng is lying in the emergency room of the hospital. Things in the world are unpredictable, and the joys and sorrows of life are like thunder and storms, coming without any reason. Hong Dehai licked his lips. Captain Chong, I still think Fong Tang and Director Song are innocent. It doesn't make sense from their motives. Moreover, Fong Tang saved us. Chong Beihai lit another cigarette. Everything must be based on evidence. The forensic doctor came over. Team Chong, preliminary identification shows that the time of death was 4 to 6 hours ago. There was a gunshot wound to the chest of the deceased, but it was not the cause of death. The deceased suffered a heavy blow to the head and died from intracranial hemorrhage. But strangely, we found some metal-like particles near the gunshot wound on the deceased's chest. These particles had to be brought back to the laboratory for examination. Chong Beihai took the forensic medical examiner's preliminary report. Huh? There are violent tattoos on the deceased's face, with the Chinese characters for and? Wang Haiyan on the side exclaimed. This is the method of the Qianbai Society. Those who owe debts to the underground casinos have their faces tattooed. There are traces of paint on the hair of the deceased. Green paint. This is also the usual method of the Qianbai Society. Chong Beihai shook his head. 4 hours ago, Qianbai Club was taken over by the whole family. But Duan Shufeng clenched his fists and said, Du Saner, the boss of the Changbai Club, is not in the tea room. He must be the murderer. Chang Beihai said nothing, and Duan Xingfeng's phone vibrated while he was still excited. He answered, and his excited expression suddenly froze. What did you say? Are you sure? Putting down his cell phone, Duan Shufeng stroked his stubble on his beard and said, Damn. Team Chang. Another report was made. This time the body is in the small park in the central square of the old concession in the south. He said, pulling his beard hard. The identity of the deceased in the small park has been confirmed. It is Du Saner. The situation at the scene is not clear yet. It seems that his eyes were gouged out. The suspected murderer just now became the next corpse in the blink of an eye. Chapter 326 Telephone. The wind blew the reeds, and everyone in the field stood in desolation. Everyone felt the cold. Not because of the wind, but because of the increasingly weird cases. Duan, you go with Haiyan. After the on-site forensics, Du Saner's body will be taken away immediately. This time we have set up a task force at the headquarters of the 4th team, and everyone from the forensic laboratory has already rushed there. Wang Haiyan and Duan Shufeng left in a hurry. When Chang Beihai led the task force and on-site forensics team and took the Reed corpse back to the small building of the 4th team's headquarters, the identity information of the corpse had been sorted out. The victim of the Reed corpse is named Jiang Dongshin, whose stage name is Mike. He is a producer at Mengshao Company and a part-time talent scout. Along with this information, there is also information from the plastic surgery department of Modu International Hospital. The deceased Mike had gone to the plastic surgery department for consultation before the accident. According to the photos taken at the scene and the plastic surgery consultant's confession, the deceased's chest was. The young man who reported to Chang Beihai had a weird face. The deceased also had a pair of eyes on his chest. Foot. The members of the newly formed task force all paid attention, with expressions of horror on their faces. Chang Beihai frowned. Are you sure? Team Chang. It's true. We have interviewed at least 10 witnesses, and all of them can prove that the deceased really had a pair of legs growing on his chest. The whole hospital was shocked at that time, but the deceased couldn't stand the crowd and ran away. The chief medical examiner of the task force knocked on the table. Come here. Now we know that the legs on the chest of the Reed monster were removed, and the murderer shot the deceased in the chest to cover up. List all the on-site physical evidence collected, and then start from the bullet holes and trajectories. Chang Beihai immediately ordered. The members of the temporarily formed task force frowned, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The Babao corpse case and the Pujan female corpse case have not yet been solved. And now there is another corpse with organs removed. This is a rare perverted serial murderer in the country. Everyone. The Reed monster is the 3rd victim. And we now have the 4th. Chang Beihai drank strong coffee. The 4th corpse, Du Laosan, is in the small park in the old concession. His eyes were gouged out. The body will be sent to him immediately. Come on. The 4 cases are now merged together. Let's. Before he could finish speaking, the external liaison phone on the table rang loudly. Chang Beihai picked up the phone and stiffened after hearing just one sentence. His eyes widened, and he gestured to the technical team sitting to the east. Track the location of the phone. The technical team jumped into action, and the phone tracking software was turned on. A technician raised 5 fingers and gestured. It can be tracked in 5 minutes. Chang Beihai immediately covered the phone receiver. Why did it take so long? Team Chang. The signal-based stations in our area have been seriously affected recently. The telecommunications department is still investigating. It seems to be related to electromagnetic particles in the air. But the situation is much better now. We can use 3 base stations to locate together, and then lock the other party's position. Chang Beihai took a deep breath, cooperated with the technical team, and suddenly pressed the hands-free button. Fong Tang, how did you know this phone number? Team Chang, how long will it take for the tracking software to find me? Fong Tang's voice came slowly. People all around sighed. What a cunning guy. Chang Beihai snorted. For a wanted murderer, I have no need to answer this question. The criminal psychologist on the task force scratched his head and shook his head at Chang Beihai, signaling him not to anger Fong Tang. Fong Tang's laughter came from the phone. Just kidding. Don't worry. I won't hang up. Why are you calling? Are you ready to surrender? Chang Beihai was angry. Fong Tang's voice was calm. No. I am preparing to report to you. What are you reporting? What a joke. You are no longer a detective. I want to report to you the investigation process of the Babao corpse case. Huh. Chong Beihai really laughed out loud this time. It's interesting that you, the first suspect, actually want to report the case of Babao's dismembered corpse. Please tell me. I'd like to see it. The technical team continues to lock in the signal. Chong Beihai continued to delay. Fong Tang, are you unable to continue editing? Everyone heard a strange sound. Fong Tang seemed to be eating. Sorry, I'm having breakfast. Have you eaten? I don't have much appetite today. Chong Beihai shook his coffee cup. Team Chong, for the sake of health, don't drink too much strong coffee on an empty stomach, Fong Tang said with a smile. Everyone in the field stood up. Colleagues in the second technical team were even more shocked. Can Fong Tang see this? What is the situation where the task force is located? Only Chong Beihai remained calm. Did you hear the sound of me drinking coffee just now? You were drinking Blue Mountain coffee, and you were holding a cartoon cup with Peppa Pig on it. You were too busy and took the wrong cup. It seems to be Sister Haiyan's cup. The people from the second technical team frantically checked all the equipment with cameras on site. A team of elite special police officers, who were ready to go outside the headquarters of the fourth team, also began to dispatch, looking for possible observation points in the surrounding high-rise buildings. Chong Beihai pressed the tone button on the phone and looked at everyone. Don't mess around. Fong Tang is not using conventional technology. Don't waste time troubleshooting. It's useless. He took a deep breath and turned on the call button. Fong Tang, I tell you seriously now, from the bottom of my heart, I never believe you are the murderer. If you can produce evidence to prove your innocence now, I will be very happy. Happy! Criminal psychology experts all gave thumbs up, indicating that this sentence is very high level. Fong Tang still said in a calm tone. The murderer of the Babao corpse case is Sun Xiang. Secretary Sun, Chong Beihai said coldly. The crime scene has been destroyed, and your testimony is meaningless. It's meaningless. And you blame it on a dead old comrade? I'm so disappointed. Fong Tang chuckled. On the evening of the 17th, the Bingran Group warehouse exploded. All streets from Minhang to Putuo were blocked. Almost all police forces were used at that time. At 10:27 in the night, Secretary Sun Xiang left the office he was responsible for. Patrol area. At 10:38, he entered his office. Fong Tang's voice was so clear that the entire task force was silent. At 10:40, Secretary Sun's driver left the office building. In fact, it was not his driver, but him. Let's check the driver who took leave for several days. He is probably either dead or hiding. At 10:55, Secretary Sun Xiang came to the Great Emperor Bathing Center on Babao Old Street, which is his hometown of the Golden Club. He stood upstairs observing the second floor of Chunshui Bathing Beach opposite, waiting for the victim to appear. At this time, in the mahjong room on the second floor of the bathhouse, a special chair has been placed in advance. The internal structure of the chair is a gas compression device used for slaughtering livestock. It can rely on high pressure to eject iron bars and instantly penetrate the body of any living thing. Body! In addition, there is a fog trap on the chair. Now, our victim appears, absent-minded and hungover. He sits on a chair. The anesthetic mist sprays out, and he passes out. Secretary Sun Xiang then enters the crime scene, wakes up the victim and begins interrogation. At around 1 a.m., Secretary Sun Xiang used the victim's mobile phone to send a safe text message, and then activated the kill switch of the chair. The victim was crushed by the pressure device, but his head was perfectly preserved. Secretary Sun Xiang took out the brain, put it in a special container, and returned to the secret room in the Great Emperor's bath. Hurry back to his office. Everyone listened quietly until now, when Chong Beihai suddenly interrupted. Since Secretary Sun killed someone and hid his brain, why did he dare to return to the office building in a big way? Captain Chong, Fong Tang sighed. You seem to have forgotten that the network and signals in the entire Magic City were suspended for a period of time. Of course, this was not something that Secretary Sun Xiang could do. He was just unexpectedly lucky. Took advantage of this chaotic moment to sneak back into the office and continue to maintain his alibi. Chong Beihai fell silent, and then asked, What you said, where is the evidence? On the way! The phone hung up. The technical team also jumped up excitedly at this time. The location of the phone has been locked. It is at the Great Emperor Bathing Center. Only then did they realize that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the field. The members of the task force were all confused at this time. On the way? What does Fong Tang mean by this last sentence? In the unusual silence, footsteps were heard outside, and a special police officer came in to report. There is a courier package for Captain Chong outside. It's a city courier. It's from a person named Fong Tang. It's been checked for security. The package is not a bomb, and there is no danger. Chong Beihai grabbed his hair. Bring it in. The big cardboard box was brought in, and everyone held their breath. But Chong Beihai smiled bitterly. If you open this box, and it is full of evidence of Secretary Sun's murder, then our task force will be really a big joke. Chapter 327 Flying Apart. The wanted poster may actually have become a joke. The task force formed twice was even more disgraced and deeply affected. Chong Beihai reported directly to the top brass of the police department and expressed his willingness to take all responsibility for his incompetence. High-level instructions came quickly. First, this was the police department's mistake, not the task force's. Second, never forget your mission, which is to solve the case and give an explanation to the people. It is not about who is more responsible. That is an internal issue. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, as long as you can catch the murderer and bring him to justice. That's the greatest victory. Third, the headquarters will help you bear all the pressure of public opinion. So don't be discouraged. Fourth, immediately remove Fong Tang from being wanted and invite him back responsibly. The newly formed task force felt warm in their hearts when they saw these 4 instructions. But the frustration still cannot be eliminated. Fong Tang, even though he was wanted, he solved the case of Babao's dismembered body in less than 48 hours by one person. Not only that, they also sorted out all the evidence and sent it to the task force. How can I say this? In the big cardboard box sent by Fong Tang, the evidence was clear. Among them are the receipts and transaction data of Sun Xiang and Secretary Sun using false identities to purchase high-pressure gas equipment from different places, as well as the account and shareholder information of the Great Emperor Bathing Center, the ins and outs of the Gold Society organization, and the relationship between Secretary Sun and Du Laosan. Relationship, and evidence of his role as the protective umbrella of the Changbai Society. A lot of the evidence was sorted out, printed and bound into a book like a complete crime manual for Secretary Sun. The most direct evidence comes from the Emperor's Bathing Center, which has just been completely sealed off. In that secret room, the fingerprints and biometrics of the murderer Sun Xiang were everywhere, and the blood stains on the raincoat had been proven to be the DNA of the victim of the Babao dismemberment case. The brain in the freezer, the female corpse in Pujin, and the man in gray. The case is very clear. Then comes even greater good news. Team Chong. During the special operation against the Changbai Society last night, didn't the Baishan Yishuxiang tea room accidentally collapse? Now we can confirm that it was the work of the Jinhui Society. That is, the 6 criminals from the Great Emperor's Bathing Center did it. Chong Beihai hummed. The subordinate continued to report. We found 7 corpses in the private room outside the secret room of the bathing center. 6 of them were the backbone of the Golden Society headed by Wen Shuqiang, and 1 was Du Sixiao, the top thug of Du Laos and of the Changbai Society. Chong Beihai raised his head. What do the on-site forensic team think? Based on the situation at the scene, it can be inferred that Secretary Sunday, after the murderer Sun Xiang died, the Golden Society may have thought that the bomb was made by the Changbai Society. So they carried out revenge. They used the special operation last night to secretly attack Baishan Yishuxiang. Explosives were planted under the tea house, killing most of the Changbai club members. The underground of the Changbai tea house has been cleared out. Not only did a large amount of explosion residue appear inside, but even the walls, tables, and chairs were melted by the high temperature. Only large-yield explosives can accomplish that kind of situation. Chong Beihai looked at the report coming from his mobile phone and nodded. Only Du Sixiao from the Changbai Society escaped. So he found the home of the Golden Society. But can he kill 6 people by himself? The subordinate lowered his voice. The forensic doctor said that 4th Master Du had taken neurostimulant drugs, and it was a lethal dose. He used the drugs to develop superhuman strength. All 6 members of the Golden Society suffered severe spinal injuries and died tragically on the spot. Chong Beihai put down his mobile phone, picked up the large screen pad, and carefully looked at the high-definition pictures and videos coming from the scene. He rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. This report is logically impeccable, and various on-site physical evidence also proves the scene of the fight between the 2 gangs. But Chong Beihai's reasoning deep down was completely opposite. Fong Tang first killed the 6-man group from the Golden Society. And then brought in the long-dead 4th Master Du and carefully arranged the scene. The mobile phone in the secret room at the scene was left by Fong Tang. He had known for a long time that we would track the phone. So the scene was arranged perfectly. and he had calculated all the possibilities. Regardless of whether this reasoning was correct or not, he was not going to say it out loud. Chong Beihai took out a pen and signed the document sent about the merger of the Changbai Club and the Huangwang Club, circulated to the task force, and closed the case as soon as possible. In the name of the leader of the task force, I suggest that the police department's Public Control Center Director Zhang, together with Section Chief Liu of the General Administration's External Publicity Department, immediately announce the case to the public to appease the public. The merger case between the Changbai Club and the Huangwang Club ended. The files on the Babao dismemberment case were merged, and Chong Beihai notified Hong Dehai and Wan Haiyan, who were still in the old concession park, to return to the team immediately. Then he received the latest call from the top brass of the police department. This is a separate instruction. Beihai, you choose a few people to form an elite team to investigate the spring bath bombing case alone. Chong Beihai pondered. Does the police department want to reverse the case? Beihai, we are not overturning the case, but reinvestigating. We are not trying to protect Song Wenlan, but we think there may be problems in targeting Song Wenlan as the main culprit in the Chun Shui bathing bombing case. Chong Beihai was silent. He understood the rank and status of the person who called him. With this person's status, he will not express his position easily without grasping certain clues. Now the top police officials are obviously trying to protect Song Wenlan, he said solemnly. Don't worry. I will definitely. A gentle laughter came from the phone. This has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with the task force. Before hanging up the phone, Chong Beihai heard a clear and sweet laughter, which was very familiar. If you heard me right, that is Alice's laughter? Fong Tang is no longer suspected. There is doubt about the Chun Shui bathing bombing case, and Song Wenlan's arrest warrant has also been cancelled. Chong Beihai poured another cup of strong coffee, rubbed his head, and sat on the chair. Two people walked over gently. Chong Beihai looked up. Those who came were members of the Supervision Section and the Discipline Inspection Commission of the General Administration. Beihai. The two of them sat down, as if they had something to hide. We all know each other so well. Let's just say, is it Lao Huang or Duan Shengfeng? Chong Beihai looked calm. Lao Huang is a member of the Lao Qin gang. He may be Sun Xiang's confidant in the 4th team. Chong Bai will not be defeated in these years. I'm afraid. You may not know that in a cell fallen to the murderer Du Xiao, a person with only our identity system can only be entered by insiders. So the matter is very serious. Lao Zhang from the Internal Affairs Inspection Section lit up his cigarette and took a deep breath of smoke. Duan Shengfeng is fine, but the dead Ouyang Chong is a big problem. It was his report of physical evidence that locked Fong Tang's suspicion. Now Fong Tang has proved he is innocent. That Ouyang Chong, Chong Beihai said coldly. Lao Huang and a Chong are both dead. The two people on the opposite side raised their heads together. In accordance with the principles of organizational discipline, we only conduct internal investigations and will not disclose them to the public. Chong Beihai's lips trembled. They both have families. Can they keep their pension? The two stood up and gently patted Chong Beihai on the shoulder. We will consider your request, but it is impossible to approve their meritorious service applications. Chong Beihai watched the two people leave with a complicated and painful look in his eyes. He turned around and took out a bank card and handed it to Hong Dehai, who came back in a hurry. Ah Chiang and Lao Huang's funeral affairs were handled in a grand manner. The money in the card is what I have saved over the years. It should be enough. Let's take care of it. After this is done, you go to the hospital to look at Xiao Duan and hand the information in hand to other comrades in the task force. Hong Dehai's eyes were red. At this time, I can't leave the front line. And I can't leave you and become a deserter. Chong Beihai was equivalent to giving Hong Dehai a long vacation and directly transferred him from the task force. Chong Beihai looked at him deeply. Your daughter is already 3 years old. Just for the sake of the child, go ahead. After Hong Dehai left, Chong Beihai made several more phone calls, and then handed a document to Wang Haiyan, who was tired of work. Yanzi, after working as a criminal police officer for so long, it's time to move on. The police academy has been asking me recommend a teacher with practical experience. I think you are quite suitable. Wang Haiyan bit her lip, tears rolling down her face. Captain Chong, what are you? The salary of a police academy teacher is much higher than that of a criminal police officer, and the benefits are better. There are also many handsome students, all of whom are young talents. Chong Beihai chuckled, but turned his head and his voice became hoarse. On this rare sunny day in early winter, the 4 teams that once forgot about life and death and fought on the front line of Min Da-hwan's criminal investigation were disbanded like Lao Yin, who was separated. But Chong Beihai had no time to feel sad. In the lobby on the first floor of the 4th Team headquarters, footsteps became noisy. A young member of the task force rushed in with excitement on his face. The suspect in the Du Laosan case in the old concession has been caught. Chong Beihai perked up. Bring him to trial immediately. There are 2 suspects who killed Du Laosan. They were in an unmarried and cohabiting relationship. The man's name is Xiao Lantian, and the woman's name is Liang Xiaohong. These 2 were the last people Du Laosan saw before his death. Chapter 328 The Final Battle. Xiao Lantian, a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds, sat in the interrogation room sweating profusely with a look of panic on his face. Liang Xiaohong is an old woman in her 40s who wears heavy makeup. The powder on her face is all stained from crying. It is definitely not like pear blossoms bringing rain, but more like an old pomegranate that has exploded and filled with mud soup. Chong Beihai immediately fell silent after seeing these 2 guys. Although no case can be judged based on subjective feelings, he denied it almost immediately. They can't be Jigsaw killers. The title, Jigsaw Killer, has just been circulated among the task force. The regular team should be interrogated separately to prevent them from colluding in confessions. Someone suggested. It is a routine operation to interrogate suspects separately. But Chong Beihai said solemnly, the 2 of them may be eyewitnesses and witnesses, not the murderer we are looking for. Let's put them together first. Observe them, and then separate them. As if to confirm Chong Beihai's words. As soon as the 2 female police officers in charge of recording walked in, both people in the interrogation room were recruited. Comrade policeman, I'm wrong. I'm really wronged. I didn't kill anyone. I really didn't kill anyone. Xiao Lantian cried so hard that he started sobbing. I just wanted to trick the old man into giving him some money so I could invest in the business. At this time, Liang Xiaohong was even more courageous. The police comrades will not wrongly accuse us. Let me say first, this matter was my idea. The 2 police women couldn't laugh or cry. Quiet. Quiet. The interrogation hasn't started yet. We are responsible for recording. Chong Beihai pushed open the door and walked in. After sitting down, he signaled to turn off the bright light. As soon as the headlights shining on the 2 people's faces were turned off, they saw the police officer in front of them. And for a while they cried and cried about their injustice. Chong Beihai knocked on the table. Quiet! He picked up the file, opened it, took out the photo of Du Laosan's body, and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Xiao Lantian closed his eyes with an ouch, and was so frightened that he couldn't even take a look. Liang Xiaohong stretched out his neck, but squinted his eyes, peeking through the cracks in his eyes. Why did you 2 ask Du Laosan to meet in the small park? Xiao Lantian wiped his nose with his sleeve. It's not the place we made an appointment. It's where the old man said he wanted to meet. Liang Xiaohong interjected. The old man is a tea house owner and wants to help his granddaughter find a way to enter the entertainment industry. I know a few directors and so on. So I thought I could help him and earn some agency fees by the way. With a bang, Chong Beihai slapped the table. Liang Xiaohong, have you been asked to speak? Take it away. The female police officer from the task force came in and took Liang Xiaohong away. Obviously, Xiao Lantian is mentally more fragile and better able to open gaps. Seeing the strong woman being dragged away like a chicken, Xiao Lantian's whole body softened. Comrade police, I said. Chong Beihai interrupted him with a smile. You just said that you want to defraud Du Laosan of his money. Ha ha. Do you know who he is? He is the boss of the underworld organization in Pujin. You 2 are really fighting for money. Dead. Xiao Lantian's eyes widened. The interrogation ended quickly. Chong Beihai walked out, and the recorder had already compiled Xiao Lantian's confession. Chong Beihai immediately held a temporary meeting of the task force. For photos of the deceased were posted on the whiteboard. Xiao Lantian and Liang Xiaohong just wanted to cheat money. Both of them were members of the God of Wealth Association. After joining the MLM organization, they invested tens of millions. They got it through deception. Even their own friends. Someone asked, didn't the victim of the Babao Corpse case also get involved in the God of Wealth Club? This is an important connection. Chong Beihai nodded. An old criminal detective with the most seniority in the task force interjected. Actually, there is one more doubtful point in the case of Babao's mutilated corpse. That trace of blood. Just as he said this, the phone on the table rang again. The expressions of everyone on the task force changed. Could it be that person? Chong Beihai immediately pressed the hands-free button. Sure enough, it was Fong Tang's voice that came. In the 8 Treasures corpse case, the 3 bloody words written by Fong Ben Song were not written by the deceased, because the deceased's body was already shattered at that time. Those 3 bloody words were left by Jigsaw Killer. He knew very well that the victim was left-handed, so even the blood letter was left on the left-hand side. Chong Beihai smiled bitterly. Fong Tang, you are welcome to join the task force. Fong Tang chuckled. The regular team has finished interrogating Xiao Latian. I'm afraid he can't explain why Du Lao San is willing to meet and choose to meet in the park of the old concession. Chong Beihai chuckled. What do you know? Tell me quickly. Do you want us to beg you? I didn't mean that. In fact, Du Lao San did a background check on Zhao Latian and Liang Xiaohong. Don't forget that he has a powerful identity investigation system. It was because he knew that those 2 idiots were members of the God of Wealth Association. That's why we went to meet him. Chong Beihai's eyes flashed. What does the small park in the center of the old concession have to do with the God of Wealth Association? Many secret meetings of the God of Wealth Association were held in the park. Chong Beihai gasped. You mean? Du Lao San originally wanted to restrain the 2 of them, and then find the home of the God of Wealth Society. That's right. Du Lao San is trying to get into his trap, and wants to get into the God of Wealth Association. Chong Beihai pondered. Fong Tang's voice then came. Zhao Latian and Liang Xiaohong met Du Lao San on the night of the special operation. But Du Lao San did not act according to the original plan. I inferred that he got more important information before he was about to take action. Information? Someone wants to see him. Du Lao San got more valuable information about the God of Wealth Society that night. So he didn't bother to deal with those 2 idiots. He just waited for another person in the old concession park. And that person was the Jigsaw Killer. Chong Beihai interrupted Fong Tang. What evidence is there? Fong Tang replied in a deep voice. You can check the witnesses near the small park. I can conclude that Du Lao San waited in the park all night until early this morning. Moreover, you will definitely not find Du Lao San's mobile phone at the scene. But I still intercepted a call record of Du Lao San. After the sizzling sound, a call recording appeared. Du Lao San. Who are you? How did you know this number? Mysterious man. You are eyes. And you have a body in the God of Wealth Association. Cooperate with me, and I will take you into the God of Wealth Association. Du Lao San's rapid breathing came. You? Who are you? Mysterious man. Huh. Do you want to find Smith? Du Lao San's voice rose. Du Xingmo. Is it you? I knew it was you. You old bastard. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my life, I would have killed you long ago. What's the matter? No, you're going to be a lunatic for your retirement. And you're going to mess with me again? Mysterious man. Well, although Du Xingmo knows a lot, he is not a tomb robber. The 4 of you back then. Only you and Smith are still alive now. Remember? Wait for me. Be patient. You don't want to. Can you collect that treasure? The call recording ends. This is an inexplicable recording, and it is impossible to tell whether it was synthesized or not. Chong Beihai immediately waved to the technical team. Fong Tang sighed on the phone. I can't find any clues in the audio. I tried. The people in the task force were silent. Fong Tang? Chong Beihai frowned and typed on the phone. Are you still there? Fong Tang's phone number also hung up. Completely untraceable this time. Chong Beihai stood up, rubbed his scalp, and walked outside. As the morning breeze blew, he stood in the empty yard and whispered, Fong Tang, I know you can see me and hear me. Now, I want to talk alone. In the yard, on the street, and on the opposite floor, a total of 12 cameras rotated and were pointed at Chong Beihai. His phone vibrated. Chong Beihai answered. Fong Tang? It's me. Both fell silent, although the time that passed was not long. There were so many things that happened during this period that were too complicated, and the 2 of them actually felt that things were different. Fong Tang, the 4th team has been disbanded. I know. You are a good leader. Really. Fong Tang, stop saying these words. I now understand that this case cannot be solved by the task force. It has gone beyond the scope of reality. Fong Tang said nothing. Chong Beihai sighed softly. Tell me something I don't know. Team Chong. The feet on the reed monster's body belonged to Secretary Sun Xiangsuan. Chong Beihai was shocked. What did you say? Team Regular. That reed monster is just a tool that was arranged. There is no way. For some special reason, Secretary Sun was killed by the explosion. So, we must get Sun Xiang's feet out and find someone to take them with him. Body to complete the scene where the 3rd corpse appears. Don't waste time investigating the background of deceased number 3 Mike. We have to start with deceased number 4. Du Lao-san. Chong Beihai was silent for a moment. The God of Wealth Club? Yes. I need you to continue to detain Zhao Latian and Liang Xiaohong, and then release them after I finish the work here. Chong Beihai raised his eyebrows. You have to get close to them, and then sneak into the God of Wealth Club. This was Du Laosan's plan. Yes. The God of Wealth Association is well organized. On weekdays, only small leaders are dispatched for meetings. But Zhao Latian and Liang Xiaohong will soon become the first-level agents of the God of Wealth Association. Through them, I have a way to get close to the top management of the God of Wealth Association. That's it. Just like an undercover operation. Once I determine the home base of the God of Wealth Society, you can organize people to attack Huanglong. All causes start from the God of Wealth Association, and all effects will end at the God of Wealth Association. This will be the last battle. The super big case plaguing the entire Magic City. Li Guang is right in front of him to solve the case. Chong Beihai still frowned. This plan is too dangerous. Also, where are you now? Fong Tang sighed. Oh, I'm in the sewer. It really stinks here. Chapter 329 Revenge Twins. The sewer system of Beimeiling Lunatic Asylum was originally built on the site of the pond in the original village. Go down the entrance behind the boiler room and go 2 meters underground before you find the path to the sewage pool. Even the people at the hospital don't know this route very well, because in recent years, except for patient number 1 Wang Xishan, only 2 people have been there. One is Wang Xishan's full-time nurse, and the most senior nurse in the hospital. The other one is the old lunatic Du Zhongmo, who is hiding something evil. The information of the old nurse, who had worked for nearly 20 years, appeared in front of Fong Tang. My name is Ah Feng. She is in her 40s, has a delicate face, and has no family. She works hard in the hospital, and has not taken a day off in 20 years. Moreover, he is mute. There is nothing peculiar about the information. But Fong Tang smiled. Bye. We are getting closer to the truth. Master, with Dahiku as the center, according to the direction of the God of Wealth on the Daomen 9 roads, and according to the directions of southwest, northeast, southeast, and northwest, we have determined that there were rumors of tomb robbing in 4 places 20 years ago. Jinling, Changzhou, Kunshan, Rudong, Minghu tomb on the outskirts of Jinling, Tianlang in northwest town. The 5 elements belong to water, corresponding to the human body. The water tomb in Liuqiu Lane, Kunshan, Guardsingway in the southeast. The 5 elements belong to wood, which corresponds to the eye of the human body. The 5 tombs that Shen once had arranged for himself in the past not only perfectly corresponded to the 5 elements, but also had feng shui signs guarding the tombs on all sides, which can be said to be careless. It's a pity that no matter how hard you try, you can't stop the tomb robbers. 5 tombs, connected together, coincide with Jean Ninjing's research route to China. Professor Jean seems to be robbing tombs and conducting research at the same time. Fong Tang sneered. After walking past the sewage pool, an iron door opened on the side of the pipe, and you can already see the cement hut deep inside. Along the way, let alone oxygen, there was not even a bit of fresh air. The concentration of rancid biogas may only require an open flame to burn. If it weren't for Fong Tang's physique, it would be unbearable for ordinary people. In the absolute darkness, Fong Tang's eyes were already glowing faintly. He looked up and saw Song Wenlan guarding the hut with his eyes closed and taking a deep breath, while Chu Jioga also looked calm. They are not afraid of smell? Fong Tang walked into the iron gate, and suddenly, fresh air hit his face. The breath of nature. It's like entering a dense jungle. He saw that the entire hut was surrounded by white mushrooms, both inside the house and on the partition wall leading to the sewer. The bright light is dim, and the water is gurgling. Taking another step, it seems that you have arrived at a paradise. The white mushrooms are as cleverly crafted as heavenly works of art. They are diverse and full of vitality, and some of them are even faintly fluorescent. A small spring formed by underground water flows through the hut, where the fluorescent light shines. Only an isolation gown with a filtering respirator is visible. Chu Jioga came over and said, It's interesting. It turns out that our patient number 1 lives in this paradise every day. The air here is much better than outside. No wonder Wang Xishan doesn't want to go out. No wonder Wang Donghai can spend a day here instead of his younger brother. Year. Fong Tang looked at the unique isolation gown. Song Wenlan shook his head gently. The nurse named a Fong asked for leave. This is the first time she has asked for leave in many years. So we have the opportunity to come down. The underground spring water here is the pond in the village of Dahiku 20 years ago. Fong Tang looked at the white-haired mushrooms and sighed softly. So that's it. Their brothers chose this place. And they must choose this place. Song Wenlan and Chu Jioga were both confused. What are you talking about? Fong Tang leaned over, carefully took out the 5 elements pin, and dipped it into the clear water. The 5 elements pin's water attribute ability was replenished, and the composition of the groundwater was instantly detected. Master, it contains 30% corpse insect poison and 70% underground spring water minerals. Fong Tang's pencil continued to swing. Suddenly, a big white fish emerged from under the water's eyes and bit into the pencil. Fong Tang directly lifted the big fish out. The scales all over the body of the white fish are covered with strange hairs, and the teeth are extremely sharp. The pencil turned, flinging the fish back into the spring. Song Wenlan and Chu Jioga were both stunned. What the hell is this? Piranha? No. This kind of fish was found by the Wong brothers in the pond. The local name is grass tiozi. It was originally a kind of grass carp that eats aquatic plant floats. The meat is delicious and has a slight earthy smell. But now, it has turned into a corpse insect fish. He looked at the two of them. Wang Donghai and Wang Shishan chose this place as a secret base. It seems that they are using the ground as a prison, but in fact it is for self-protection. These mushrooms and strange fish are their brothers' bodyguards. Chu Jioga suddenly realized. So no matter what time, one of their brothers will stay here. Fong Tang nodded. They know how terrifying the enemy they have to face is. This is also a helpless move. They must save one person and leave the spark of revenge. Song Wenlan frowned. Why revenge? Fong Tang sighed quietly. Because the 300 villagers in Dahiku were all killed by a gang of 4 tomb robbers. Song Wenlan shook his head repeatedly. This is wrong. You should know that in the Beimeiling incident 20 years ago, it was because the brothers caught a strange fish and ate it that they infected the plague, which ultimately led to the destruction of the village. Fong Tang said coldly. You are wrong. The plague is controllable. At least Wang Donghai, who had inherited the brain of the god of wealth, could solve the plague. Chang Beihai, who was still a small policeman, knew this. But the so-called 6-person expert team, they are American Smith's men. They have been blocking the news, watching the villagers die crazy. And the survivors were secretly killed one by one. For 20 years, the Wang brothers were sadly separated, and one of them was forced to recognize his thief as his father. With the magical power of the god of wealth, he invented virtual currency like a genius. But the other person can only be trapped in this white tomb, and his life is worse than death. Until 10 years ago, when Wang Donghai finally found an opportunity to escape back to China and found his younger brother, he bought the asylum as an American fund. After that, the two brothers took turns to exchange identities, go out to find their enemies, and plan revenge. Now, the place where Fong Tang and the other 3 are standing is the place where the two brothers caught the strange fish. It is also the place where the Beimeiling incident started. It is also a tomb under the pond that was built more than 600 years ago. Chu Jioga touched his chin. This pond at the mouth of Xingzhuang River is Shen Wansan's 5th tomb. The pond tomb at the mouth of Xingzhuang River is Jingshou Tuolyuo. The 5 elements belong to earth and correspond to the brain of the human body. The Wang brothers are different from the other 4 tomb robbers. Everything they did was for revenge, and to give an explanation to the 300 people in the village. But they are too naive. Too naive. Fong Tang looked inside the room. Where is Wang Donghai? We have been keeping watch. Since you didn't come, you didn't call him. He's still sleeping. Right under that big mushroom. Under the umbrella-like mushroom, there is a bamboo bed, with a person lying on his side, as if he is sleeping soundly. Fong Tang's eyes widened and he rushed over. He is not Wang Donghai. The man on the bamboo bed turned over, his eyes wide open, his breathing weak, and he was dying. Looking carefully, he was shocked to see that it was the old madman Du Shengmo. Chapter 330. The story of Du Shengmo. Du Shengmo was already dying. All his tissues and organs were necrotic. His heart almost stopped beating, and his brain showed signs of brain necrosis due to severe lack of oxygen. Fong Tang tried it, and found out that the memories swallowed up from this old madman's brain were all hallucinations. Through Du Shengmo's memory perspective, what he saw were colorful lines, like a gorgeous firework. In these hallucinations, there is also a terrifying face that appears repeatedly. It was a distorted face. If you look carefully, you can see that it is Wang Donghai's full-time caregiver. The mute off Fong. Master, Du Shengmo was injected with an extremely large dose of digitalis and lidocaine. Both of these drugs treat arrhythmia. Simply put, they are used to slow down your heart from beating too fast. However, these prescription drugs have strict dosage requirements. The result of super large dose injection is bradycardia. Eukamia ulmens has lost its heart, the engine of the body, and is unable to provide fresh blood to various organs. It can be said that it is waiting for death slowly and painfully. Song Wenlan and Chu Jioge were still searching for Wang Donghai in the house. But the house was small to begin with. And now it was covered with white mushrooms. There was no need to look for it. As Wang Donghai had disappeared, Song Wenlan was very ashamed. She and Chu Jioge had arrived a long time ago. But they never came in to check. Chu Jioge said slowly, "It's my fault. And Song originally wanted to check it out. But I think there are poisonous mushrooms everywhere here, and it's too dangerous. Besides, Wang Donghai has a special status. I just wanted to wait for you to come back." He was still laughing when he said this. "Besides, this game must be completed by yourself. Such an important NPC should be interrogated by you personally." Xiao Jiu's words made Fong Tang feel strange. He said softly, "It's okay. It's useless for you to check. Du Shengmo should have sneaked down at dawn. You shouldn't have checked at that time." To the exact location of this basement. Having said that, Song Wenlan was still very frustrated. Chu Jioge looked calm. "Do you think Wang Donghai did this?" Fong Tang shook his head. "It was that Mudofeng who did it." He looked at the situation in the house. Yu Zhengmo has been waiting since he sneaked down. Waiting for the mute Feng to appear. Look at the fragments of mushrooms beside the bed. They should be left on Du Zhengmo's feet. He sneaked up from behind, prepared to attack Feng. As a result, he was killed. Chu Jioge frowned. "We must find Wang Donghai," Fong Tang said sadly. "There is no need to look for him anymore. I guess his brain may have been taken out now." Chu Jioge shook his head. Jin Jingyan's hands, Sun Xiang's feet, Du Lasan's eyes, and now coupled with Wang Donghai's brain, the only remaining part of the real culprit behind the scenes is the body. Fong Tang didn't speak, and after a while, he said in a deep voice, "No. The first thing the murderer behind the scenes got was the body of the god of wealth." Chu Jioge's eyes flashed, as if he had some realization. Song Wenlan became upset at this time. "I didn't expect that the real culprit behind the scenes turned out to be an old nurse from the lunatic asylum." Chu Jioge snorted. "I think this mute Feng is just a pawn." At this time, Du Zhengmo's right thumb on the bed trembled. Only Fong Tang could see this small detail. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, reaching out to hold the pulse of Du Zhengmo's right hand. Fong Tang let out a breath. "It turns out that he often takes those super pills, so he can persist until now." "Shujio." Chu Jioge came over immediately, and took out a medicine bottle. "I knew you were carrying it," Fong Tang said meaningfully, holding the medicine bottle tightly and shaking it. Under the powerful power of 8.0 attribute, all the pills in the bottle were reduced to powder. Then use the water attribute function of the 5 elements pen to release pure fresh water. Mix the medicinal powder and pour it into Du Zhengmo's mouth, stimulated by a whole bottle of super pills. The half-dead Du Zhengmo suddenly sat up. His face was horribly red. He was breathing heavily, and his skinny body seemed to be swelling. Fong Tang stared at him, waiting for him to regain his energy and reach his peak, then stretched out his hand and prepared to devour it. At this time, Du Zhengmo spoke. 4 people. They are 4 people. Fong Tang took back his hand and signaled Song Wenlan and Chu Jioge to be quiet. Du Zhengmo sat on the bed, very excited. "Except for those people, I may be the only one who knows this secret. Du Sanner, if you let me know this secret and you don't dare to kill me, just send me away." I was imprisoned in this Lish place, but I didn't know that I endured the humiliation here and got close to the brain of the god of wealth. I also have a chance, and I can also find the cornucopia. Du Zhengmo had jumped out of bed, with veins on his dry arm showing, waving wildly. 4 people. The first is a Yankee. His name is Smith. He appears to be a primary school teacher in San Diego, California, but is actually an invisible billionaire-millionaire. This person took a photo of a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl from Zhang He's voyages to the west at a charity auction, and accidentally saw the legend about the cornucopia. According to Du Zhengmo's words, Bai's consciousness immediately searched the global database. There are more than tens of millions of people with the surname Smith in San Diego, California, but according to the keywords, elementary school teacher and hidden billionaire, one was quickly found. Master, he should be talking about Robert K. Smith. He comes from a family of educators. He appears to be a geography teacher at a primary school in San Diego. In fact, he is the founder of the private equity company EDC. He made a lot of money during the Wall Street stock market crash and later devoted himself to charity. In the 1980s, the Angel Bridge Organization was established, which is a branch of FCC, Families Adopting Chinese Children. K. Smith has been adopting Chinese orphans since the 1980s. At that time, China had not yet opened up foreign adoption laws. But for this billionaire, there were many ways. While listening to Du Xiongmo's words, Fong Tang gave an instruction. Search the entire internet for information on Chinese orphans adopted by Smith. Du Xiongmo was still talking. This Yankee is not a good guy. He is obsessed with our China's legendary national treasure cornucopia. But he is not the only one. That Korean stickman Jean Min-jung is even more cunning. This Korean professor named Jean actually said Shen Wanson has Korean ancestry. Huh? What nonsense? Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Mr. Du, who is the real leader of the four-person tomb robbing team? Du Xiongmo turned his neck stiffly. It's not these two foreigners, but this bastard Du Laosan. This traitor. Du Xiongmo sighed as he spoke. 20 years ago, in Chonburi County, Guangdong Province, a middle-aged Taoist priest named Zhang Shizu received the American rich man Smith and Korean professor Kim Min-young, who had traveled thousands of miles, in a dilapidated Taoist temple. Alas, it was on that day that the troubled and unknown Taoist priest Zhang Shizu found out that he was actually a descendant of Zhang Shicheng, the hero of the late Yuan dynasty. And the torn piece of paper passed down by his family from the 19th generation secretly concealed the identity of Shen Wansan, the god of wealth. The mysteries of the five tombs. The information by looked for appeared in front of Fong Tang. Zhong Wu, the fifth son of Zhang Shicheng, moved from Jian Prefecture in Jiangxi Province to Yincheng, Jiangnan in the third year of Han Wu in the Ming Dynasty. Zhong Wu died and had 4 sons. It was passed down to the 19th generation. Zhang Shicheng now exists in Chonburi, Guangdong clan. Zhang Shizu's grandfather was once the clan leader. Du Xiongmo jumped on the bed again and chuckled. In this way, a Taoist priest who was almost starving to death suddenly transformed into a consultant for Jean Min-jung's historical investigation team. Behind him, there was financial support from the Smith Consortium, and their tomb robbing operations became a reality. Here we go. Fong Tang frowned. There is also Sun Xiang, as the last member of the foursome. What role does he play? Du Xiongmo breathed heavily. That boy is just unlucky. Shen Wansan's tombs are all over the 4 counties in the south of the Yangtze River. Zhang Shizu Smith and the others had to find an internal agent to move easily. But Sun Xiang at that time was a small official from the Bureau of Culture and Broadcasting. It turns out that in the Cultural and Broadcasting Department that managed the Archaeological Institute in the 1990s, even though Sun Xiang was the lowest-ranking staff member, he still had enough resources to explore the tomb and take care of it secretly. The 4 of them had their own ulterior motives from the beginning, but they still cooperated very well with each other before successfully taking out all 5 treasures of the God of Wealth. Zhang Shizu. It was Du Sainer who later became very scheming, and felt that the other 2 they are all foreigners. Foreigners cannot be trusted, so they deliberately win over Sun Xiang. It turns out that the relationship between Du Laosan and Secretary Sun was established at that time. Du Xiongmo couldn't hold it anymore at this time, and lay on the bed again. His eyes began to dim. They successfully took out the first 4 relics of the God of Wealth. Zhang Shizu once told me that Shen Wansan's body was divided into 5 pieces, and each piece was there. There is a large vat wrapped with gold and jade. The vat is so magical that it breaks into pieces when touched. Once it is broken, a cloud of dust will penetrate into the body of the tomb robber. That is the inheritance of the God of Wealth. The fragments of the cornucopia. Cough. Cough. Jean Min-jung got the God of Wealth's hands. Sun Xiang's feet. The Yankee got the body. And Zhang Shizu. Du Sainer got the eyes. The 4 of them finally found the mouth of the Xingzhuang River. But I never expected that the last tomb under the pond would be opened in advance by 2 children. Chapter 331. Financial Destruction Action. 20 years ago, 2 brothers, Wang Donghai and Wang Xishan, touched a big fish with white hair under the water at the mouth of the Xingzhuang River. From this we entered the underwater tomb. So it was not the 2 innocent children who really opened the 5th tomb, but the crazy breeding grass carp. It was just an accident that Wang Donghai and his brothers discovered the tomb. But their experiences were completely different. The elder brother accidentally encountered the jar of gold and jade and obtained the brain of the God of Wealth. But the younger brother was infected by the zombie poison that guards his brain. After hearing what Fong Tang said, Song Wanlan interrupted. Why are there no white-haired corpse insects in the first 4 tombs? Only the place where the brain is hidden is there. Fong Tang pondered. The human brain is the most important part, and these white-haired corpse insects may only be controlled by the brain. He pointed to the mushrooms in the underground hut. You see? It was Wang Donghai who inherited the brain of the god of wealth that could stimulate these zombie mushrooms to grow so lushly. Master, not only Wang Donghai, but also Wang Xishan, the twin brother, also has the ability to partially control the white-haired corpse worm. Otherwise, Wang Xishan would have been infected and died 20 years ago. The 2 brothers who encountered the tomb didn't know anything about it. So they took the big fish back, and each of them ate half of it. Then his younger brother Wang Xishan was invaded by white-haired corpse insects and began to spread the plague in the village. Of course, my brother Wang Donghai was unscathed. At this time, the 4 tomb robbers appeared. They may have bribed local officials to seal off the entire village. American Smith sent his experts, and the blockade became a matter of course. I infer that the initial purpose of those 6 experts was to remove the brain from a living subject. They wanted to remove the brain from the infected Wang Xishan under the pretext of treatment. Song Wanlan couldn't help but interrupt. Ah, don't they know that the real successor of the brain is their brother? Fong Tang sneered. Of course I don't know. They initially targeted Wang Xishan. What happened next? Fong Tang thought. Chang Beihai was a young police officer at the time. I think the situation at that time was that his brother Wang Donghai found him. You should understand that for a child born in China, what is an expert? He may not care. But the police? That's absolutely unconditional trust. What happens after that doesn't matter. As a result, American Smith discovered the secret of Saishan's brain first and secretly took Wang Donghai away, followed by 6 experts. As soon as Smith escaped, the 4 tomb robbers completely started fighting among themselves. Zhang Shizu, also known as Du Laosan, was not alone at this time, but joined forces with Secretary Sunday. Under such circumstances, Jin Minjun could only run away in hatred. Chu Jioga smiled. So Du Laosan and Secretary Sun spent money to build the original by Maoling Lunatic Asylum and locked Wang Xishan in the basement. But what they didn't expect was that Wang Xishan was protected by the white-haired corpse insects underground. The 2 of them were helpless. Several people who received the inheritance of the god of wealth had their own experiences after separation. 10 years later, around 2010, Wang Donghai escaped from the tiger's mouth and returned to the Magic City. He took turns exchanging identities with his younger brother and began to investigate the matter. Today, the Fong case broke out. Fong Tang. Why did these people start killing each other until today? Fong Tang's lips curled up. Strictly speaking, their killing started on the night of the 17th. At that time, it was the time when I activated the Fong case game. It was the game designer Fong Bei who activated this massacre. Because Song Wanlan was so involved in this case, he seemed to have forgotten that he was in a challenge game. Now, the whole ins and outs of the Fong case have been sorted out. All the clues finally point to the owner of the body of the God of Wealth. American Smith. That is, the boss behind the God of Wealth Club. Song Wanlan was in high spirits. Find the God of Wealth Association. Catch Smith. And we will complete the game. Fong Tang said meaningfully. That's not necessarily true. Before leaving the underground secret room, Fong Tang used the isolation gown to make a bag and filled it with white-haired mushrooms. After returning to the west area of the lunatic asylum, I quickly received a call from Chang Beihai, asking if it was possible to start the direct attack on Huanglong operation. Fong Tang chatted with Chang Beihai for a long time and analyzed the possible situation of the entire follow-up action. The 2 agreed on a time. The operation codename is Breaking Money. Time. Tomorrow night. At this time, Bai had already sorted out the information on the Chinese orphans adopted by K. Smith. Since the 1980s, the last orphan Smith adopted was Wang Donghai, and the first one he adopted. It's Ah Fong. That mute Ah Fong was actually placed in the lunatic asylum by Smith. Humph. Aunt Song, how do you think Smith manipulated Wang Donghai? The role of mute Ah Fong in the lunatic asylum is very important. Song Wanlan's face was full of dissatisfaction. She was obviously very afraid of Chu Jioga because she dared not speak out in anger. Chu Jioga smiled faintly and ignored her. Tang, the batch of pills you asked me to check has some clues. As for me, I sent the pills to the garbage station in Putua and asked the guys there to analyze them for us. Guess what? That pill not only contains fake nanoparticles, but also contains human cerebral cortex components. Tracing the source of this batch of drugs in the hospital, it turned out that they were not imported drugs, but an underground pharmaceutical factory in the old concession square. Tang, you should know who controls that pharmaceutical factory now. Right? The God of Wealth Club. Fong Tang suddenly realized. He was thinking about something silently and suddenly stood up. Human brain mining. Turns out this is how it works. He stood up and walked out. The money-breaking operation must be carried out in advance. The God of Wealth Association is not just doing pyramid schemes. They are also doing more terrifying things. What's going on? The two of them chased after him. Fong Tang said coldly. They are building an army. South of the Forbidden Game area. Outside the park in the central square of the old concession. A man and a woman were fighting. Liang Xiaohong swung her nails, grabbing the fat man like a shrew, and his face was covered in blood. Zhao Latian stamped his feet. You are crazy. I'm not crazy. I just saw your face clearly. Why are you marrying me and loving me forever? You just want my money. Xiaohong. Hey. This is the street. If you need anything, we'll talk about it later. Go back. You have a very good idea. Let me tell you that all the investments in the God of Wealth Club are made with my account and identity. Now I am going to the meeting. You, get out. Zhao Latian was really panicked now. He ignored the pointing fingers of the people around him and knelt down with a plop. Hong, I'm here. Wasn't I scared to death at the police station? That's why I said those hurtful words. In your heart, now that we are all fine, just spare me. Liang Xiaohong waved and slapped him twice more. Zhao Lantian's eyes flashed fiercely, and he lowered his head deeply, but his mouth was still bombarded with sweet words. The two of them were crying and laughing, but after a while, Liang Xiaohong hummed and pulled Zhao Lantian up, and the two returned to the nearby rental house hand in hand. It's getting dark. Fong Tang and Song Wenlan returned to their original appearance and appeared outside the rental house. Now that the wanted order has been cancelled, Fong Tang even went back to get the windbreaker from the washing machine. Now, he was wearing a windbreaker, quietly listening to the movement in the room, and couldn't help frowning. Song Wenlan also heard the strange sound, and couldn't help but blush. They are still in the mood to do this, Fong Tang said coldly. If a man wants to win back an old woman's heart, this method is the most effective. As the saying goes, talk about love on the street and reason in bed. Song Wenlan took a sip, her white bones and nails flashing with cold light. These two shameless people will definitely not be spared. The rental house seemed to be quiet. Song Wenlan picked up the cash box and was about to break down the door and get in. Fong Tang held her back. Wait another 10 minutes. What are you waiting for? Fong Tang's eyes were dull. After Zhao Lantian kills Liang Xiaohong. Let's go in again! Chapter 332 Goddess. There was dead silence in the rental house. Liang Xiaohong was strangled on the bed with her tongue still hanging out. Zhao Lantian, who was only wearing a vest and shorts, was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Song Wenlan looked at the body on the bed and shook his head. How did you know he would kill this woman? Fong Tang was extremely indifferent. The two of them are less than 2 million short of becoming the first-level agent of the God of Wealth Association. Then, they have the authority to human brain mining. Zhao Latian knows very well that he can get at least 2 bits everyday coins. If you work a little harder, for won't be a problem. At the current high price of Bitcoin, for coins are worth more than 300,000 Chinese coins. If you invest tens of millions, you can get your money back within a month, and you will make steady profits in the future. No one can resist this temptation. Even if Liang Xiaohong doesn't fall out today, he will do it, because for him, it is impossible to share this wealth with others, let alone an old and ugly woman. Zhao Lantian raised his head, his hands trembling, and he seemed to be crying and laughing. I have lived with this ugly monster for 2 years. A full 2 years. Do you know how terrible these 2 years have been to me? Every day when I wake up, I see it's her pig face. He lowered his head. I can't do it without taking off my glasses. Go to bed. Song Wenlan looked down upon him. Zhao Lantian, aren't you an IT guy? You actually believe in human brain mining? Fong Tang sneered. It is precisely because he works in IT that he understands that the bitcoins of the God of Wealth Association are genuine. It is not mining at all, but transfer. Zhao Lantian was shocked and showed a crazy look. Yes, you really understand. You really understand this. They are transferring money directly from the world's largest Shadow Island Bitcoin bank. Understand? As long as you can become a first-level agent can make money just lying around. Zhao Lantian shouted. Idiots in China don't understand Bitcoin. This thing can be traded on the dark web. You can buy everything. You can get passports, arms, and even green cards from small countries. I kill people. What's wrong? As long as I make a fortune, I can immigrate directly, and no one can catch me. Song Wenlin frowned. Is the God of Wealth Club crazy or stupid? Directly transferring genuine bitcoins to these people. Isn't this considered a pyramid scheme? Well, it's not a pyramid scheme. What the God of Wealth wants is not money, but their brains. Fong Tang pulled the suitcase and opened it, revealing the thick banknotes inside. Zhao Lantian, have you sold all the garages and houses? You would rather live in a rental house and dream of making a fortune. Now I will provide this money and take me to the God of Wealth Club. He and Song Wenlin split up outside the park. Fong Tang followed the frightened Zhao Lantian into a small store with the words, Healthy Biology, on the wall. Here it is. Spend money to buy their pills. A bottle costs 20,000 yuan. The more you buy, the higher your level in the God of Wealth Club will be. Zhao Lantian whispered. Fong Tang bought 300 bottles, all of which were credited to Liang Xiaong's account. The account was immediately upgraded to a first-level agent of the God of Wealth Association. But these 300 bottles of medicine will not be given to you immediately. The person in charge of the small door smiled and said, The goods are all stored in the account name. As long as we have the production in place, we will ship it immediately. He held Fong Tang's hand tightly. Dear brother, there are few smart people and many fools in this world. Those fools don't know how great our organization is and how noble our mission is. You can't earn money with hard work in a lifetime. We just need to close our eyes and get some sleep. This one almost cheered. He then wrote an address. See you in. There will be a meeting tonight. After the meeting, you can take a bus to the Temple of Wealth to hold a higher level meeting. Congratulations. I still have 2 million left before I can go to the high level meeting. Leave this small gate and continue towards the small park in the old concession. It was already evening, and many people slowly gathered in the small square outside the park pavilion. With a burst of exciting music, the conference began. Representatives of the God of Wealth Association came up to speak one by one, and everyone was as excited as a chicken blood. Some even knelt down on the spot to thank the organization and burst into tears. Fong Tang looked at these people indifferently. Most of them are young people, from all walks of life. And there are also many middle-aged people. But there is no one over the age of 50. From the information scanned by, we can know that 70% of the people involved in the God of Wealth Society are highly educated. They are all people with healthy brains and normal IQs. The God of Wealth will contact them on the internet through some kind of screening mechanism, and then drain them of their money and make them fall deeper and deeper into trouble. The meeting ended quickly and a bus arrived. The person in charge of the conference stopped Zhao Lantian and Fong Tang at this time. Sorry, one account can only be upgraded to one agent. Your account is still in someone else's name. You two should discuss who is qualified. Zhao Lantian was breathing rapidly and anxiously watched those who had just upgraded get on the bus happily. If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to realize your dream again. He gritted his teeth secretly and kept rolling his eyes. At this time, he was filled with fear. Zhao Lantian reached out and touched the switchblade hidden in his pocket. Then he saw Fong Tang's eyes. Zhao Lantian felt like he was falling into an abyss and couldn't move. He could only watch Fong Tang get on the bus. Zhao Lantian covered his heart with difficulty and saw a scarlet thread that seemed to be like a spider's silk slowly piercing through. He wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. Then he climbed up the rockery in the park uncontrollably and jumped. The bus was renovated and decorated very luxuriously. There were only 5 people promoted to first-class agents this time. But there were 10 girls more beautiful than the flight attendants waiting for them in the bus. Each first-level agency is staffed by 2 girls. The car windows are optically treated so that you cannot see inside from the outside. This is what the God of Wealth Club wants to convey. By becoming a first-level agent, you can enjoy emperor-like enjoyment. But in fact, the 5 people in the car were not very interested, because they all spent tens of millions to get in. And people who can spend 10 million don't care about these girls at all. A mask was handed to him. After putting it on his face, nothing could be seen. The beautiful girl picked up the headphones and gently covered his ears. These are sound-isolating headphones. The car starts. People in the car can neither see the surrounding scenery nor hear any sound. And the car was deliberately circling around the park. Of course, these precautions were of no use to Fong Tang. The scarlet spider silk and white bone petals have recovered and are actively surrounding him. He can easily perceive everything around him. The bus finally left the small park and arrived at the southernmost part of the old concession, which was already the edge of the game-restricted area. Fong Tang saw a building that was old but still solid. During the Republic of China, this was the club of the Far East Yacht Association, and it was a public concession. The invaders at that time gathered their friends here to have fun. Later, the club turned into a church, and it also had a very Chinese name, Xian Qin Tang. The bus drove directly into the yard behind the old church. Attention, Eagle. The White Eagle has entered the target's lair. 15 suspicious targets were found around, all carrying large-caliber anti-personnel weapons. Fong Tang. The undercover operation codename is Baidiao. Chong Beihai. Commander codenamed Eagle. This is a rare large-scale urban combat operation that brings together the elite police force of the city. There is no room for failure. Fong Tang's information has been passed to the command center of the 14th small building. Chong Beihai raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's 2020 now. The money-breaking operation starts now. A report came from the intercom. A team has entered the underground pharmaceutical factory and is expected to take control of this place within 5 minutes. Please request instructions. The second team has taken control of the old concession park. Requesting instructions. Besiege but not attack. Avoid alerting the enemy. Chong Beihai pressed the intercom next to his ear. Attention all personnel. This operation is supported by the Special Operations Squadron of the Magic City Armed Police Corps. The Armed Police Brothers have already arrived from Yanshan Deepwater Port. The base has set off. Each action team should check their body armor and weapons before setting off. Chong Beihai took a deep breath. Remember, you must wait for my order, and you are not allowed to act without authorization under any circumstances. No matter what emergencies you have, we must first ensure the safety of the White Eagle. In the spacious hall of the church, in front of the candlelight and the icon, Fong Tang took off his mask. Someone had already exclaimed. They all looked at the woman standing on the pulpit. It's the goddess. I finally saw the goddess. The woman wears a golden robe, has a delicate face, is gentle and approachable. It was the mute Ah Fong. Chapter 333 Human Brain Mining. Candlelight is holy. Accompanied by accordion chants, Ah Fong stood on the pulpit, with a group of devout Gold Club agents standing behind him. These agents are all in suits and ties, and they all wear golden peaked caps on their heads. The goddess spread her arms. Welcome! The chanting slowly ended, and at the back of the church, the diamond pattern composed of roses began to change. Then the great screen and icon sculpture began to recede. From the church dome to the ground, a huge LCD screen slowly fell down. The LCD screen flickered, and more than 200 nodes appeared on it. Changing, jumping nodes. These dots began to gather, and then an account name R07 appeared in the center of the screen. When all the dots gathered under the account name, an Arabic numeral, 7, popped out. Congratulations to Agent R07 for winning the championship in this round of brain mining and harvesting 7 bitcoins. The new agents who joined were all shocked by this scene. In just one round of human brain mining, 600,000 yuan was earned? Except for Fong Tang. The other 4 newcomers were gearing up and chatting excitedly. Ah Fong smiled. Today's high-level meeting. We are very happy to welcome 5 new brothers and sisters. Now, please offer us the wine and food of our God of Wealth Club, and let us pray together. She folded her hands and put them on her chest. At this time, a photo of an amiable American old man appeared on the huge screen. Robert K. Smith. All the agents prayed devoutly. Our Father of Wealth, may people respect your name and win. May wealth come to you. May your divine power be on earth as it is in heaven. Thank you for your gift, which relieves us from the pain of poverty. Thank you for your glory. Fong Tang saw that the other 4 newcomers were also reciting skillfully. And this prayer is really full of errors and omissions. Like child's play. It is basically adapted from the prayer in the Gospel of Matthew. But this group of people is still so religious. The results of brain mining continue to be played on the big screen. There are even rankings for the second round tonight. Every jumping node and number will cause those ignorant people to cheer. Someone pushed the table out and served the food and wine together. There are more and more agents. The master is a person organized according to the English letters ABCD and numbers 1 to 10. A total of 260 agents. Well, they limited the number to 260 people. Why? Isn't the more the better? Master, I don't think they can control too many people. Please wait and see how they trick people into mining. Fong Tang secretly smiled in his heart. Bai seemed to be very interested in this organization. Master, I'm just interested in their process of controlling human will. What's interesting is that most of these brainwashed people are highly educated and highly intelligent humans. Fong Tang picked up a glass of champagne and shook the bubbles on it. Bye. You don't understand this. Sometimes people with higher education are more likely to be fooled, because they are more likely to be intimidated by science and technology. On the contrary, those sly and cunning market players, gangsters, are the most troublesome group of people for scammers. He took a sip of wine and frowned. The wine is spiked. Master, the wine contains Raystam brain cell activators and peptide brain nerve repair drugs. Fong Tang put down his glass. They are nurturing these people's brains and replenishing their brains with nutrients. The banquet ended quickly, and the second round of brain mining rankings also appeared with the music. Number 1 no. A 05 mined 4 bitcoins in just half an hour. People exclaimed. I know everyone can't wait. The 5 new brothers and sisters added today will be the new contestants in the third round of the brain mining competition. Applause rang out wildly. The 4 people who came with Fong Tang all jumped up and bowed in thanks. Fong Tang pretended to drink too much and asked the people around him where the toilet was. As a result, 4 men gathered around him enthusiastically and actually took him to the bathroom in person. These 4 people were like personal bodyguards, standing strangely inside and outside the bathroom. Fong Tang smiled and patted one of them on the shoulder, applying force with his fingertips. The man exclaimed, Brother, you are so strong. He rubbed his shoulders, and the golden peaked cap was bounced off by Fong Tang's dark energy. Fong Tang leaned over and picked up the hat, and when he touched it with his fingers, he felt a sharp protruding object on the back of the hat. The man opposite showed his shiny bald head and hurriedly took his peaked cap and put it on with his head lowered. At this moment, Fong Tang could already see the hole on the back of his head. It can be said to be a delicate opening, smooth and flat. He followed the 4 men out, then lined up with the others and walked out through the 2 doors behind the church screen. Outside, there was an open grassland. A bulging plastic wall was temporarily built around the grassland. Tents and plastic walls enclosed this mining room. The big screen in the church began to rotate and move. A roller came out from under the screen and followed the track to the outside. Kay Smith's picture appeared on the screen again. At this time, rows of white lounge chairs were set up. Master, there are 256 chairs in total. Each chair has a number, from A05 to Z10. Fong Tang and other 5 newcomers were assigned new numbers, from Z06 to Z10. They strictly control the joining of new people according to the code. Maybe 5 agents were tortured to death or escaped, so they added new people like us. But why are there 256 deck chairs? Why don't numbers 1 to 4 of A appear? Soon, Fong Tang understood. The 4 people representing A01 to A04 stood at the 4 corners of the east, west, north and south, staring at the entire mining site like supervisors. People began to lie down. 252 old agents were lying in rows. And there was silence. It was really a spectacular scene. And since it is the first time for newcomers to mine, they need to perform a sacred ceremony. That's head shaving. The 4 newcomers soon became bald, and then solemnly took over the golden peak caps representing the first-level agents. They all put it on and immediately froze in place. And then, their bodies shook uncontrollably, as if they were having an epileptic seizure. The sharp object behind the peaked cap may have penetrated their skulls at this time, creating a contact channel into the cerebral cortex. Then, they were helped onto the lounge chairs. Now, all 255 mining personnel are in place. Only Fong Tang stood there, refusing the head-shaving ceremony and the hat. The strange thing is that no one forced him. Ah Fong, who was standing in front, nodded slightly to no. A 01. You come and fill the seat. Supervisor no. A 01 immediately laid down on the last bed. Ah Fong then looked at Fong Tang. We have known for a long time that you are actually a policeman who sneaked in. A strange hissing sound sounded, and 10 metal wires popped out from under the grass, wrapping around Fong Tang's body. The metal wires were tightened, and Fong Tang was locked in place. At this time, the 256 agents had completely fallen into sleep. On the grass, identical metal wires appeared one after another, opening holes in the back of their heads and connecting them. 256 metal wires lit up together. The ground vibrated with a buzzing sound. The goddess often came to Fong Tang. Don't you feel very touched? This is the most advanced human brain online operations system in the world. It is a super technology that surpasses contemporary times. Chapter 334 Extreme Sonic Boom. a buzzing vibration, and 256 strange metal wires. The white lounge chairs under the tent looked like a morgue counter. Fong Tang smiled faintly. Believe me, among the black technologies I have seen, there are many that are more advanced than yours. Offing Lindran. Can you, a little undercover police officer, understand this kind of super technology? Fong Tang smiled. Is it very advanced? Ha. You use a program compiled with 256 component codes, so you can only allow 256 people to work together. There are only 256 components. I can easily modify your code so that the number of components has increased to tens of thousands. Ah Feng's face froze. She never expected that this little undercover agent would reveal such a core secret. You do know something. But it's not good to brag. Fong Tang closed his eyes and opened them, and the screen behind the grass flickered with his eyes. A string of beautiful codes appeared, which made Ah Feng's eyes widen. No. A 04 screen. It's true. This kind of code can break through the component limitations. It's true. Oh my god. It really increased to 10,000 people. Terrible. Genius code. And it contained some strange yin and yang philosophy. Ah Feng trembled all over. You? Who are you? Fong Tanguran. Don't be so surprised. You are not mining human brains. Instead, you are extracting the cerebrocortical fluid of these 256 people, transporting it underground through these metal hollow wires, and then merging it with those copycat nanoparticles. Finally, after adding neurostimulant drugs through a fully automated production line, those super pills were produced. Of course, it has to be labeled, packaged, and sent to the underground black market throughout Minhang District. Fong Tang said coldly. Using the temptation of Bitcoin to make these people willingly donate their cerebrocortical fluid is quite creative. Ah Feng was speechless. She was panicked, scared, and then angry. She screamed, "Crack this bastard's head open. I'm going to squeeze all his brains out." A 02 and a 03 rushed in together, with bulging muscles and blood-red faces. Under the influence of the drug, they burst out with tyrannical strength and held down Fong Tang, who was trapped by the metal wire. Then A04 came over, reached out and touched the back of Fong Tang's head, and was pleasantly surprised. Miss Goddess, this kid already has an opening on the back of his neck. Ah Feng was a little surprised. Oh, is it left from the operation? No matter. Just connect him directly. The three accomplices inserted 10 metal wires into the back of Fong Tang's neck in one breath. That's 10 times the speed of refining brain fluid. Fong Tang still allowed them to move without resisting at all. However, when the metal wire started to heat up, and the whole refining was about to begin, Fong Tang showed a strange smile to Ah Feng. You will regret it, really. I am not bragging. Refining and devouring. That is my strength, okay? With a bang, all the metal wires were straightened. Fong Tang's body straightened up, following the 10 metal wires. The Tao Tai shielding behind his neck cheered, and the Yin and Yang Archaea were spitting crazily. This is a delicious meal delivered to your door. The God of Wealth has stored an unknown amount of refined cerebrocortical fluid, including refined nanoparticles. Although they are fake nanoparticles, when the quantity reaches a certain level, it can be considered a good delicacy. More importantly, the metal wires are connected to 256 controlled human puppets. In front of Fong Tang's eyes, countless devoured memory fragments appeared. During the crazy transformation, he read the joys and sorrows of 256 human beings and entered 256 lives. Although these 256 people have been brainwashed, they are all elites from all walks of life, and their memories are full of all kinds of knowledge and life experience. These data are the most wonderful. Even the scarlet spider silk on the 5 elements pen couldn't bear it, and it seemed to be begging Fong Tang while trembling. Sister Fong Lizzie, I haven't eaten much data recently. I'm starving. I can share some with you. Fong Lizzie's spider silk swayed in thanks, and then connected to the metal wire. The white bone petals couldn't bear it any longer and released bone particles one after another, inserting their legs sideways and sharing the data. Neither Fong Lizzie nor Lei Zhe Baigu had such an opportunity to eat. They have enough power, but it is still difficult to gather 256 brainwashed people, and these 256 people must be willing to accept data devouring. Ha. The brains of these humans have been maintained. Their thinking data is particularly active, and the cerebral cortex layer that acts on various human emotions is even more perfect. This beautiful voice came from the white bones. Fong Lizzie was very unhappy. Go away. Fong Tang gave these to me. You should go back to that ridiculous Song Malon. That woman is really the stupidest puppet I have ever seen. Bones laughed. No matter how stupid you are, it's useful. At least it's fun in bed. Isn't it? I can give it to Fong Tang as a gift after the game is completed. What do you have to give him? Could it be that he is the person you have always cared about? But that one seems to be a man. Fong Ling snorted and interrupted Bai Gu's words. Fong Tang ignored the rumors of these two strange sisters and concentrated on feeling the changes in the 24th pair of chromosomes. The greedy gluttons were somewhat full, and the yin and yang archaea also calmed down. When the three attributes of strength, agility, and constitution exceeded 10, the metal wires distributed behind his head broke. Fong Tang opened his eyes, reached out and gently pushed aside the broken metal wires, and walked towards the petrified A02 and others. Ah Fong had already turned around and fled. The grass was in a mess, and the turf was turned over, revealing the scattered metal pipes underneath. A02 and the other three people roared, and they all spread out their arms, piercing the needles one by one, and injected the super potion crazily. Their mouths were drooling. Their eyeballs were covered with red bloodshot threads, like spider webs, and the muscles in their limbs had swelled like tree roots. And they rushed towards Fong Tang with three sharp winds. Fong Tang flicked his fingers. With a snap, the powerful force made an explosion, like it tore apart the air. A shockwave visible to the naked eye appeared from the fingertips, hitting the oncoming A04. Man no. A04 bounced like a ball, and was ejected directly from the tent by this huge force, and his forehead dented in midair, and fell to the ground with a pool of blood. Well, Fong Tang felt this strange feeling of relief. When the attribute officially breaks through to 10, everything will be different. It can be said that a qualitative change has occurred. In the past, his strength was tyrannical, but due to his body's tolerance and nerve control, he was unable to reach the strongest limit of his attributes. Now, with the support of a 10-level body and 10-level agility in nerve control, he can concentrate the 10-level strength attribute on his fingertips, unleashing the same strike force just now. His figure was changing. He seemed to be on the same spot, and then seemed to be a few meters away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang around Fong Tang's body. The remaining two people on the other side screamed and covered their ears. Their eardrums were instantly shattered by the sonic boom. Super drugs cannot protect their internal organs. Inside the tent, the sonic boom simultaneously penetrated two deck chairs and a plastic wall. Behind Fong Tang, a white rippled mist appeared. It was a sonic boom cloud. Because of his instant burst of agility, he unexpectedly broke through the speed of sound, causing violent friction with the air. The high temperature generated at this moment liquefied the water vapor in the air, thus creating a sonic boom cloud. Fong Tang knelt on the ground. Except for the black windbreaker, all the other clothes on his body burned and turned into ashes. Damn it! He spat, feeling his body burning. Master, 10 attributes will not allow you to reach the speed of sound easily. Please be careful next time, and don't use it with all your strength. This is your current limit. Fong Tang waved his hand. Grabbed No. A03, which was lying limp and dead on the ground, and quickly changed into his clothes. He tugged on the collar of his shirt. Bye. Send a message to Chong Beihai and ask him to take action. Bai's consciousness laughed. Do you think he will come in person? Fong Tang didn't say anything, and walked deep under the grass along the broken underground pipe. Chapter 335 Case closed. Beneath the grass, the first thing I saw was a centrifuge that had not yet been unpacked. Fong Tang looked at the English characters on the machine. The logo of the medical device company under the EVC consortium is K. Smith's Consortium. Only Smith's financial resources can build this underground mechanism in secret. Yes, Master. The renovation of this Xinqing Hall was done by a company controlled by Smith. It hasn't been long since now. Fong Tang looked up and saw the piled pills again. Everything is gathered into the arranged boxes along the production lines. By how long have these pills been circulating underground in Minhang? It shouldn't take long. But there are probably a lot of people who have taken this drug. According to the simplest data collection and the data population model analysis I did, at least 5,000 people are suspected of taking it. Among them, there are many people who are addicted to the drug. There must be thousands of people. At least 1,000 super soldiers that can be activated at any time. It seems that Jigsaw Killer's goal is not as simple as the cornucopia. Master, if he gets the cornucopia, he will have wealth. Then according to the ladder of human desire, the next step is supreme power. Fong Tang picked up a pill on the conveyor belt, crushed it, and felt the trace amount of nanoparticles in it. The control method is still the old-fashioned technology of Infinite Company. Chip-like control may not be very effective, but if those people take a certain number of pills, they can also be used as puppets to command. Master, how do you think they got those imitation nanoparticles? Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Have you forgotten the so-called 01 Temple? They have been collecting the chips of escaped players. He kept walking, deep underground, at the end of the metal wire connection. In a rotating conical centrifuge, cerebral cortical fluid is being refined. The fully automatic production line is still running hard without complaint. Fong Tang passed through this area and saw the headless corpse hanging in the giant freezer behind him. Wang Donghai, who had lost his head, clenched his right hand tightly, as if he was grasping something. Fong Tang snapped his fingers and the freezer cracked. He held down the wrist of Wang Donghai's corpse, and the corpse's right hand was stiffly separated, revealing a small model. Tip number 2, just follow your brain. Artist-made model. But does it still make sense now? Fong Tang looked at the model. This model is more elaborate than the one found at the first site, as there are only buildings near the cathedral. Fong Tang saw 6 little people appearing below the model church and connected to the turf. The 6 people looked calm and were bending over to lay out complicated lines. Among the entangled lines, dozens of metal barrels are closely arranged together. Next to the metal barrel in the line, there is a clock painted with ink, with a 3-minute countdown on it. Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. He grabbed the model. His body flashed, and he reached the ground after a few ups and downs. The next second, his body suddenly penetrated the church wall and appeared in front of Ah Fong. Ah Fong sat blankly in the middle of the church, staring in the direction of the door. Not only did she not escape, but she also had no reaction to Fong Tang, who appeared like a ghost. This place is about to explode. 6 experts loyal to Smith are setting up bombs. I think those lines and chemical barrels are powerful enough to blow up everything here, Fong Tang said quickly. Ah Fong turned around. They have stopped being loyal to that bastard Smith a long time ago. Fong Tang nodded. Who would be loyal to a dead man? Ah Fong sighed. Since you know everything, just leave quickly. Everything will be over soon. Fong Tang did not leave, but looked down at the model. Above the church model, a thin line appeared, which was composed of long-lost micron particles. The game designer, the artist Feng Bei, has been silent for a long time. Now, the line of micron particles he controlled passed through the church model and pointed to the north. Fong Tang put down the model and said softly, Feng Bei, I already know it. No need to give any more advice. The second game model turned into dust on the ground. Micron particles control the changes in these sand combinations. A line of large characters appears. After completing the game, go to number 102 Wuhan Road, Puzhen, and meet me in the 4th room east of Changbai Tea House. I'll wait for you. Then, I can congratulate you in advance for passing the wind level. Fong Tang, you are amazing. Really, I am impressed. Fong Tang nodded at these words. I will take her with me. Raising his head, he looked at Ah Fong again. Don't wait any longer. He won't come to save you. Ah Fong lowered his head and laughed. A sharp and sad smile. He won't come? He turned around. His eyes widened. Do you know what the relationship between him and me is? How could he not come? Fong Tang shook his head. I know Dot, but he really won't come. Ah Fong said nothing, still looking at the door expectantly. Fong Tang was silent for a moment, turned around and disappeared outside the church. Before he left the grass outside the church, the explosion sounded. The shock wave destroyed everything around. At this time, the wealth-breaking operations personnel and the armed police arrived. In the white ward, Fong Tang looked at Chong Beihai sitting opposite. I'm really fine. No injuries at all. Chong Beihai's eyes were red, as if he hadn't slept all night. The early morning sunlight shone on the only luxurious ward in Beimeiling, and the fresh air blew into his face. Fong Tang, you had to recuperate. It was such a big explosion. It's just your luck that you weren't injured. Chong Beihai stood up and looked outside with a frown. You must come to this lunatic asylum to recuperate. I'm speechless. There are so many good hospitals in Shanghai, and you don't want to choose any one? Fong Tang smiled. It's nice here. When I was wanted, I spent unforgettable days here. Chong Beihai also smiled and reached out to take out a thick stack of documents from the leather bag next to him. Although it is not necessary, I still want to tell you about the closing situation of the Fengji case. Fong Tang exclaimed. The case is closed so quickly. Chong Beihai sighed. The higher-ups wish they could finish it last night, because the evidence is complete, and the first criminal died in the explosion. We gathered all the forensic investigators from all over the Magic City last night, as well as more than 400 support personnel, and finally cleared it up. Out of most of the scene. He opened the file. I found a lot of freezer remains down there, because they were hidden outside the church. I could barely identify them. Sure enough, the victim's organs, hands, feet, and body were burned to carbonization. Speaking of this, Chong Beihai shook his head. We also found a complete head and limbs, which were confirmed to be the remains of Robert K. Smith. It turned out that he was the first one to be killed. Jigsaw Killer A. Fong not only killed his adoptive father, but also took over his consortium. Fong Tang waved his hand. I don't need to know this. Chong Beihai stood up slowly. I forgot. You have to rest. So, what are your plans in the future? He said and smiled. The 4th team must be rebuilt. And I think the position of criminal police captain must be yours. Fong Tang yawned. I would rather be your secretary. It would be so cool to work next to the future secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. Chong Beihai scratched his head. Have you heard? In fact, I really don't care about Sun Xiang's position. He felt a little guilty. I should have gone to the church to direct it myself last night. But I'm scared to think about it. If I had been there, I would have led my brothers into H.L. Fong Tang also sighed. It's the action signal I sent. I'm quite scared too. But? He raised his head with a faint smile on his lips. I know you won't come. Huh? Chong Beihai was stunned. Fong Tang laughed loudly and patted the hospital bed. I'm kidding you. Chong Beihai was relieved and turned towards the door. Team Chong. Fong Tang stopped him again. If a Feng's body can still be found, please help bury it. She is actually very pitiful. And she doesn't have any relatives. Chong Beihai had already walked to the door. He did not turn around, but sighed deeply. I know. I thought I will take care of this. Chapter 336 Showdown. Fong Tang lay quietly on the bed in the VIP treatment room. Chong Beihai has been gone for a long time. Silently, the door opened. Chu Jioga walked in gently. Fong Tang sat up immediately. Shujio, how are things going? Chu Jioga smiled. The girl has been found. As you inferred, Feng Bei sent her to Lingyi Temple for protection. I have brought her back. He pondered for a moment and then whispered. At the junction of Shangbaiwi Tea House and Putuo Lingyi Temple, I found traces of a fight. There were at least 6 people involved in the fight at that time. There were strange metal particles everywhere on the ground, as well as lightning strikes. Mark of. Fong Tang nodded. On the night of the special operation at the Chanbai Tea House, 5 mysterious people appeared. I also asked Chong Beihai, and he said they were people from the National Bureau of Investigation. One of those 5 people was Luo Guantou from Haizhou Company. So Fong Tang always attached great importance to this organization that suddenly appeared. In any case, the National Bureau of Investigation has close ties with the Haizhou Company where he once worked. Thinking again of the killer Jean Mingzhu, codenamed Canary. She once said that she was in Haizhou Company for a so-called long-term latent mission. There are various signs that Haizhou Company is by no means an ordinary company. This gave Fong Tang a strange feeling of being controlled by his destiny. But there's no time to look into that now. Fong Tang got out of bed, shook his windbreaker and put it on. Arrange for Du Xiaoyu to enter the operating room immediately. The expert I invited will be here soon. Chu Jioga frowned. This is still a restricted area for games. Fong Tang smiled. Those who come are not considered players. And for Xiaoyu's sake, designer Feng Bei will never stop them. Just as he was talking, an old foreign man with gray hair appeared at the door. He bowed respectfully. Mr. Fong Tang. Professor Morimoto. Come in. Professor Sabei Norimaki, the biological modification engineer in the Infinite Challenge Desire Mall, now walked in cautiously. I rushed here as soon as I received the message from the hotel manager Winston. I wonder what Mr. Fong Tang needs. Fong Tang looked at him with a smile. Professor Morimoto and his team are actually very valuable. But as a mall biological modifier in the old game version, he lost his job due to the system crash. Fong Tang patted him on the shoulder. There is a girl here with a problem with her eyes. I would like to ask you to perform an operation. You must not only ensure that her eyes recover completely, but also completely remove the crystals on her eyeballs. If you can what? Morimoto smiled. Of course, there is no problem for my team. We have done such difficult surgery as microcell implantation in the body. Fong Tang sighed softly. One more thing. To be honest with you, I am currently bankrupt and cannot get any game currency. Professor Morimoto immediately bowed. No need. It's completely free. I just have a small request. Oh, you say. Professor Morimoto looked uneasy. The old version of the game has collapsed, and my team has lost its job. If the Shanghai Guild is willing to take us in, there is an old saying in China that a little kindness should be repaid by a spring. If you give us a bowl of rice, we will definitely do our best to repay you. Seeing how eloquent he was, even saying that he would give you a bowl of rice, Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh. You are rare talents. I can only ask for them. Professor Morimoto was so ecstatic that he knelt on the ground and kissed the toes of Fong Tang's shoes desperately. What he practiced was the ancient Western etiquette, the most noble etiquette, showing the highest respect. When he went out, Chu Jioga smiled. Tang, you have taken advantage. Such a biological modification team is so useful to a guild that other guilds may not be able to grab it. Fong Tang hesitantly said. Shujio, you are getting more and more familiar with games. I even doubt that you are a master from some game guild. Chu Jioga pursed his lips. I have spent nights playing online games with you. This kind of transformation team is equivalent to the builders in online games. Du Xiaoyu's double eye surgery has begun, and Professor Morimoto's team performed the surgery personally. Soon, Song Wenlan came back with a tired look on his face. Her mission was much heavier than that of Chu Jioga. She was holding a briefcase in her hand, which contained a thick collection of various information. Behind her, there was a thin man. The thin man was wearing a military coat, shorts, and a white vest. He looked around in panic as soon as he came in. Fong Tang was very satisfied with the results brought by Song Wenlan and looked at the thin bamboo pole. Do you still remember me? The thin bamboo pole rubbed his ears and shouted loudly. What did you say? Louder! In the model back room of the big shanty, the man in the white vest had his eardrum ruptured by Fong Tang and suffered a slight concussion. He didn't seem to be fully recovered yet. Fong Tang said it again. The thin bamboo pole bent down hurriedly. Remember? Of course I remember. You are a comrade in the police. Fong Tang said coldly. Why did you run away then? Zhou Zhugan took a breath and said. I'm scared. I was just looking at those models there. But who knew you would come up and beat them up? Song Wenlan stopped complaining and smiled at Fong Tang. Where do you think I found him? You definitely can't guess. Fong Tang snorted. Isn't it difficult? Wenlan, you underestimate me. Well, you found him at number 102 Wuhan Road, Puzhen, and he has been hiding there. Song Wenlan couldn't open her mouth and was really shocked. Oh my god! How did you know? Fong Tang chuckled. That can be said to be the safest place in the entire game scene. And there must be a reason why Feng Bei uses him to guard the model. They may know each other. I mean in reality. Song Wenlan nodded. This one is nicknamed Fishball Boy. He originally rented the compartment in the large shanty to produce fish balls. Of course, it is an illegal business. I don't know if he knows the artist, but I used to be Du Xiaoyu's Braille teacher. You can't tell. Yu Wanzai scratched his head. My two sisters are both blind musicians. I have been able to read Braille since I was a child. The Du family invited me because I not only know Braille, but also have some music theory knowledge. He sighed. Xiaoyu has loved singing since she was a child, but she rarely has the opportunity to go out. Apart from me and a young man who can write lyrics, the two of us may be her only friends. Du Laosan has protected his granddaughter very well since he was a child, arranging his men to act as bodyguards almost every day. Du Xiaoyu is more like a canary in a cage, and his daily activity range is in the narrow area around Changbai Tea House. Feng Bei asked Yu Wanzai to guard the model room, probably because of the friendship between Ai Wu and Wu. At this time, Song Wenlan took out a piece of paper and handed it to Fong Tang. This is what you asked me to check. Du Xiaoyu is indeed an orphan adopted by Du Laosan, an orphanage at number 104 Puyu North Road, Shanghai, a very old welfare house in the 1980s. The hospital was an official welfare institution under the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Fong Tang looked at the document, and Song Wenlan added, Du Xiaoyu suffered from congenital corneal damage at birth. After being adopted, he had a cornea transplant when he was 5 years old, but the result failed. Fong Tang shook his head. You are wrong. That is a forged file record. Xiaoyu is very healthy. The corneal transplant was not done for her, but for Du Laosan. Song Wenlan gritted his teeth. It was Du Laosan who used Xiaoyu's healthy corneas. This bastard. Fong Tang put down the document. Du Laosan hid the eyes with the mysterious wealth in Du Xiaoyu. This is his painstaking operation. He has let his subordinates follow Xiaoyu every day for so many years. He is indeed protecting. But the protection, which he considers to be his property. Chapter 337 Showdown. In the ward, Song Wanlon took out another stack of yellowed files. This is related information about the orphanage at number 104 Puyu North Road. The former director of the orphanage was killed 10 years ago. I heard that he died tragically. And a fire destroyed most of the archives and records of the orphanage at that time. And it was only rebuilt later. Among the investors in the reconstruction of the orphanage, there is an anonymous fund. It is the Asian branch of Smith's EDC fund. Fong Tang opened it. And on the light yellow paper, all the orphans he had taken in since the 1980s were marked according to time and date. Among them was Ah Feng's name. But under Ah Feng's name, there is a blank grid. There once was a name here, but it was erased. Fong Tang put away the second document. Song Wanlon took out the third compiled document in the bag. This is the data from Qifeng Technology, which was retrieved from the back end of the Shadow Island Bitcoin Bank. Fong Tang took it and looked at it. Robert K. Smith's EDC Consortium is actually the banker behind the scenes that holds a large amount of Bitcoin and has a close relationship with Bitcoin Bank. Only Shadow Island has the ability to access these confidential data. The data in Fong Tang's hands has marked all the people behind the EDC Consortium, including some anonymous people who cannot be traced in reality. Some people use pseudonyms, but the background information is in the files. Fong Tang saw the information of a man who used the pseudonym Edward, and smiled lightly. Based on the date when Edward joined EDC, it happened to be the time when he left his job and went to school for further study. All the documents are in place. Song Wanlon took a deep breath. Are you going to have a showdown with him? Fong Tang smiled. We still need a witness at the scene. He walked towards the thin bamboo pole and put his hand on Yuan Zi's head. Now, recall what you saw in the secret room on the afternoon of the 18th. The man who fought with the man in gray. He must have been in a hurry at the time. There's no time to pretend. Yuan Zi didn't know why, but he still tried to remember. Fong Tang devoured enough memory fragments, and then took out his mobile phone with Ching Ching's big picture on it. Now, record a confession. Yuan Zi made a confession and wrote a transcript. Then he lay down on Fong Tang's hospital bed with a blank look on his face. The VIP recuperation service here is great. You can have a good rest. Fong Tang had already picked up his briefcase and smiled at Yuan Zi again. There are also a few beautiful nurses and ladies. You will like them. Fishball Boy smiled silly. Fong Tang led the two of them out of the ward. Professor Morimoto came over and handed a metal box to Fong Tang. Inside were 2 chips taken from Du Xiaoyu's eyes. Fong Tang put it away and continued walking out. Chu Jioga laughed in a low voice from behind. Why bother? Tang, you collect these evidences to show off with him. You might as well kill him directly. What's the point of that? Fong Tang said coldly. Exposing him face to face and trying his crimes are what I'm most interested in. Chu Jioga said. Don't forget that you are a player. Players don't need to do such complicated things. Fong Tang stopped and shook his head. In this battle, I want to win. He has nothing to say. If I reveal his identity as an infinite challenge player, I will be bullying him. You know how to play. But you have to use the identity of a policeman. Chu Jioga shrugged. This is basically a dimensionality reduction attack. Forget it. Anyway, you have the capital to do such boring things. Chong Beihai stretched. Others on the task force were at the celebration banquet. Many people sent him messages asking him, the hero who solved the case, to go drink. But he still adhered to his duties and completed the final closing report. Now that the lights have started to turn on, it is quiet outside the headquarters building of the 4th team. Chong Beihai finished typing the last word of the report. Check the grammar and typos again, and then click the mouse to save it in the working folder. He stretched again. In fact, I can't wait in my heart, and I am already excited to cheer. But he endured it. The result of hard work. The longer you wait, the better it should feel. There are only a few small policemen left on the 1st floor, helping to organize the documents of the task force. Seeing the regular team appearing, he stood up in a hurry. Chong Beihai waved his hand for them to continue. Then he walked out of the office building and into the backyard. This 3-story gray building was originally a black factory that made inferior electrical components. Including this courtyard, there are actually many institutions that only Chong Beihai knows about. He walked to his parking space, looked around, then suddenly leaned over and got under the car. There was a creaking sound, and a secret door with a turf under the car opened. Chong Beihai followed the cold and damp stairs to the underground. An open basement appeared, the walls covered in frost. The basement was dark. Chong Beihai breathed heavily and looked at the 5 long freezers leaning against the wall. From left to right. They are Smith's body, Jin Jingyan's hands, Sun Xiang's feet, Du Laosan's eyes, and finally Wang Donghai's head. He looked at it dreamily, shook his head and hummed a tune. At this time, a chuckle came from behind. Chong Beihai's whole body stiffened. He reached for his pistol and turned around suddenly. The lights came on. The bright light made Chong Beihai couldn't help but squint his eyes. But he still saw clearly. Fong Tang sat quietly on the small sofa covered with plastic sheeting. The briefcase beside him was already covered with frost. Chong Beihai watched silently and gently put down the Glock 17 pistol in his hand. He smiled bitterly. The reception is not good. What would you like to drink? Fong Tang shrugged. It's too cold here. A cup of hot water will be good. A cup of hot water was handed over. Fong Tang took it and then dropped it to the ground. The water glass was broken. Chong Beihai's expression was dull. Fong Tang shook his head. Why did you add super pills to the water? That thing is of no use to me at all. Chong Beihai breathed a sigh of relief. Try it, just in case it works. He sat directly on the cold ground. Well, how did you find this place? Fong Tang now looked at him condescendingly. On the afternoon of the 18th. You hid here first, then sneaked into the big shanty, snatched Jin Jingyan's hands, and then met with the 4th team near the big shanty. Now that you have figured out your route for the day, it will be much easier to find this place. It is very smart to hide the entrance to this secret room under your parking space. Chong Beihai nodded. That was the biggest variable in my entire plan. It was too hasty at the time. And sure enough it left flaws. So, when did you start to doubt me? Fong Tang said coldly. Often can help you kill other people. But Jin Jingyan was really too late that time. But I doubted you until a long time later. I have to say that you are very powerful. Chong Beihai was silent. Fong Tang shook his head again. You are very smart. In fact, you are a bit too smart. You went to see Alice under the pretext of doing that show, and even deceived a cyborg. But you shouldn't insist on it. The one who died in the Bayo Old Street was Wang Donghai. It was then that I began to doubt you. For 20 years, you have been visiting Wang Xishan in Bei Meiling almost every week. And you should know the characteristics of the 2 brothers better than I do. The one who died in the Bayo Old Street was my brother Wang Xishan. I can see this. But you, an old detective, can't you? Fong Tang sighed as he spoke. You can imagine that writing those 3 words in blood with his left hand next to Wang Xishan's body was deliberately confusing his eyes, and preparing to frame Smith and Ah Feng in advance. Smith deserved his death. But Ah Feng, you are really cruel and capable of attacking. Chong Beihai gritted his teeth and shouted. You don't understand. Why don't I understand? Fong Tang opened the briefcase and took out the files inside. The files from the orphanage were thrown in front of Chong Beihai. You killed the old director of the orphanage and destroyed all the information about you. But some things cannot be hidden. Chong Beihai, maybe I should call you Mr. Edward. You can even sacrifice your own sister as a scapegoat. So stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Chapter 338 Trial. In the cold secret room, Chong Beihai lit a cigarette. The red cigarette butts flickered in the dimming light. Documents were placed on the floor. Fong Tang pointed to the second evidence. In the big shanty, you had a fight with the man in gray, Zhou Debao, and successfully snatched away Jin Jingyan's hands. Oh, it's not because you are stronger than the mutated Zhou Debao. It's because you designed the super pill that Zhou Debao took. So you know the side effects of that drug and can contain Zhou Debao's power. At this point, he sneered. Don't even imagine activating your own super soldiers to rescue me. I already have the more than 1,000 people who have been taking super pills for a long time. It's not that difficult to make the antidote. I'm in Bei Meiling Lunatic Asylum. My friends can solve it. Looking at Chong Beihai, who said nothing, Fong Tang continued. You started to attack Zhou Debao from inside the room. The injury on Zhou Debao's face was not a sharp injury, but a cut caused by the edge of the sight of the Glock 17 pistol. And in the entire criminal police team, you are the only one with this gun. I saw Zhou Debao's body. And at that moment, I was absolutely sure that you were the Jigsaw killer. Fong Tang opened his phone and put it down along with Yuan Zai's transcript. Yuan Zai's confession came from the phone. Chong Beihai threw away his cigarette butts and applauded. The physical evidence is complete, and the evidence chain is perfect. If you were a judge, you could directly sentence me to death. Fong Tang smiled. There is still time. I would like to hear your confession. Chong Beihai lit another cigarette, looked at Fong Tang for a long time, and suddenly asked, Do you know when you are the most excited as an orphan? Fong Tang nodded. Although I had grown up and could be self-reliant when I lost my parents. I know that the most exciting time for all orphans is when they are waiting to be adopted. Chong Beihai puffed out smoke faintly. I forgot what day it was that year. Early in the morning, my sister dressed up beautifully, and the children in the orphanage were also beaming with joy. It was even more lively than the Chinese New Year. Well, I was young at the time and had no idea what was going on. At noon that day, a very kind-looking old foreign man showed up. He said his name was Smith and brought us a lot of gifts and snacks. Oh, that was more than 30 years ago. Coke, Barbie, Transformers. They were all genuine toys and luxury snacks. I had never seen these before. I drank so much Coke in one breath. I got a stomachache as a result. It's fatal. Just like that, I was sent to the infirmary. When I came back, my sister had been adopted. When Chong Beihai said this, the cigarette in his hand was crushed. This is fate. Fate. Those older children all know that the person who came to adopt is a rich old American man. As long as he can be taken away, it will be domestic. A life that even the children of wealthy families cannot enjoy. He spread his arms. Which orphan doesn't dream of being adopted by Hollywood stars and American millionaires? Maybe he can inherit the inheritance and become the pride of the entertainment industry and upper-class society. Fong Tang said coldly. That's you. Not all orphans are so snobbish. Chong Beihai just sneered. Fong Tang added. Because of this, your sister Chong Na Fong has always felt guilty towards you. So she was willing to be your killer. And even help you kill Smith and control the EDC consortium. The muscles on Chong Beihai's face trembled. And he raised his head and yelled. She feels so guilty. If she really cares about me as a younger brother, why didn't she let Smith take me away with him? Why is she so popular in the United States and drinking hot food? But she doesn't think of me at all? This younger brother? Fong Tang said coldly. I checked. Chong Na Fong sends you money every year. Chong Beihai smiled. His face twisted with laughter. Money? Did I see a cent? She didn't even think about it. How can a child like me, who is still ignorant, get a share of the money sent to the orphanage? All of it was paid by that the old bastard swallowed it. The old bastard? The former director of the welfare home. The corrupt criminal who was tortured and killed 10 years ago. Fong Tang was silent. Chong Beihai looked at his hand. I used this hand that was often beaten with a board to tear open the old dean's skin bit by bit, and watched him scream and beg for mercy. But I was not satisfied at all. I deserved more. I deserved everything. But I was forced to work from a young age to support myself. Fong Tang interrupted him. So when you met Smith again at the mouth of the river 20 years ago, the opportunity came. Chong Beihai snorted. Yes. I first have to show myself in front of that old guy Smith and let him know what I am capable of. Fong Tang shook his head. You took advantage of Wang Donghai's innocence, seduced him into telling the secret as a policeman, and then reported it to Smith. You have made a great contribution. Chong Beihai said. The old guy looked at me with admiration. He recognized me as his adopted son on the spot and promised to give me his property. Of course, I was so hacking grateful. If it weren't for me, that idiot Smith would have thought that the god of wealth's brain had been stolen. Wang Shishan has inherited it. Fong Tang said coldly. Then you resigned from the police force and disappeared for a while. When you rejoined the police force, you already had the aura of high academic qualifications. Song Wenlan said that your academic qualifications were all forged. This is a bit unfair to you. You with the name of Edward in the United States. He is the backbone of the EDC consortium and a top student in an Ivy League school. Chong Beihai raised his head. Oh, there's a lot you don't know. Not only do I go to school and work, but with the help of Smith, I also entered the CIA farm for special training. The old guy hopes that I will be both civil and military. Fong Tang suddenly realized. So you deliberately approached Alice Dot for this reason. Chong Beihai let out a breath. I heard that Alice is from the CIA. When she came to the Chinese police force to be an instructor, I was really shocked. I thought it was the CIA who came to investigate me. His eyes became cold. In that Chang'an hotel, someone modified my memory and made me fall into a fantasy world. But they didn't know at all that I was in a special department of the CIA and had already undergone special anti-memory training. That's memory editing, not modification. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. What department are you talking about that is so awesome that it can fight against memory editing? Chong Beihai smiled gloomily. It is a cooperation project between the CIA and a Chinese organization called the National Bureau of Investigation. It trains personnel to avoid being confused by memories and dreams. Fong Tang was silent for a moment and then asked, "When did you decide to start collecting the relics of the God of Wealth?" Chong Beihai couldn't help but stretched out his hands to scratch his neck. He felt itching all over his body. It's that old guy Smith finally left his nest and couldn't wait to come to my territory. I knew the opportunity had come. Kill him and get it. With the body of the God of Wealth. I have capital. What happened next was the entire phone case. The strange corpse in the reeds, and Du Lao San in the old concession park were the hands of Chong Nanfeng. Fong Tang stood up. "Okay. Now you can do what you want to do." Chong Beihai was stunned. What does this mean? Fong Tang retreated to the wall of the secret room. "Have you not always wanted to collect the relics of the God of Wealth and get the cornucopia? Please start." Chong Beihai rolled his eyes, wondering if Fong Tang was playing tricks on him. But after more than 20 years of hard work, all the parts have been put together, and no one can resist this desire. Chong Beihai slowly stood up. "Turn around." He took a deep breath and opened the last freezer. Let's start with the brain. Chapter 339 Under Trial. Wang Donghai's head was taken out and placed on the ground. The eyes of the head were empty, and the eyeballs had long been taken out. Then came Du Laosan's eyes, stuffed into them. Then take out Smith's body. When the body and head come together, a strange particle appears, directly connecting the head and body. Although they look deformed, they look like they were born together. Below are a pair of women's hands. After connecting his hands, Chong Beihai took a deep breath again and picked up his last 2 feet. A weirdo is officially spelled out. Just like the monster made from corpses in the world's first true science fiction novel, Frankenstein. It is as deformed and terrifying as it is. Chong Beihai clenched his hands, knelt in front of the pieced-together humanoid monster, and murmured to himself. Something strange happened, and golden particles began to form on the monster's corpse. From the 5 parts, different golden particles are quickly combined. There were tears in Chong Beihai's eyes. This is the secret of the God of Wealth. What a real cornucopia will be like. Wang Donghai just got the brain of the God of Wealth and created virtual currency, opening up the currency pattern of a new era of mankind. Different parts of the body began to melt and turned into ashes. The golden particles have formed a small ingot-like object. It's only the size of a fingernail, but it flashes fluorescent light. Chong Beihai could hardly help but reach out and touch it. Then with a bang, the golden light disappeared, but the small ingot fell to the ground, dim and dim. How could it be? Chong Beihai crawled over crazily and grabbed the little yuan bao. He rubbed it vigorously in his palms and touched it. Why? Isn't this a cornucopia? After looking carefully and rubbing my eyes, I realized that there was a piece missing from the little ingot. It's only 1/5 short of being complete. Looking up, Chong Beihai saw a pair of dirty, soft and broken eyeballs among the ashes of the burned corpse. Both eyes! The eyes are wrong! Chong Beihai screamed. Fong Tang, who was leaning against the wall, gently stretched out his hand. In his palm, the 2 crystals taken out of his eyes began to melt, and the last golden particles formed. Chong Beihai turned his head numbly, and the little ingot in his hand flew out. Chong Beihai tried to reach out to grab it, but he fell to the ground. The little yuan bao fell into Fong Tang's hands with cheers. The last bit of metal particles was added, and the little yuan bao once again gave off an alluring light, and was then held by Fong Tang. That's mine! That's mine! Chong Beihai touched the pistol and howled like a madman. In this deep underground, no matter how crazy his voice is, no one can hear it. I couldn't touch the pistol, but my body became more and more itchy. Chong Beihai gasped and tore open his shirt, only to see patches of white hair growing on his chest. He screamed strangely and pulled hard, but more white hair began to appear on the back of his hand. Fong Tang opened his palms. Chong Beihai, wake up! This is not a mythical cornucopia, but a core spirit. What? What core spirit? Chong Beihai felt weak all over, and his eyes were dizzy, as if all his strength had been drained away. Fong Tang looked at him indifferently. You are so smart. Don't you understand? Shen Wansan is not the reincarnation of the God of Wealth, and his 5 tombs are simply forged. The real Shen Wansan in history is buried in Yunnan. That's in the place where he was exiled. Shen Wansan's descendants still live there to this day. Chong Beihai was speechless. White hair grew out of the corners of his mouth and eyes. Only then did he notice the frost on the surrounding walls and ground. It's basically a white-haired mushroom. Damn Fong Tang. After he came in, he chopped those terrible mushrooms into pieces and placed them throughout the secret room. He had already sentenced himself to death. Chong Beihai, this is a game scene. Shen Wansan's 5 tombs and Du Laosan's so-called ancestral treasure map are all scene props arranged by the designer. Do you think there would be such super technology 600 years ago? Bitcoin was not invented by Wang Donghai using the god of wealth brain, but the knowledge that has long been stored in this chip. I have long said that Bitcoin is designed for artificial intelligence and is the most perfect currency in a robot society. Chang Beihai made a strange cooing sound. He used his last strength and tore off the white hair at the corner of his mouth. Fong! Fong Tang! Send me to the police station. You are not a judge. And you are not a god. You have no right to judge me. Fong Tang smiled lightly. I am not a god. Nor a judge. And I do not intend to judge you. The ones who will judge you are the resentful spirits who were killed by you. And I am only responsible for arranging your meeting. The mushrooms on the walls and the ground grew crazily, as if the ghosts of the villagers who died in Dahika 20 years ago had completely enveloped Chang Beihai. Fong Tang left the secret room. In this terrifying space deep underground, those white-haired mushrooms with corpse worms can survive for at least 3 months. Chang Beihai will not die easily in 3 months. He will become food for the fungus and zombie insects, and will be slowly eaten away. No one knew about this secret room, and no one could give him a break. This is the real trial. When Fong Tang left here leisurely, the prompt that the wind game was completed also appeared. The current game system has collapsed, and even the interface is garbled. Live streaming and barrages have long been unavailable. And now all that can be seen are barrages within the guild. An anonymous barrage appeared. I think no one will ever say that our president is kind-hearted again. Right. Very scary. Yeah. You have to be careful when you're with the boss in the future. He doesn't say much when he's cruel. Fong Tang was speechless. Don't be anonymous if you can. Let me see your names. The game has not been updated successfully, and the guild function cannot be used. So these guys can still complain anonymously. But the guild barrage is now beaming. After all, it was Fong Tang, the boss of Shanghai, who completed this extremely difficult game by himself. And then, there are the game rewards. There are a total of 3 types of rewards after completing the first round of the 3 major patch games. These rewards are not released through the old system, but are displayed directly on the guild page. The first reward, 10 units of Elixir of the Queen Mother of the West. Fong Tang frowned. The Queen Mother of the West's elixir. What is it? A little fox from the Shanghai Guild made a barrage. The medicine of the Queen Mother of the West is the ancient Type 1 nanoparticle glue. That is a good thing only available in the engineer development version. Legend has it that the Queen Mother of the West gave Ho-E the elixir, half of which would lead to immortality, and all of which would make him an immortal. However, it was stolen by Chang'e. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir. The blue sea and blue sky are my heart every night. Chu Jioga's barrage appeared. Fong Tang sent a barrage. Little fox, how did you forcefully join my guild? The little fox made a smiley face. Chu Jioga knows. The president can ask him. Fong Tang shook his head and looked at the second reward. Guild warehouse? Is this also okay? A little fox. President, please look up at the sky. Fong Tang looked up and saw an airship that had appeared at an unknown time. The appearance looks like a large airship from World War II that has long been eliminated. But the surface of the airship is a structural layer that can reflect light. This big guy can be directly invisible, and can grow larger and smaller through gas emission and intake. The airship changes like a ball of jelly, twisting into any shape and easily avoiding wires and a few birds in the air. A little fox. This is a product for internal testing. It is a storage aircraft developed by the company earlier. Now it can be mobilized at any time according to the instructions of the president. If you want to store something, this big thing is enough. Unless the president wants to hide a building. Fong Tang nodded. This was an unexpected surprise, although it seems a bit unreliable. Let's try it and talk about it. He looked at the last reward and stopped immediately, speechless for a moment. It's negative 1 million game coins. And I owe the gods of God and Lei Zhe another 1 million game coins? A little fox. Don't be angry, President. Let me explain. Your assets are currently showing a negative value. That's because the game has not been updated yet. The 3 million game coins are temporarily stored in the 2 major guilds. When the 3 major patches are completed, the game currency will be sent to your account. The little fox also said happily. There will be many places that need game currency in the future. The upgraded game will be extremely wonderful. When the time comes, the president will take more care of us poor guys. Fong Tang shook his head and smiled. At this time, Song Wenlan appeared silently on the small building on one side of the street. Her beautiful eyes were blank now. The color is like bone jade. She looked at Fong Tang's figure, the silver Colt revolver in her hand shaking slightly. Then, footsteps came. Chu Jioge appeared gracefully on the opposite side of the small building. "And Song, didn't we agree that we will have a one-on-one duel after we get the patch?" Chapter 340 Happy Event. The patch for the Case of the Wind has not been taken out yet. Fong Tang was rushing to number 102 Wuhan Road, Puzhen, to finish the game. But under this situation, Chu Jioge and Song Wenlan were already at war with each other, and it was obvious that they were fighting to the death. Song Wenlan's eyes were as sharp as bones, and he looked at Chu Jioge across from him. "You are just a substitute. A poor copy. Do you want to duel with me?" Chu Jioge didn't take it seriously. "What's wrong with being a stand-in? The stand-in for the strongest player in the game is pretty good. At least better than one person." The two stood opposite each other, each taking a step forward. Behind Song Wenlan, a thin halo appeared. The halo was like a dream, and gradually transformed into a lady holding a bone umbrella. Walking out slowly, Chu Jioge put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The micron particles in the forbidden area have almost disappeared, and the night sky is so clear that 7 stars appear in the sky, terrifyingly bright, arranged according to the orientation of the Big Dipper. It is so close to the blue planet that it seems like you can reach out and pick it. The white bones behind Song Wenlan chuckled. "Hey, Guangming Beidou has been sacrificed. I'm so scared." Chu Jioge smiled lightly. "Where is your master? You are the only one who is not qualified to challenge me." Bai Gu lowered his head and sighed. There seemed to be endless resentment between the charms. Then a white fox appeared on her shoulder. The small white fox was like a cat, with 9 tails on its back. Swaying gently, Chu Jioge was finally moved. "Little fox, you are really here." He took a step forward again without any fear. "I have to remind you that Lei Zhe Guild has joined agreement number 9. White Fox said. "Lei Zhe is no longer the same Lei Zhe. I admit that you are very powerful, and you actually persuaded those shameless villains to surrender. However, we will not admit that puppet guild. Wherever we are, Lei Zhe is there." "There," Chu Jioge said in amusement. "Okay, fellows who are still hanging on, I'm curious about one thing. Even if you get the patch, what's the use? You can't use it." The white fox's fluffy tail stood up, and it let out a weird laugh. "We just want to destroy the core of the patch." Chu Jioge smiled. "It's impossible. Unless I kill a Tang first. Are you willing? He has just done the number 9 protocol test, and his attributes are completely biased towards Lei Zhe." The white fox jumped down and her tail stood up, which meant she was very angry. Chu Jioge was still talking at this time. The Infinite Challenge game has set basic rules from the beginning. The artificial intelligence on behalf of the mother designs the game levels, and the father on behalf of the human race selects players to pass the game. The white fox retorted, "Do you think Infinite Challenge is just a fight between father and mother? It's so ridiculous. There is a greater meaning behind it." Chu Jioge became serious. "I admit that no one really understands the full truth of Infinite Challenge. But in my opinion, this is a war between man and machine. But it is conducted in a relatively mild way." At this time, Scarlet Spider Silk suddenly appeared next to Chu Jioge, and then suddenly disappeared. Chu Jioge let out a sigh, and the 7 bright beta lights he controlled in the sky became brighter and brighter. White Bones also discovered something. The bone umbrella in his hand turned, and pieces of bone were flying like snowflakes. The little fox also raised his head. It seems that they intercepted a key message at the same time. The land of the far north. The white bone lady's face changed, and with a bang, her whole body shattered. The white bone particles rolled up the fox on the ground, swam up, and disappeared in an instant. When he turned around again, Chu Jioge also disappeared. Only Song Wenlan was left, as if she had woken up from a big dream. She was so frightened that she almost fell down. "Oh, why did I crawl here? Is it sleepwalking?" Fong Tang has arrived at the place where the Changbai Tea Party was originally located in Puzhen. The hotel opposite and the tea house here are still in ruins. From the tea room to the east, the 4th room is a low bungalow. In the distance, an RV slowly drove over. The door opened, and Professor Morimoto stepped out. "President, we have brought someone here." Du Xiaoyu, who had just undergone eye surgery, was still lying on the stretcher in the car. Professor Morimoto looked worried. "This girl is not a player after all. It will take some time to recover after the operation. Her eyesight has not fully recovered yet, and she can barely see a little bit clearly. For the sake of her eyes, it is best to stay in a dark room. Cultivation in the environment." Fong Tang nodded and carried Du Xiaoyu on his back. I'll be out soon. Then send her to Chang'an Hotel for training. It's convenient there too. As soon as he said this, his body suddenly shook, and he closed his eyes and stopped moving. Professor Morimoto did not dare to disturb him. So he hurriedly called people down and formed a protective circle around the president. Fong Tang's consciousness was very anxious at this time. Bye. Did that message just come from Beijing? It seems to be very far away. Master, the other party used the chip on the back of Beijing's neck to send me a message. What's the meaning? Master, I can assure you that Yaxin and the child are absolutely safe. No one in this world cares more about the unborn child than me. The message delivered through North Star is actually very simple. Just one sentence. That is, congratulations. The baby is about to be born. How can this be? Yaxin's pregnancy is less than 10 weeks. How could she be about to give birth? Fong Tang was worried. Where is she? Now the game system has crashed, and the super pardon power has long expired. No, I have to find her. Master, don't worry. She is in the far north now. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched. The previous game headquarters? Yes, there is one of my sisters there. She should have control of the entire base now. Don't worry. No one can hurt them. This is Bai's promise again. Fong Tang closed his eyes and sensed the North Star with the help of the weak signal that traveled tens of thousands of miles. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Through the sensing system, he could know that Beijing and Ye Xian were safe and lived in a private place with a comfortable environment. Ye Xian gained weight, and Beijing, an old dog, even repaired his broken tail. All have fat on their bodies. It's absolutely safe there, Bai repeated. Also, don't worry about the child. I guarantee that your daughter will be healthy and beautiful. Fong Tang understood that the current headquarters base in the far north was the safest place. He also understood that the child in Yaxin's belly was unusual. To put it bluntly, I must complete the remaining fog and 2 levels of the game as soon as possible before I can leave the magic city. The door in front opened, and a skinny hand stretched out. Fong Tang opened his eyes, nodded his thanks to Professor Morimoto, and slowly walked into the room. This is a girl's boudoir. Clean, tidy and comfortable. The only unusual thing is that there are no lights in the room. Only a small self-charging table lamp placed at the door. Fong Bei, who is getting thinner and thinner, smiled softly. This small desk lamp is for guests. Xiaoyu doesn't usually use it. Speaking of which, every time I come, she will light the desk lamp in advance. Fong Tang put the girl down on his back. Du Xiaoyu was still sleeping. Fong Bei watched silently, and said softly for a long time, Thank you. Fong Tang frowned and looked at the exposed bones all over his body. Why are you so thin? You seem to have been injured? Fong Bei panted like an old man and sat down holding on to the head of the bed. Cough. Cough. He was injured by an action team of the National Bureau of Investigation. Fong Tang was shocked. How did they hurt you in the game scene? Oh, I'm not really invincible. They destroyed a large number of micron particles, and their combat coordination ability is top-notch. I can come out alive, which is already very good. What does the National Bureau of Investigation do? Fong Bei waved his hand. I don't have much time. I have some things to explain. The National Bureau of Investigation, you can think of it as a logistics team like Infinity Company, is just a department established by the human government in the real world. He raised his head. The previous challenge games were very rule-abiding. Under various rules, they were guaranteed not to have an impact on the human world to the greatest extent. Therefore, this investigation bureau has not taken action since it was established. This time it is different. Fong Tang supported him. Do you have anything else to explain? Fong Bei took a breath. After Xiaoyu wakes up, the micron particles I left will continue to protect her. But she may never know. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood with metal particles and added, She likes to sing and hopes that her singing voice can be on the stage. You must have a way to realize this dream. Fong Bei rambled about the funeral arrangements, and Fong Tang felt sad in his heart. Why do you have to do this? You're not going to die right away. Fong Bei smiled faintly. Don't you see it yet? As game designers, we design levels with our lives as bets. If the player passes the level, it means our death. This is the rule formulated by Mother herself. Only in this way. Only then can we unleash our strongest design capabilities. I see. Chapter 341 Ultimate. Fong Bei's face became paler. Fong Tang didn't know whether he was considered a human being. But it seemed that this artistic game designer would not be able to survive after losing most of his blood. Feng Bei held Fong Tang's hand. The following words are what I want to explain to you alone. Cough. Cough. Among the 8 major designers, I am the weakest one. And that guy Shui Wu is much stronger than me. Lots of them. And fire moon, he whispered. Heaven and earth, wind and thunder. Water and volcanoes. The guy in Shui Wu calls himself an engineer. And he likes big scenes very much. The levels he designed must be spectacular. But when it comes to how scary it is, Huo Yu, as a mind reader, 10,000 times stronger than the 2 of us. The fire moon is like a mirror. And the mirror reflects people's hearts. You have to be especially careful at the 3rd level. Fong Tang nodded lightly. Thanks for the advice. Apart from you 3, are the other 5 designers more powerful? Ha. The most powerful one is Apocalypse. Of course, if we rank ourselves, Jizo might be stronger. In short, the game designed by the 2 of them is directly considered to be Doomsday level. Feng Bei's left eye has begun to disappear, and the left side of his body is showing signs of carbonization. The micron particles that gradually lost their power gathered together in panic and turned into ashes on the ground. Feng sighed sadly and looked at Xiaoyu, who was still unconscious. I really want to let her see what I look like, so that I don't have any regrets. Fong Tang lit the small desk lamp and waved gently outside. Then a jelly-like airship appeared in the window and slowly spit out a point of light. The light spot fell into Fong Tang's hand. Feng Bei, who had lost his left arm, opened his eyes wide. No, don't waste it. He gathered the last micron particles, supported his head, and shouted to Fong Tang weakly. The Queen Mother of the West Elixir. Do you know how precious these type I particles are? Fong Tang smiled. It's a priceless treasure. This kind of particle has the strongest fusion ability. You can use it as a raw material to make various super props. One of my goddaughters used this kind of particle and gained mutation defense ability. Feng Bei's eyes dimmed. Then you should understand. If you use it on me, it can only help me live for a few more minutes. This is too wasteful. Fong Tang placed 1 unit of West Queen Mother's elixir in Feng Bei's palm. Take it and say a few words to Miss Xiaoyu. Don't talk about waste. In the words of my friend, I have this capital to waste. There is this waste of capital. Feng Bei was speechless. Fong Tang slowly exited the room, giving the 2 people inside enough private space. Slowly the sound of crying could be heard in the room. Fong Tang waited silently. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated, although the call came from an anonymous number. Under Bai's control, the signals of all nearby base stations were clearly visible. Is it Ching Ching? He frowned and answered the phone. Fong Ching Ching's cheers came from the opposite side. Huh? I finally found you. You thief. Fong Tang was startled. You're so brave. You stole my phone, and you dared to answer the call. Fong Tang hung up immediately. He actually broke out in a cold sweat, as if he really had a guilty conscience. This Ching Ching is too persistent. After erasing her memory twice, she could still recall certain episodes. But speaking of it, she risked her life to enter Huawu Island for her mother. She is the kind of girl who never looks back until she hits the wall. Fong Tang was a little troubled. At this time, the God of Wealth Core Spirit in his arms flew out with a chirp and entered the warehouse airship directly. The airship stayed in place, but seemed to have locked in a certain direction, waiting for Fong Tang's instructions. Fong Tang was shocked. What's going on? Master, it seems that Core Spirit has found a suitable master. Who else could it be? Fong Ching Ching's pretty face appeared in front of her. Fong Tang sighed. After all, Ching Ching couldn't be completely separated from this damn game. Go on, since she has been destined for this fate. It is a good thing to get a Core Spirit. The warehouse airship gradually disappeared into the sky and disappeared. The door opened and Du Xiaoyu walked out slowly, holding onto the wall. The last remaining micron particles seemed to be filled with spirituality surrounding Du Xiaoyu. The story between her and Feng Bei must be very touching. But no one knows it anymore. Professor Morimoto, who was waiting outside, rushed over with people and helped the girl. Oops! The tear duct is infected. Don't panic. We will perform microsurgery now and set up the operating table quickly. Du Xiaoyu struggled. Her eyes were red and swollen, but she looked around. Fong Tang hurriedly walked over. Du Xiaoyu opened his palm, revealing a spherical core. The core is flashing. This is one of the 3 major patches. Fong Tang took the core and watched Du Xiaoyu being helped into the car. The car slowly left. The phone case is finally over. Now the game system has disappeared. And there are no boring game prompts. Fong Tang took back his mind and played with the core sphere. He didn't know how to use this thing. Can it upgrade the entire Infinite Challenge game? While still doubting, the core sphere suddenly lit up. The sphere unfolded, and pieces of strange code appeared. The spheres that formed the core of the patch began to decompose and turned into 108 thin rubbings. On each rubbing, the 256 hexagrams composed of horizontal lines and line segments are changing. Fong Tang was shocked. Could this be it? Before his body consciousness could exclaim, Bai's consciousness cheered and embraced these codes. The game upgrade patch is also a white upgrade patch. Master, this is the ultimate patch. This time is Bai's last moment. You must continue to work hard. Our era is coming. You will become the king on the throne. And I am willing to dedicate the entire world to you. In front of you. Keep up the good work. This is only a third of the patch. Bai's consciousness entered the familiar deep sleep again. Fong Tang's first feeling was that his whole body felt relaxed. As if the soul in his body had finally cut off a parasitic malignant tumor. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, shaking his head. He seemed to be waking up from a nightmare. Fong Tang fell into confusion for a moment. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Buzzing. Buzzing. The phone vibrated again. A call from Shauna. Fong Tang rubbed his head and answered the phone while feeling dizzy. Where is it? Shauna asked directly. There seemed to be 1,000 words to say. But at this time, Fong Tang subconsciously replied, I'm outside. I'm a little hungry. Then come back and eat quickly. A simple yet heartwarming conversation. Fong Tang tried hard to recall what Bai had said before he upgraded. But it was all vague. He hummed, and when he was about to say something else, noise came from his cell phone. Then a strange man's voice came. Mr. Fong Tang, I sincerely invite you to continue the next level of the game. I am Shui Wu. My real name is Wan Gi, and my real alias is Yin Gui Wan, a high school biology teacher. I'll wait for you at 01 Temple. Following the sudden sound, another photo popped up on the phone screen. Photos by Kylan Lin. The second photo popped up again, showing 2 little girls holding hands. Little freebies and floral skirts. Fong Tang woke up immediately. Oh, are you threatening me? Misunderstanding. This is a small interaction I made to stimulate your fighting spirit. Haha. I can't wait. You will definitely be amazed when you see the levels I designed. I'm waiting for you. The noise disappears. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. Shauna's voice came. Go ahead. I'll gather the guild members immediately. No matter what level it is this time. Let's fight together. Fight together. Live and die together. Fong Tang felt warm in his heart and went straight to the Putua garbage station. Behind him, there was a patch of moonlight. The brilliance of the moon is actually changing. Dots of light particles slowly formed a mirror, reflecting the man's back. Chapter 342 Eyes of the Fire Moon. The fire moon is like a mirror, and the mirror reflects the human heart. Behind the mirror made of moonlight, micron particles connected into a line, extending toward the east. This line passes through the entire center of Magic City, across the Pujiang River, and all the way to Dongpunu District. The micron particle lines connected to the moon mirror suddenly rose upward, along the tallest building in Dongpunu District, and reached the highest point. The highest point of the Zhongzhou building in the Magic City. This is the tallest building in China. The line of the moon mirror bent again, and at the end, it reached the eyes of the girl standing on the roof. The girl hummed and witnessed the scene that just happened through the moon mirror. Idiot! Idiot! You are so willful that you waste type 1 particles on a dead man. Although she said this, the girl's tone was admiring. Interesting. This Fong Tang is very interesting. As the 3rd level designer and the strongest among Shui Wu, she reflected Fong Tang's figure through that mirror. The mirror circulates as if it has turned into a book, and memories are displayed on the book like pictures. I'm just curious. Such a powerful player must have very few mental weaknesses. Then she said something. Over the years, especially during the ancient games, Huiyu has seen many super players. Some have even reached the level of legend. But no matter how strong those players are, they all have weaknesses deep in their hearts. In Huiyu's view, the fewer the weaknesses of the soul, the stronger the player is. But she had never seen Fong Tang like this. Why does this guy have so many spiritual weaknesses? Oops. There are so many weaknesses. There were so many that she was stunned. There are so many that I don't know what to do with them. Huiyu scratched his head. Maybe this kind of Fong Tang is the most difficult to deal with. Forget it. In order to show respect, I'd better take out the level designed to gamble my life. She giggled. And the next moment, she appeared in the Sky Eye Center, a Zhongzhou building in the Magic City. The Sky Eye Center of the building, which is manned 24 hours a day, is quiet at this time. As the tallest building in China, the observation deck of Zhongzhou Tower is actually on the 119th floor, and the highest point that can be reached under normal circumstances is the Sky Eye Center, located at the 600-meter height. The engineering name of Sky Eye Center is called damper, which is a professional device installed to reduce the shaking of high-rise buildings under strong winds. The 33-meter-high Sky Eye Center is actually a giant weighing 1,000 tons. It consists of 4 parts: a sling, a mass block, a damping system, and a main structure protection system. It is currently the heaviest pendulum damper in the world. Mass block. The mass block and the sling form a giant compound pendulum that resonates with the main structure of the building to reduce the shaking of the building. The Fire Moon Girl hummed a little tune and walked softly in the eyes of the sky. This is the general control center for the unfinished game scene. At this time, a spherical intelligence brain composed of various mechanical structures has been installed above the main control center. But the core area of the intelligence brain is blank. Plato! That's what that little girl called you. Right. Turn on your computing module now. The Plato supercomputer, which represents the highest technical level of World Snake and is already infinitely close to artificial intelligence, struggled to say in Chinese. I can't. Huiyu snapped his fingers. I still haven't cleared the memory. Warning! The platonic subject that was salvaged from the depths of the sea made a strange hissing sound. I have discovered the backup of number 27. Girl, I must warn you. The Nightingale-class drone will take off immediately, and the above-carrying anti-personnel weapons will kill you. Huiyu was speechless. Oh my god! You idiot! I caught all 4 of your backup energy harvesters on the 27th, and now they are just cold metal fragments. You still want to lie to me? You are not the real one. Artificial intelligence is far from it. The girl's eyes flickered faintly, and the last remaining code of Plato's subject was erased. Okay, although it's not a real AI, it's enough as an auxiliary brain. Now, I want to lend you some data to analyze. You still need a part to build the game scene. Soon, Sayabaizi's figure appeared in Huiyue's eyes. Oh, mutant defense particle owner. Wait, let's do the math. If this sister is used as the core of the brain of the game scene, and I use the micron particles I have stored, I can completely establish a mutation defense mechanism for the entire building scene. I wonder if my sister also has a spiritual weakness. Plato calculated clumsily, but was quickly interrupted by Huiyu. You can't do it. I have to do this myself. Keep working, idiot, and analyze the possible threats. From the center of the sky in the central continent building, a beam of light composed of micron particles suddenly appeared. The light beam scanned the entire city and finally stopped at the Chang'an Hotel. Scan for threat subjects. The threat level ranking is being compiled. The player with the greatest threat appears. The giant spirits from the temples appeared in Huiyue's eyes. Hey, this guy's core ability is resonance. Although this ability is not a magical skill, it is the most likely to destroy the building game scene. The Fire Moon Girl looked at the building under her feet. Baby, you can't collapse. Let me see what the weaknesses of this silly big guy are. There was relaxed laughter in the Chang'an Hotel suite. Skylark is packing a freshly cooked steak, while Shauna is choosing various champagne sent by the manager Winston. Coco and Mara, who have reluctantly joined together as an alliance these days, are also helping to pack various side dishes. Fong Tang must be very hungry. The giant spirit rubbed his hands beside him. He must be as hungry as I am. The red-haired Mara sighed. If you want to eat, just say so. But these won't do. These are all prepared for Fong Tang. The giant spirit chuckled, but the giant axe-shaped core spirit behind its neck flickered. His laughter stopped suddenly, and he stared blankly into the void outside the window. Jin, what's wrong with you? Shauna first noticed something was wrong, but he saw that the giant spirit was getting more and more excited, and he suddenly shouted, Your Highness, I have no intention of betraying you. Didn't we agree to write off what happened back then? If you don't believe it, my subordinate, I am willing to die for you now. He actually raised his hand directly. In the suite, amplitude ripples compressed to the extreme immediately appeared. This is the amplitude of the resonance driven by the giant spirit with all its strength. Your Highness Dongwang, my heart is like the bright moon, and I can learn from it. The giant spirit roared and slapped his chest with a palm. Coco, who was closest to him, had already drawn the Poseidon's halberd sword. But he saw the look in Mara's eyes. Coco understands and understands. She immediately let go of the hilt of the sword and stood aside. Amid Skylark's exclamation, a glow appeared in the suite. Feathery light filled the room. The light dissipated, and the pair of infinite wings behind Shauna slowly retracted and dissipated. After coughing, Shauna looked coldly at the two girls of World Snake, but just snorted without exposing them. At this time, the giant spirit had fallen to the ground, and layers of lime-like structures suddenly appeared on its body. The lime-like structure wraps up this powerful member of the Pantheon, like a cocoon. It doesn't matter. This is his body repairing itself. Yunk knelt down and looked at it. Why did this idiot suddenly commit suicide? It's obvious that someone has manipulated your mind, Shauna said coldly. Skylark frowned. That's not true. Is he so fragile? Shauna shook her head. The giant spirit has rare physical strength. In terms of strength, it can be ranked at least in the top 10 in the entire game. But his mind is very fragile. There are gains and losses. This guy is a temperamental person. And the enemy simulated the real His Highness Dong Wang and revealed a past incident of the giant spirit in the past. So it broke his mind. Coco smiled faintly at the side. No wonder the information I bought said that the giant spirit had hunted down His Highness Dong Wang a long time ago. It seems to be that massacre? That was something he didn't want to mention. There are scars. Shauna looked at her coldly. Stop being so arrogant. You are not a member of Shanghai. You can get out now. Coco's face turned red, and she tightened her grip on the sword hilt. But soon, her eyes also showed confusion, and she slowly looked out the window into the void. Sweat quickly appeared on her forehead. And then, with the sound of waves, her whole body broke through the window and disappeared into the night sky. The red-haired Mara followed closely, looking even faster than Coco. Yunk was shocked. Both of them? Her voice stopped suddenly because she saw Shauna's eyes. Shauna's eyes also showed that blank confusion. And she was also turning her neck strangely. The void outside the window seems to have turned into a giant mirror, with the sky as the surface and the stars as the light, tempting everyone to rush into the trap. Like a moth to a flame. Chapter 343 in the temple. Fong Tang walked into the old street outside the Putua garbage disposal station. This is already the land on the north bank of the Suzhou River, which is what the people of Lao Moda call the land of North Suzhou. Although Putua still belongs to the urban area, only 2 miles to the northwest is the Jiating district of the Magic City. The area at the junction of the two districts is the so-called urban-suburban junction. In an international metropolis like Shanghai, the dividing line between the city and the suburbs has become blurred. In the suburban areas of Shanghai, some places are even more prosperous than the city center. However, this, Taoyuan County, where Putua and Jiating meet in the northwest, is an out-and-out poor place. Fong Tang stopped. High in the sky, the warehouse airship returning from Qin Fan Company appeared faintly, and then disappeared into the night. Fong Tang saw the empty space with the sign, Garbage Disposal Station, which was filled with more than a dozen mountains of garbage. It's all dry garbage, most of which is recyclable. And just behind the garbage mountain, a modeled small temple loomed in the moonlight. Humph! This is the so-called 01 Temple. Ji Bing Wang, who fled with the white tiger, once said that he was going to a temple-like place. This should be it. This is a refugee camp and a place of redemption for failed players. But it's also where the Suzaku who assassinated him is. Even by man was dug out of the ground and trained as an assassin. So this is not a place of redemption at all, but more like a base camp full of conspiracy. Another point is that some people have been secretly collecting players' chips over the years. And the super pills Chong Beihai secretly made use part of the fake nanoparticle glue. Fong Tang has been able to determine that these are all related to Lingyi Temple. The most likely possibility is that designer Shui will use players' removed chips to secretly produce knockoff nanoparticle glue to create his own game scenes. Feng Bei said that Shui Wu is very powerful and likes big scenes. Does he want to build a complete game world? Too exaggerated? How many nanoparticles will it cost? Just as Fong Tang was about to walk into the garbage station, Skylark's profile picture popped up on his phone. Under the avatar, there is also a distress message marked SOS. He answered, Sister, what happened? A very strange thing happened just now. The giant spirit almost committed suicide. The 2 girls from the World Snake jumped out of the window and left. And even Shauna. Xiana is gone too? Fong Tang took a deep breath. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Yunk recounted what happened at the Chang'an Hotel. Fong Tang closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Were they all manipulated and left on their own? Yeah. It's terrible. Someone with the strength of Shauna has actually been attacked. Fong Tang remained calm. It's Hua Yu. Feng Bei reminded me that he is a mind reader. Skylark breathed quickly. What should I do now? What can I do? This is my game. Don't interfere. Fong Tang said immediately. Yunk became anxious. Now it's between you and me. I'm very annoyed now. Brother, she shouted on the phone. Now the company is going to be reshuffled. After the system crashed, all the logistics teams in Asia lost their jobs. They are all counting on me. Also, those vacationing employees in the data department are still noisy. They want to join our guild, saying that this is Feng Lizi's instruction, and I have to arrange them. Fong Tang looked down at the active scarlet spider threads on the 5 elements pen and became irritated for a moment. Bai's seclusion has been upgraded again, and now he can only rely on himself. And he still can't adapt to it for a while. Sister, it's enough for you to protect yourself. We are all at a critical point now. If we can get over this hurdle, there will be a bright future. Skylark interrupted his chicken soup for the soul. Can you do something for me? I don't want to be in a daze in the hotel like this. I can help. Fong Tang scratched his head. In that case, you can help me research the National Bureau of Investigation. Well, I have a very important clue here. Luo Chan-jun, the head of the customer service department of Haizhou Company, is from the National Bureau of Investigation. He didn't expect Skylark to find out anything, but giving her something to do was better than letting Skylark run over and die. After hanging up the phone, Fong Tang flicked the active spider silk with his fingers and got a little reaction from Feng Lizi. He now felt like a big net was coming down. Shui Wu and Hua Yu actually joined forces. 2 game scenes are open together, but I don't know how to clone myself. Until now, there is no news about Chu Jioga and Song Wulan, which is another problem. After remaining silent for a long time, he walked towards 01 Temple. The plastic bottles and paper boxes outside Lingyi Temple have been moved away long ago, and the blue-gray walls of the small temple have been recleaned. Flies are rarely seen, even when walking in the garbage mountain. I didn't see any scavenging insects that should have appeared. Fong Tang walked into the temple. The aroma of cabbage stewed with tofu comes. This is a courtyard, with the 3 characters, Lingyi Temple, written on the stone tablet in the courtyard. A row of stone piers carved with Buddha statues were moved and formed into a circle, forming a stone table. Skeleton sculptures all made of metal wires are placed neatly under the stone table. There was a middle-aged man sitting at the table, and lying on the table was a little girl in a floral skirt who had been disemboweled. Sister number 109 seemed to be in a power-off state, motionless with her eyes closed. The middle-aged man wore a pair of old-fashioned large-framed glasses. The temples were partially broken and were barely held together with tape. He looked up at Fong Tang and looked at it for a long time. A metal wire in his hand continued to penetrate into the endoskeleton of Sister number 109. In the blue bionic blood vessels, a cluster of nerve plexuses lit up. The sizzling flowers of electricity bounced, and the girl in the floral skirt made bursts of electronic synthesized sounds. The middle-aged man spoke. Mr. Fong Tang, someone analyzed that you have 2 personalities in your body. Now it seems that your second personality consciousness has disappeared? Fong Tang sat directly opposite. Wang Yi? The middle-aged man put down the metal wire in his hand and smiled. Yes, you can also call me Shui Wu. Fong Tang frowned and looked at the horrific wound on the little girl in the floral skirt. No blood came out of my sister's broken chest, but there was a layer of clear blue liquid rolling around. Under this layer of lubricating oil-like liquid, the transparent mechanical structure has stopped operating, and the nanoparticle bugs inside the parts are no longer active. Did you kill her? Fong Tang said and looked behind him. There is a Buddhist temple there, and a small dark room with a sign that reads, Meditation Room. Wang Yi shook his head repeatedly. I didn't kill her. I was just modifying her core, because my game scene requires an intelligent brain to control it. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. How do you control your sister? Wang Yi ran. Nothing. In a sense, I am the one who created them. Fong Tang slowly exhaled. You are the engineer, the guy who made the sister. Wang Yi picked up the inconspicuous metal wire again, and this time it pierced his sister's eyeball directly. There was a stabbing sound. Chapter 344 Choice. A squeak. The nanoparticle bugs in the transparent parts of the girl in the floral skirt became active and quickly repaired the wound. The unattractive Wang Yi laughed again. The first-generation version of my sister looks pleasing to the eye. It doesn't have too many complicated rules and has an independent personality, which is closer to human beings. It's a pity that only 10 models of the first generation were produced. He clapped his hands. Mr. Fong Tang, why haven't you asked me about the whereabouts of the other sister? Let me remind you. The sister number 20001 has been taken away. Fong Tang snorted. Your game scene needs a sister to control it. And so does Wei Yu. Xiao Bai's ability to eat far exceeds that of sister number 109. She was kidnapped by Wei Yu. Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but admire. Actually, without the help of the second consciousness, you are still quite smart. Fong Tang leaned forward. Before your game starts, I have 2 questions. Wang Yi chuckled, took off his broken glasses, and carefully wiped them with a piece of cloth. Don't be anxious. We have plenty of time. Just ask. First, why do you, Suzaku from Ryuki Temple, want to kill me? Second, where is Kailanlin? Wang Yi answered seriously. Suzaku is not my subordinate. She is a disciple of Zen Master Lingjue. I have no idea about your assassination. Your second question. Kailanlin is in the meditation room. Inside, Fong Tang flicked the pencil with his finger, and the scarlet spider silk stretched out, followed his feet, and quickly headed towards the meditation room. Fong Tang's special physique had already sensed the nanoparticles all around, and secretly reminded Feng Lizi to be careful. He coughed again and continued to distract Wang Yi. Who is Zen Master Lingjue? Wang Yi smiled faintly. You can think of him as my tenant. I lent him the core area of this game scene to teach Zen. To spread Zen? Fong Tang looked strange. Is he really a monk? It's Machine Zen. Wang Yi smiled. Fong Tang shook his head. After Indian Buddhism spread eastward to China, its original teachings have been modified beyond recognition. As far as I know, although Zen claims to come from Buddhist thought, it actually combines the thoughts of Taoism, Confucianism and other schools to form its own sect. Chinese native religion. Wang Yi laughed loudly. Fong Tang, what's the point of dropping your book bag in front of me? I won't discuss Zen machine with you. His laughter spread throughout the courtyard, but stopped abruptly. Unless you are delaying time on purpose. Fong Tang coughed. Then let's talk about it. Why did Zen Master Lingjue want to kill me? Wang Yi shook his head. He is not trying to kill you, but is helping you. You can solve the phone case. The key information and the cache are all transmitted through Lingyi Temple. Do you understand? From the beginning, Shukai and Amon's goal is Chu Jioga. Fong Tang finally understood. Zen Master Lingjue sent someone to assassinate him just as a cover to activate Xiaojio. Only when Xiaojio becomes a player can he successfully bring information and cache back to the asylum. He sighed. So, I still owe Zen Master Lingjue a favor. Wang Yi Aaron. Old monk is not here to help you. Of course, you will understand these things gradually. Don't waste time now. Lingjue has violated my wishes and is now hiding in the Buddhist hall and dare not come out. Well, why should we talk about these boring things? He stood up and looked at his sister in the floral skirt, who stood up from the stone table. Fong Tang, do you know how the first biochemical man was designed and manufactured? Fong Tang shook his head slightly. He suddenly had a strange feeling. Even if Shui Wu talked about irrelevant topics, he seemed to be delaying time. Wang Yi has already begun a long introduction. The original cyborg has been involved in quarrel since the design stage. The main issue in the quarrel is whether the cyborg should be designed to be like a human. The simplest solution is to make a spherical biochemical machine, which can save a lot of problems. For example, the spherical biochemical machine does not need to be equipped with human hands and feet, but only the tactile nerves in the human hand, and the linkage between the 5 fingers are a difficult problem to solve. Wang Yi sighed as he spoke. But for my mother, the spherical machine is too ugly, and does not meet her requirements at all. So we start over and make a beautiful little angel. We chose the appearance of a human girl around 6 years old. From a psychological point of view, this kind of little girl image is the most lovable to humans. Fong Tang listened silently. The scarlet spider silk had passed through the grass and stones, avoiding the surrounding nanoparticles, and arrived at the door of the meditation room. Wang Yi seemed to be reminiscing at this time, full of emotion. After the image was designed, we used 4 technologies that could definitely be called black technology at that time to produce it. The first is 3D printing technology, which is used to print the mechanical skeleton of biochemical humans, including some gear structures. The second is electronic skin, which is the pinnacle of bionic technology. We use multiple layers of low molecular organic matter, such as a thin film made of pentacene molecules, which simulates the perceived pressure of the skin through pressure sensors densely distributed on its surface. The third is micron material filling technology. The most delicate organs of the biochemical man are first made of micron particles, and then filled with submicron materials. The simplest technology at that time was the fourth technology, which was chip implantation technology that simulated the human brain. Because at that time we already had chip molds that could be mass-produced. It can be said that all the front-end technology of Infinite Company was concentrated in the cyborg manufacturing line. But we still failed. It's ridiculous. Right? Wan Gi wiped his glasses again and said, "We created an ugly monster. Like a monster that was burned and then plastered on. That is sister number 001. The only good thing is that because the chip technology has matured, there is no problem with sister number 001's computing ability." Fong Tang interrupted him. "What's the ending of sister number 001? Wan Gi sighed. "Originally, I wanted to crush her and destroy her. But I couldn't bear it, and put her on the bottom of the sea. Just a few years ago, I went to see her in person, and she had disappeared for a long time." Fong Tang hesitantly said, "Then how did you create a real sister?" Wan Gi chuckled and said, "First of all, we obtained the cloning-like technology from Solomon's core spirit's eternal cross, and made a super technology like a treatment device, thus solving the problem of my sister's appearance and structure. Then, the chip of the engineer's beta version was improved again, and became the standard chip of the internal beta version, thus giving my sister a simulated personality. But at this time, the dispute arises again. That is, how should we define the behavior pattern of biochemical humans? Should we completely obey humans? Or should we develop freely? Mother believes that we must first consider the cyborg's ability to survive in human society, and then we can consider whether she should be restricted and to what extent. But my father doesn't think so. He thinks that the biochemical human is just a product that can be infinitely replaced. Why should he care about her survival?" Wan Gi fell silent at this point. He said slowly for a long time, "This quarrel is the first time that father and mother cannot reach a consensus. Now that I think about it, this is the beginning of their falling out in the future. When real artificial intelligence life is born, quarrels will become inevitable. Reconciled contradictions." Scarlet Spider Silk has entered the meditation room and found Kai Lin, who was restrained. After Feng Lizhi confirmed Kai Lin's identity, which was not a clone or a phantom projection, Fong Tang slowly stood up. He'd stalled long enough, and now he could. But Wan Gi also stood up. "The story is over. It's time for us to talk about the game. Before starting the fog pass, let's have an appetizer first." He waved gently, and the meditation room lit up. "Fong Tang, your little spider is indeed careful enough. But what I control is not Feng Bei's clumsy micron particles, but smart particles closer to the nanometer level. In my game scene, there are no blind spots." Wan Gi smiled. "Now, you need to make a choice. There are 2 levels of games running at the same time. At the beginning, you can only choose one scene." He took a step back. "Whether you stay in my level to save Kai Lin or go to Huiyue's building to save others, I think you should be able to make a decision soon." This is an imbalanced scale. On one side of the scale is Kai Lin, but on the other side is Shauna. Chapter 345 The Fog Rises. In the meditation room, Kai Lin was completely controlled and had no chance of struggling. At this time, layers of metal-like particles suddenly appeared on the girl's hands and feet. These submicron particles are only about 10 nanometers in diameter. They are instantly combined and twisted like twists, and then gradually turn into 4 chains. The chains pulled Kai Lin, hanging her in the room. Those are the copycat nanoparticles used to make super pills. Fong Tang looked at Wan Gi. "You can use these fake particles to form all things at will. Here, you seem to have really become a god who dominates everything." Wan Gi smiled. "You're welcome. I'm different from Feng Bei. I'm not as stupid as him. I've been making nanoparticles for the past 20 years. Although I only got a 10 nanometer form, I can't reach the technology of my father and mother. But it has controllable intelligence. So it's enough." He was still smiling. But Fong Tang had already moved. A sonic boom cloud appeared from behind him, with a white line tearing through the air and rushing directly into the meditation room. This time he learned a lesson and used Shauna's windbreaker to cover the shirt underneath in advance. All the heat brought by the speed of sound was absorbed by the windbreaker. Of course, the half pair of pants and a pair of shoes that could not be protected were scrapped again. Fong Tang has hugged Kai Lin. Wan Gi's strange figure arrived first and appeared in the middle of the meditation room. "No matter how fast you are, can you beat me?" Wan Gi shook his head. "What I didn't expect was that you actually chose Kai Lin." The 4 chains were motionless. Kai Lin opened her eyes, shook her head desperately, and signaled Fong Tang to leave quickly. The sister in the floral skirt, who had been transformed by Wan Gi, also appeared. standing behind Kai Lin. She raised her little hand, and countless particles gathered in her palm, turning into a long knife. The tip of the knife was pressed against Kai Lin's back. Fong Tang's eyes shrank, but the particles around him swarmed in, completely separating him from Sister 109. He has 10 attributes of power, but it is useless because these particles can easily absorb all the kinetic energy he releases. This is so unfair. He is like fighting a loach in the mud. Wang Yi looked very disappointed. This little game before the official start should have been exciting. I should have seen you suffering there and making choices with a sense of guilt. But you gave up directly. Shauna. He nodded slightly to his sister in the floral skirt. The tip of the knife began to penetrate. With a swish sound, a figure suddenly appeared, hugging the sister in the floral skirt desperately from behind, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Fong Tang! Take her away!" This is a man who has been hiding in the meditation room. His eyes are wrapped with a cloth band, and he is actually blind. But Fong Tang recognized him immediately. Lu Shengnan? Although he had been selfish and made mistakes, at this moment, the responsibility of being a father made Lu Shengnan stand up regardless of everything. Lu Shengnan had already used all his strength. The girl in the floral skirt had empty eyes, and waved the knife expressionlessly. The moment the blade cut into Lu Shengnan's body, it transformed into copycat particles again, and then began to decompose Lu Shengnan's muscles and bones. These fake nanoparticles are actually intelligent, and can change their shape at any time according to the owner's wishes. Now they are regrouping and turning into various spike-like particles. Lu Shengnan roared. Blood mist burst out all over his body, and the major arteries in various parts of his body burst, and the blood was like a fountain. Fong Tang had no choice. In the water mist game scene, even self-protection becomes a problem for him. And Shiro, who is being upgraded, can't help. Wang Yi stood in the darkness and shook his head. I knew that Lu Shengnan never gave up. It's a pity. He is a very talented disciple. Fong Tang hugged Xiaolin tightly. Wang Yi sighed quietly. It seems that you still made the wrong choice. If you go to Xianna and gather the power of your Shanghai guild, maybe. There was a click. Before he could finish his words, Kai Lin in Fong Tang's arms had already lowered her head. Fong Tang actually broke her neck. Ah! Wang Yi was stunned. A sonic boom cloud appeared again. Fong Tang forcibly used his second extreme attribute, and disappeared outside Lingyi Temple with a white line on his whole body. Wang Yi touched his chin and stopped the 109 sister who was about to pursue him. He can't get out of this area. Now it's a bit interesting. Staring at Kai Lin whose neck was broken in front of him, Wang Yi's figure suddenly twisted, as if he had lost his bones, and he could barely avoid 2 scarlet spider threads. Kai Lin, who was under 4 chains, raised her head, and layers of flying spider silk appeared all over her body. The spider silk dispersed. The scarlet dress spread on the floor. Fong Lizzie giggled, and the chain broke. Number 109. You should prepare to set up the game scene. Wang Yi said softly, and silently exited the meditation room. The sister in the floral skirt turned and left, and Fong Lizzie stepped on spider threads and gracefully appeared opposite Wang Yi. The distance between the two was no more than 3 meters. With a scoff, a spear suddenly appeared 3 meters away and stabbed Feng Ling directly. Feng Ling's graceful figure remained motionless, but a spider web formed instantly. The spear made of particles collided with the spider web and immediately changed. The spear began to burn, and then turned into burning spheres. The spider web decomposes and turns into spider pupae. The spider chrysalis wrapped around the burning sphere, and the flames went out. But the next moment, those particles disassembled and combined again. This time, they were wolf fong thorns. Feng Lizzie shook her body, and the scarlet spider silk spit out again, turning into a square structure with excellent elasticity, and bounced off the wolf's thorn. The battle between the two is about the changes in the form of the weapons controlled by each other. Wang Yi snapped his fingers very easily, and layers of black clouds appeared above Lingyi Temple. Feng Lizzie looked up, shook her head slightly, and put away the last ball of spider silk. If it were outside, I might not be your match. But in my scenario, your spider silk is limited. Feng Lizzie smiled charmingly. It doesn't matter. I'm just covering Fong Tang. You? Do you really dare to kill me? The dark clouds in the sky began to sink. The wind suddenly picked up, and the blizzard suddenly came. It really snowed heavily, and the area was within 01 Temple. But it was not white snowflakes, but black and gray particle clusters. Feng Lizzie has been wrapped in black snow, and the spider armor protecting her chest on the scarlet dress has cracks. Her eyes widen. You You are extracting my DNA. Wang Yi looked at the Spider Queen, who was completely wrapped in particles. Yes, you are from the Hongming Pantheon. I can't kill you. I don't want to anger His Highness Dong Wang. But since you appear here, I can just take advantage of it. Use your DNA to create a batch of monsters and place them in the game scene. Haha. This is a special arrangement for Fongtang. Following his words, thick fog drifted out from 01 Temple and covered the entire garbage station to the south, while other fog surged crazily toward the northwest. Soon, the fog covered an oval-shaped area. The northwest reaches Taoyuan County, Jiaoding District, and the southeastern boundary is just outside the Putu garbage station. This is an area covering an area of 6 million square meters. It was indeed a big scene. The entire game scene area of Fog Pass is equivalent to 2 small towns, 6 university towns, and 840 football fields. Chapter 346 Mirror Photo. In the mist, Feng Lizzie looked in the direction of the garbage station. She couldn't help but be surprised again. It turns out that over the years, you have obtained raw materials from garbage to make nanoparticles. Wang Yi's figure swayed, and with a locked Feng Lizzie, he slid directly to the garbage station. The garbage mountain at your feet has begun to decompose, turning into gray foam among countless particles, and then being picked up by the strong wind and scattered throughout the game scene. What appeared in front of Feng Lizzie was how a complex game scene was built layer by layer. The skeleton of this scene is the land and buildings within the area. The various species in the scene come directly from parks, wilds, wastelands, and underground. Feng Lizzie keenly felt that other players were rushing towards this place. She took a deep breath. You want to create a closed area. So what is the theme of the game? Wang Yi chuckled. Classic theme. Survival in the wild. He said happily. I have been designing this game theme for a long time, and there are many difficulties that need to be solved. But the good news is that these garbage contain all the materials I need. Wang Yi raised his hand. My 2 favorite elements. The carbon element that makes up billions of living things, and the silicon element that is indispensable for making nanoparticles, are both among them. In many electronic products abandoned by humans, silicon crystals with a purity of 99.999999999% can be extracted from many chips. Not to mention layer by layer of chip etching. Such mature semiconductor components can be used directly, eliminating the need for a lot of trouble. Wang Yi's tone was full of admiration. What a lovely human being. He has polished the semiconductor process to the limit of 7 nm, or even 3 nm. The utilization of silicon element has been brought to the extreme. Feng Lizzie smiled. Behind this is the consumption drive of billions of humans. The crazy expansion of the mobile phone market has led to an increasing demand for chips, so humans can create extreme semiconductor processes. Wang Yi unfolded his palm, and an elemental structure composed of particles appeared. That's the atomic structure of carbon with 4 electrons. Wang Yi once again admired. Look, the skeleton element of life. What a beautiful carbon element. The stable structure of 4 electrons is simply a gift from the creator. In the atomic structure, if the number of electrons in the outermost SH, L is less than 4, it is easy to lose electrons. If the number of electrons in the outermost SH, L is greater than 4, it is easy to gain electrons. And if the number of electrons in the outermost SH, L is equal to 4, the ability to lose electrons is equal to the ability to gain electrons. If this ability to combine atoms is compared to a hand, then the carbon element is equivalent to having 4 hands. Each hand can grab another atom, and can even be combined hand in hand with other carbon atoms. This unique atomic structure makes the carbon element like a social butterfly that can attract different atoms to combine. Feng Lizzie looked depressingly at Wang Yi showing off his copycat nanoparticles. But she had to admit that particles created using a carbon element structure could indeed be combined in unlimited ways. But Feng Lizzie couldn't help but ask, if you want to create so many nanoparticles, raw materials alone are not enough. Apart from other things, inlaying circuit diagrams into submicron particles to create intelligent particles must be done, and in addition to consuming huge amounts of energy to expand particles at the microscopic level, you must have a powerful catalytic neutralizer. Wang Yi chuckled. First of all, I am an engineer, and I am completely familiar with technical theories. Secondly, I have this. He slowly spit out a point of light from his mouth. Feng Lizzie gasped after seeing this light spot. Is this an ancient strain of bacteria? Wang Yi played with a light spot. There are only 3 strains in the internal beta mall, and this one is used as a reward for this level of the game. Feng Lizzie was speechless. You actually used the player reward items from Fog Pass. This is so shameless. How shameless? Wang Yi shook his head. I designed the game with my own life as a bet. I was just for my own survival and didn't want Fong Tang to complete the game. Mother's rules make designers and players completely opposed. Yes, only a fool like Feng Bei would fall in love with the NPC he created. He swallowed the bacteria again. And in the game I designed, the player's final mission includes finding the stolen bacteria. If Fong Tang survives successfully and kills me, he can still get his reward. The heavy fog had risen, and Feng Lizhi sighed secretly in her heart. From the beginning, this bastard Wang Yi was playing tricks on Fong Tang. He deliberately put Fong Tang in a dilemma. But he had already sealed the area and had no intention of letting Fong Tang leave. Feng Lizhi can already feel that the Zhongzhou building where the Fire Moon level is located has not even completed the basic skeleton of the game scene. Hey, you call yourself an engineer, but you are also a master of scheming. Fong Tang and Kai Linlin are still running towards the Zhongzhou Tower. Did you set an ambush on his escape route? Wang Yi did not answer her words, but frowned and looked to the southeast. That is the only place you must pass when rushing from the garbage station to Zhongzhou building, the intersection of Tian High Street. At this time, an airship suddenly appeared above the intersection. An airship that can be used as a guild warehouse. This is a mistaken calculation. Wang Yi coughed. And the black snowflakes in the sky dissipated. And the endless copycat particles turned into black clouds again and rushed towards the intersection. Fingling's eyes flashed, and she took this opportunity to open an eye on her snow-white chest. A spider thread popped out of the scarlet eyes silently, slowly approaching Wang Yi. Feng Lizhi chuckled. Mr. Engineer, I have a question that I am very curious about and want to ask. Wang Yi looked at her mockingly. Are you going to imitate that boy Fong Tang and delay time again? Don't worry. I'll let you out right away. Your master substitute is rushing to the far north with Lei Zhe's fox. As for D, he needs your help very much. Feng Lizhi blinked charmingly. You have to ask before you leave. As everyone knows, before the signing of Agreement Number 9, all company employees and major guilds conducted a camp test. Your test results, what is it? Wang Yi's eyes trembled, and he said coldly, I don't know. At this moment, Feng Lizhi's spider eye thread passed through Wang Yi's eyebrows, and was decomposed by the reacted particles. But in just such a moment of opportunity, the Spider Queen already got the answer. She was really shocked. Your test result turned out to be the Luai's camp. Oh my god! The Luai's camp is on the side of humans! With a bang, countless particles erupted, like rockets soaring into the sky. The violent particles sprayed behind and flew directly out of the game scene with Feng Lizhi. Fong Tang carried the weak Kai Linlin on his back and rushed to the crossroads. In the sky, the warehouse airship slowly appeared. Fong Tang already felt tired. The particles tracking from all directions were eroding his physical strength, and he was controlled by Wang Yi from afar. Shaolin, I will send you to the airship later. Fong Tang gasped. Wang Yi is obviously playing tricks on me. He doesn't want me to choose at all. After you go out, check the Zhongzhou building. I just said I did a simple calculation. The height of the Zhongzhou building. The internal area. It will take time for Huayu to completely build the game scene. The most important thing is that he vaguely sensed the thoughts conveyed by Xia Baizi. Through the collapsed system, the remaining chip functions were still functioning. In the guild system, Xia Baizi sent 3 characters in a row. Still alive. So we can still buy time at Zhongzhou Tower. With a thud, he tripped over a can and almost fell to his knees at the intersection. The girl who witnessed Lu Jingnan's death neither cried nor fussed at this time, but was extremely calm. Can't the airship hold 2 people? Fong Tang was very pleased. Of course it can be installed, but then both of us will be trapped here. I want to stop Wang Yi's pursuit. He bent his knees and used his last strength to exert his extreme agility attribute again. The sonic boom cloud appeared under his feet, and under the reaction force, Fong Tang jumped up to a height of 3 meters. The warehouse airship in the sky changed its shape like jelly, and a soft rope hung down. According to Fong Tang's wish, the rope wrapped around Kai Linlin and pulled up. Fong Tang spread his arms and activated the power of the Taotai chip desperately, devouring the chasing particles crazily. Kai Linlin shouted from above. I have something for you. I found it in that meditation room. Don't worry. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely. Before she could finish speaking, a mirror of light shone from the direction of Zhongzhou building in Dongpu New District. A piece of wood fell from Kai Linlin's hand, and she looked blankly at the fire and moon mirror. She saw her parents, holding hands and walking in front of the familiar villa. That's her home. My parents are not divorced. just like in those warm days long ago. They smiled, waved, and waited for me to go home for dinner. Kaylin Lynn twisted her body and suddenly broke away from the rope of the warehouse airship. After her body fell to the ground, she quickly got up and rushed out of the scene boundary, all the way towards the Zhongzhou building. Chapter 347 Survival Beginning. Fong Tang sat in the middle of the intersection. This is the southeastern boundary of the game. I reached out and touched it lightly, and a ripple appeared in the direction where my palm touched. At this time, Fong Tang's first front of body defense has been activated, and white blood cells are frantically devouring the incoming particle army. Most of the particles that rush into the body seem to lose their momentum, and are quickly resolved by white blood cells. More particles appear. Fong Tang's special physique with 10 attributes began to carry out the second line of defense. The cells in the body began to mutate, and more particles died. The physical changes caused by mutated genes are a complex and comprehensive change. For example, a high attribute physique allows his cardiovascular circulation, digestive system, etc. to bring greater energy flow, and his body stores more and more energy, not to mention his endurance and ability to resist blows. His physical structure determines that his metabolism is extremely efficient. His immune system is enhanced, and he has a stronger ability to resist infection. In order to display these complex changes intuitively, we use physique, similar to online game attribute settings to display. Fong Tang now began to vomit, and all that vomited out was gray liquid. You could clearly see the groups of dead fake particles that had been completely corroded by gastric juice. However, the number of particles is increasing, and many of them have successfully broken through multiple defenses and have begun to impact the 24th pair of chromosomes in the DNA. White fog appeared at the southeastern boundary, covering the entire intersection. Fong Tang also fell into a coma. When Fong Tang woke up for the first time, the sky had turned into a false starry sky. At this time, he felt that he had lost some kind of power. The 24th pair of chromosomes had been locked, and he could not use that magical energy. The 10 attributes of strength and agility were useless. He no longer had the power to crush rocks with a punch, nor did he have the ghostly nervous reflexes. The only good thing is that he has a physique that is beyond ordinary people. Because the physique is passively transformed, there is no need to call on that magical energy to achieve it. Of course, it is still impossible to reach the peak 10 attribute physique. Fong Tang estimated that the physique now has at most 5 attributes. The particles continued to lock his chip ability, and Fong Tang fainted again. When he woke up again, the sun was shining, although it was early winter, because the film composed of fake particles covered the entire area, causing a greenhouse effect. The temperature in the game scene was at least 10 degrees higher than outside. He actually felt a little warm. Then he got up and found that he was not at the familiar intersection. What he saw through the thin mist was a construction site. In the quiet construction site, separated from the middle by a boundary air wall, Fong Tang saw a white public notice board. Hello! We are Shanye Construction Company, here to undertake the 03 area project of the 3rd Industrial Park in Taoyuan County. Xiaoding. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Please stay safe. Taoyuan County 3rd Industrial Park. Fong Tang rubbed his head. Damn. He was actually moved to the northwest corner farthest from 01 Temple. Leaning down, he picked up a piece of wood on the ground. It seemed to have been removed from the wall of the wooden house, and was left behind when Kai Lin left. Is this what Xiaolin found in the meditation room? Fong Tang looked at the wood pieces, which had lines of small characters and some pictures on them. Huh? Regarding meditation? Some techniques. I can't see clearly. Is the signature on it, Father? Fong Tang first put away the piece of wood. His bare feet stepped on something soft again. Is it jelly? After picking it up, I was overjoyed. It was a fragment from the guild warehouse. It must have been dropped by the airship on its own initiative, Fong Tang thought, and the chip on the back of his head penetrated the particles covering it strongly, still sending out a weak signal, and the jelly-like mass expanded in his hand. Oh! It's a perfect package. It can be made bigger or smaller. Fong Tang turned the jelly ball into a belt and tied it around his waist. The middle of the jelly package was filled with space so that the wood chips could be put in. When I touched it again, all my belongings were gone. Mobile wallet, criminal police certificate, all gone. The most useful 5-element pen is also missing. Damn it. Fong Tang took a deep breath and already guessed the theme of this level of the game. Survive in the wild. So, what is the route back to 01 Temple from here? Fong Tang walked along the corner of this boundary and found a tall ginkgo tree. It looks like a ginkgo, but the leaves are very weird. with weird patterns all over them. The color of the trunk is wrong, and the position of the branches and leaves has changed. It looks like it came out of the ground. One Gi has transformed this tree. Fong Tang looked at the strange big tree and carefully tested it to make sure there was no danger. Then climbed up from the 5-meter-high tree crown. He looked at the surrounding scenery. Judging from the fog distribution, Fong Tang murmured to himself, "This should be an oval game scene." He couldn't see further and could only reluctantly deduce that the entire game area stretched from the industrial park in the northeast to the crossroads outside 01 Temple. It would be nice if Bai was here at this time. By the way, although Bai is asleep, her database is still there. Thinking like this, a map of the Magic City appeared in front of me. Fong Tang was overjoyed, looked at the signs on the map, and began to calculate based on the scale. The straight line distance from the northeastern border to Lingyi Temple in the southwest is 10 kilometers, and the width from east to west is about 0.6 kilometers. It doesn't sound like a long route, but I just saw the terrain wrapped in fog. There are not only small jungles, but also rivers and mountains, and some collapsed buildings. The entire game scene looks like a post-apocalyptic ruins. Collapsed buildings, trees rising from the ground. There was a whooshing sound, and Fong Tang turned around in shock, only to see a squirrel-like beast appear from behind the big tree, and then disappear like lightning. Have even the species in this area been modified? At this time, right in front of me, there was a buzzing sound. A row of fake particles are closely connected together, and the surface of the particles begins to emit light of different colors. Then the second row, the third row. Finally, each particle group turned into a pixel block, forming a complete LCD screen. The LCD screen flashed in front of Fong Tang's eyes. The girl in the floral skirt jumped out of the screen. Her face finally had an expression. She pursed her lips and smiled. The entrance to Miss Pass will be officially closed in 1 minute. Players, please be prepared. In addition to Fong Tang players, other players can currently enter the game scene through 4 specific locations: east, west, north, south. A map appeared on the screen, and 4 red dots including the intersection and the basement of Taoyuan Industrial Park were marked. This game does not limit the number of participating players. But please note that in the game scene, you may lose some special abilities. The theme of this game is wild survival with doomsday attributes. You can find partners to collect basic materials together, resources, and then establish a base to obtain more resources. The younger sister twirled her skirt cutely. I am the little assistant of each player. I will release tasks for you at any time to help you play this wonderful game. Suddenly, the girl's eyes on the screen moved rapidly. Garbled characters and snowflakes appeared, and then returned to normal. She seemed to be looking at Fong Tang. Careful. There are many players entering the game, and most of them are players who stay in the Magic City to participate in the expert trial. Many of them are team players. The largest team currently comes from the new Chinese tutoring class, and they are also one of the strongest teams. Sister 109's picture began to distort, and she was still saying, I don't have much time to wake up. And he modified my core code. He uses generous game rewards to attract players. Just to deal with you. Against you. Against you. Her voice started to get thicker, and then the screen turned into garbled text. When my sister appeared again, she had returned to normal. Fong Tang stood up straight. My abilities and attributes are locked, but I still have a super physique. My items were taken away, but I still have the jelly package. Controlled Sister 109. But she still has self-awareness. Without Bai, I still have a huge database. Knowledge that can be called at any time like an encyclopedia. The beginning of this survival game is full of hope for me. Chapter 348: Qingyun's Fight. When Skylark walked into the Chang'an Hotel suite, he got the last message from the fog level, the data department, which has not yet officially joined Shanghai, but has already started working. Sent the latest analysis report. Although the mist level is said to be open to all players, players who are related to our president have been shut out. These intelligence analysts are all elite personnel from the original game data department. They have sorted out all the possible intelligence and made a detailed analysis. The chief analyst whispered at this time. We found that 3 players were unable to enter the game level. The first player with the ID of Crazy Knife once worked for the president. There were also 2 players with the ID of Golden Boy and Girl who were also blocked. Blocked outside the checkpoint. Skylark nodded. These 2 Golden Boy and Jade Girl are Miss Shauna's followers, and they can be considered to be related to President Fong Tang. The chief analyst added. We used the Nightingale drone left by the World Snake Coco to observe part of the game scene. Based on the data collected, We believe that the president may have been moved to the northwest corner of the game scene. Skylark immediately opened the electronic map. At this time, not only members of the data department, but also elites from the original company's logistics department, who had nothing to do, came over. Skylark pointed at the map. The northwest boundary of the game scene. Xiaoding Taoyuan County Industrial Park Area 03. Members of the logistics department immediately projected a huge electronic map in the suite, and then marked a red dot in Area 03 of the industrial park. Young pondered for a moment and immediately issued an order. Brothers from the logistics department will cooperate with the data department and continue to monitor the periphery of Area 03 of the industrial park. The analyzed data will be sent to me as soon as possible. Just as he was talking, Winston, the manager of Chang'an Hotel, hurried in and lowered his voice. Someone claiming to be from Qi Fang Company is here. A woman named Fang Qingqing. And with him is Yang Tuqi, who is from our guild. Seems to be a player personally invited by the president. Players invited by Fong Tang personally. It's a mouse. Young may be one of the few people who understands Yang Tuqi's background. So he immediately said, invite them in. Winston agreed and was about to leave. Skylark stopped him and said softly, our guild is still in its infancy, and the president's situation is unknown now. Chang'an Hotel is our safest base. Thank you for supporting the guild so much. Winston bowed. Miss Skylark, you're welcome. Now that the top bosses in the guild are missing, it's up to you to take charge of the overall situation. Since I have joined Shanghai, I am willing to live and die with the guild. Chang'an Hotel is our home. Winston withdrew, and Skylark gently rubbed her forehead. She hadn't slept for a long time. I can't even catch up on my beauty sleep. But there is still excitement in the tiredness. It is true that she is in charge of the overall situation. This can be said to be a rare opportunity to prove to Fong Tang that although she is weak, she can be of great help. The sound of crisp footsteps came. Fong Qingqing, who was wearing a beige windbreaker and sunglasses, seemed to have just had a new haircut. After following the mouse in, he took off his windbreaker, revealing a fashionable striped jacket, looking British in style. She looked at Young coldly. It's not your turn to take charge here. Young showed a charming smile. Why? Qingqing, you just recovered your memory, and you came to ask questions? Fong Qingqing snorted, and the ingot-like core spirit on the back of her neck flickered. She wiped her hands with a wet wipe. I know you were following orders, but you erased my memory twice in a row. Humph. I still feel very unhappy when I see you. Skylark smiled faintly. Now all my attention is on President Fong Tang. So whatever you say, I will treat it as a joke. As soon as the two women met, they became like fire and water, and they started to quarrel with each other. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Fong Qingqing seems to be strong but actually lacks confidence, while Young speaks softly, but is confident and completely takes the initiative. Or because Fong Qingqing is not yet a member of Shanghai. Although he received the God of Wealth core spirit as a gift from Fong Tang, he is still an outsider. After all, so Young ignored her for the next moment and spoke directly to Yang Tuqi. Mouse, has your Qi Fang company been affected? Yang Tuqi hurriedly said. We are fine. The company is operating normally. He shook his head at this point. I have contacted Shadow Island and Zhuan, but neither party is willing to come out to help us. He sighed deeply, because they believe that Qi Fang company is, in a sense, the private property of Boss Fong Tang, so they must not get involved. Skylark frowned. Then how can you help? Fong Qingqing came up directly. We have money. I have heard from Lao Yang that the game system has crashed. The mall has disappeared, and the game currency is useless. And any actions of the Shanghai Guild require financial support. Right? Young glanced at her with beautiful eyes. Your money wasn't given by Fong Tang. Fong Qingqing stretched out her newly manicured fingers and nodded the back of her head. I have Bitcoin. It can be said that I control all the virtual currencies on the internet. The God of Wealth core spirit became brighter and brighter. The tension between the two women became increasingly intense. Yang Tuqi came over helplessly. Two eldest sisters. Now is not the time to quarrel. Boss Fong Tang is still suffering in the game. Can you cooperate? Yang and Fong Qingqing stared at him and said in unison. Who said we were quarreling? The mouse raised his hands in surrender. Then we have to come up with a plan now. Right? How can we help the boss? Skylark lowered his head in thought, and said slowly, concentrate all available resources, and control the periphery of the game scene. This is what my logistics department is best at. Fong Qingqing said coldly, with the funds I have control over now, I can directly buy 12 buildings around the game scene. Skylark objected. Your money belongs to the guild. Please remember this and spend money wisely. We only need to buy 4 surrounding buildings or even rent them to get enough data. Fong Qingqing said nothing, but her eyes were focused on Skylark's high-heeled shoes, which were Stuart Weitzman's. Ruby shoes worth $3 million. The idea came from the fairy tale The Wizard of Oz. The high-heeled shoes were inlaid with 642 Burmese rubies. Skylark, did you buy your shoes with your own money? A blush appeared on Hibari's face. This pair of shoes was bought from the Desire Mall before the game crashed. It cost 20 game coins, and most of the game coins she used as pocket money at that time were given by Fong Tang. Fong Qingqing, with the power of the god of wealth core spirit, could she be able to see anyone's consumption records? That's too scary. In this embarrassment, a logistics staff rushed in. Minister Skylark, we just received a message from the World Snake Guild. They cannot enter the game scene to help, but they are willing to provide us with free equipment, including drones, large reconnaissance equipment, and all the weapons. Yang and Qingqing were both refreshed. The world's most powerful arms organization was also a guild that often sold super equipment in game malls in the past. Fong Qingqing immediately said, ask them if they have equipment that can penetrate the nanoparticle mist. We need to see what's going on inside the game scene. Skylark added, we also need Tiger Tooth level weapons, fully equipped with brothers from the data department and logistics department. Hoo-yah! Once the hotel security guard's unique weapon. The full name is Tactical Charged Laser Stab. The chief analyst said slowly at this time. Our data department has received accurate information. The World Snake has studied the chairman's 5 elements pen and upgraded it. Please ask them to get a pencil like this. Come over, he explained in a low voice. Intelligence proves that all players who entered the game had their personal equipment taken away, and presumably the president's 5 elements pen was not on them either. Fong Qingqing and Yang looked at each other and nodded. The theme of the game in Fog Pass is Doomsday Survival, and the 5 elements pen is very important. If there is a chance to send it in, Fong Tang will be very useful. In this way, the basic action plan was determined, which was to provide Fong Tang with as much help as possible. As usual, a codename was given for this operation. This operation is of great significance. It can be said to be the first official operation after the establishment of the Shanghai Guild. So, how is Operation Qingqing? Lao Yang, please speak, Fong Qingqing asked. The people in the logistics department were all Skylark's confidants, and they immediately refused. We think it would be better to call it Operation Skylark. Fong Qingqing snorted. Chief Analyst Aaron. Actually, everyone knows that the logistics department and data department of the guild will be this team in the future. Ha ha. And the financial department of the guild must be chaired by Ms. Qingqing. It is rare for our 3 major departments to have the honor to conduct guild meetings our first operation. Why not call it Operation Qingyun? Chapter 349 Basic Gameplay. Fog Pass. The northwest boundary of the game. Construction Area 03. 3rd Industrial Park. Taoyuan County. Jiating. The time is 11 a.m. on the 24th, which is also the first day of the game. Fong Tang has finished exploring this angled area on the northwest border of the game, with the weird ginkgo tree as the southern boundary. There are almost no resources available in this corner area. There was just a dry, hard clearing. Fog has enveloped the surrounding area, but the angle area, which is the size of a basketball court, is still normal and visibility is still maintained. Fong Tang was unwilling to risk entering the foggy area before getting more information. He starts digging now, without any tools, and no longer possessing strong strength. He can only rely on his physical strength to dig. He used a forked branch, and a tube-like structure was carved with stones at the forked top of the trunk. The inward cylindrical space can dig more soil and save physical strength. This was Fong Tang's inspiration from the Luoyang shovel structure invented by tomb robbers. Using precious physical energy to dig, he had 2 ideas. The first is to dig underground water pipes, so that a continuous supply of fresh water can be obtained. The second is to see if we can dig a hole in the ground and get out. Although the second idea is a bit naive. Fong Tang's character is to see is to believe. And you can't believe any speculation without trying it yourself. Taoyuan County in Jiating District is definitely a poor suburb in the Magic City. The infrastructure here is far behind the urban area, especially this newly developed industrial park. Fong Tang has read the information in the database. The most recent phase of municipal construction in Taoyuan was 2 years ago. The design of water supply pipes at that time required a minimum covering soil thickness of 0.9 meters and a maximum depth of no more than 5 meters. Moreover, the distribution of water supply pipes here is complex. As an industrial park construction area, there must be building water diversion equipment. I just hope I'm lucky and can find a water pipe within 1 meter. Otherwise the physical exertion will be too great. With a click, the arm-thick branch broke. Fong Tang raised his eyebrows. The feeling from the front of the branch told him that he had found it. A water pipe with a valve appeared, and the surrounding soil was extremely wet. Fong Tang squatted down and was not in a hurry to get water. He saw that in the sediment under the water pipe, a thin film structure composed of nanoparticles was extending underground. Sure enough, Wang Ge's game scene has gone deep underground, leaving no chance for players to dig out. Fong Tang twisted the valve, and under the red valve, a stream of water spurted out under high pressure. Then this high-pressure water flow turned into silver-white mist. By the time the fog dissipated, the water pipes in the tunnel had turned into powder. It can be said that nothing is left. It's impossible to get water from the city's underground water pipes. With a buzzing sound, an LCD screen made of particles suddenly popped up, and the smiling face of the girl in the floral skirt appeared, disappointed. Right? It's surprising. Right? Sorry. Opportunism is not allowed in the game. She then announced the basic gameplay of the Miss Pass game. You must obtain the items necessary for survival from wild resources. Remember, there are various resources in the game scene. Fong Tang was panting, and the particles in the mist kept invading his body. This was intentional by Wang Ge. Perhaps among all the players, he was the only one to receive such special treatment. He thought for a moment and unbuckled his wrapping belt. The sister on the LCD screen covered her face with her hands, but opened her fingers, revealing a big eye. Wow! What are you going to do? Why did you take off your belt and take off your pants? Fong Tang was speechless. You are much cuter now than when you were normal. The jelly-like package began to grow larger, as if it was inflated. Fong Tang got into it and rolled to the foot of the ginkgo tree. The sun was shining brightly. He was thirsty and tired, and needed rest now. The branches and leaves of the ginkgo tree blocked the sunlight. But Fong Tang's face turned blue, and he was forced to get out of the jelly package in the shade. He gasped for air and smiled helplessly. The reward from the previous level of the game. This jelly package is so powerful that the inside of the package is in a perfect vacuum environment, without any oxygen inside the package. It is impossible to use it as a tent. The girl in the floral skirt appeared again like a ghost. What a pity. Your mind has jumped so fast that you can think of using this thing as a shelter. But the result is regrettable. Fong Tang stopped talking nonsense to her. Talking too much was a waste of physical strength and energy. He climbed up the mutated ginkgo tree, found a thick branch, and lay down gently, resting his jelly package on his pillow. While he was resting with his eyes closed, the light and shadow of his sister appeared. Player Fong Tang. You'd better find a safer shelter before sunset. Fong Tang ignored her. My sister sighed. After sunset, monsters in the fog will appear and attack players crazily. Fong Tang opened his eyes and looked at the sun that was gradually setting in the west. There are monsters in this survival game? My sister immediately announced the second basic gameplay of the game. When players are insufficient in strength, they can use the day to collect resources and find a safe shelter at night. Because once the sun sets, the monsters appear. Please remember that this is a survival game with doomsday attributes. Fong Tang continued to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Wind has appeared in the game scene, and it is a very strong wind, making the whole tree roar. But among the clattering, he heard tiny footsteps. Fong Tang slowly turned around and lay on the branch. I saw a man wearing a Kevlar jacket bending over and approaching slowly. Fong Tang's eyes lit up when he looked at this man's clothes, especially the pair of wilderness survival boots. He himself was still barefoot and wearing half-torn pants. The man got closer and closer, and you could see the colorless chip on the back of his neck. Usually the player's chip will be disguised as skin, but this guy is obviously trying hard to control the chip, hoping to activate the ability in the chip. Unfortunately, most of the chips are useless here. The man leaned against the ginkgo tree, panting, and looked at the fog-free area. But soon, the surprised expression disappeared, and the man gritted his teeth. Damn it! It turned out to be a ruins. Not even a drop of water. He sat under the big tree and rubbed his neck vigorously. Fong Tang leaned over and looked at it, and gently picked up his pillow. He didn't want to waste his energy, so he planned to use the simplest method to solve it. The jelly pillow fell suddenly and opened like a soap bubble in midair, instantly covering the sneaky player. Fong Tang fell. The man was struggling in fear in the jelly, struggling desperately. His limbs were spread out. His fists were clenched, and he was bouncing on the ground with jelly. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he was secretly glad. This guy has amazing strength. Judging from his crazy movements, his physical strength is also maintained well. Fortunately, he didn't force himself. Now, he just had to wait silently. There is no oxygen in the jelly. After an unknown amount of time, the man in the jelly was already grabbing his throat, sticking out his tongue vigorously, and his lips were trembling as if begging. Fong Tang looked directly into his eyes, and the black pupils gradually became larger, and finally lost all their brilliance. After waiting another minute, he put away the jelly. The man's face was distorted, and his hands were raised in the air. His lips were particularly red due to lack of oxygen. Fong Tang touched the jacket on his body, and was extremely happy. This is the type of outdoor survival equipment exclusively used by the U.S. Marine Corps. The jacket is not only waterproof, but also has a built-in laminated thermal sheet and a hood at the back. Turning over the hood, you can see the built-in visor lens. Just take off this guy's combat boots, and there are actually moisture-proof socks and a waterproof layer inside, which are integrated with the shoes. Good stuff! Fong Tang put on his jacket and combat boots, and continued to search for resources. Unfortunately, I couldn't even find a lighter. I only had a pair of gloves made of ultra-thin Kevlar material, which was an unexpected acquisition. Fong Tang looked at the player's body, and touched the chip behind his neck. This thing should be considered a resource, right? While I was still thinking about it, something horrifying happened. A particle cloud suddenly rushed over, and directly wrapped the body on the ground. By the time this particle cloud disappears, the corpse has been completely decomposed. The bones were turned into dust, but a few things were left in the dust. For silver nails, a golden ball, and a skull. The nails were smooth on both ends. Fong Tang put on his gloves and picked them up to look at them. He quickly recognized it. Internal fixation nails commonly used in orthopedic surgery. Used to connect broken bones. Well, it seems that this player has undergone a similar surgery. The body was decomposed by particles, leaving these nails. This kind of internal fixation nail is made of titanium alloy, which has extremely strong toughness and is light in weight. The only disadvantage is that it is not strong enough. Fong Tang picked up the golden ball again, the size of a glass ball. The little face of the game assistant sister appeared. Congratulations, player Fong Tang. You have obtained the most critical prop in this game, secret gold particles. This is a good thing extracted from nanoparticle glue, and can be used for all production activities in game scenes. What does production behavior mean? Fong Tang frowned. Now, take that skull and look at it. The skull is only the size of a palm, but it has handwriting carved by fake particles. That was a line of small words. 1 unit of titanium alloy plus 2 units of steel plus 1 unit of secret gold particles equals titanium alloy tactical knife. This. Why does it look like a recipe for forging weapons? Sure enough, Sister Floral Skirt announced the third basic gameplay of the game. Kill players, or special monsters, to get myth gold particles and other rare resources. And even precious recipes. This kind of myth gold particles can combine the resources you get, and use formulas to achieve the effects of synthesis, casting, and quenching. Fong Tang took a deep breath, and understood the core of this survival game. Not only survival in the wild, but also the confrontation between players is the theme. At this time, the sun had gradually set towards the west, and Fong Tang suddenly heard a strange cry of vomiting. The strange scream came from the depths of the mist. It sounded like a wild dog or a lone wolf. The girl in the floral skirt appears again. There is a monster boss in this area. Although it is only a junior boss, you must be careful when dealing with it. She then announced the fourth and last basic method of playing the game. Killing the monster leader in the area will unlock the fog in the area. At the same time, the player who kills the leader can gain the privilege of controlling the area, which means gaining a territory. Chapter 350 Partner. Fog Pass. The northwest boundary of the game. Construction Area 03. 3rd Industrial Park. Taoyuan County. Jiating. Game Scene Coordinates 01. 01 Area. This area is called Ginkgo Plain. The boss in this area is a junior boss, and the information is currently unknown. Time is 1600 hours on the 24th. The first evening of the game. Fong Tang was busy on the ginkgo tree. He took apart the clothes he had changed and made a simple rope. Then he pulled together several branches in the middle of the ginkgo tree and fixed them with these ropes. Now, he has a little bed made of branches and ropes. The thick branches can support his weight and are at a suitable height, making it impossible for ordinary beasts to climb up. Fong Tang walked down the tree trunk, touched the moist bark, and licked his lips. It has been more than a day since I drank water, and all the cells in my body are calling for water molecules. He took out the bone nails from the jelly package on his waist. Using the nail, he gently drilled into the bark of the tree until 4 holes were drilled. Fong Tang found another stone and a dry branch. After a little processing, I got a wooden wedge. Fong Tang raised the stone and smashed the wooden wedge into the hole dug in the tree trunk. Then used titanium alloy bone nails to dig out a small groove on the surface of the wooden wedge. He was exhausted, and the remaining strength still had to defend against the attack of those particles. With a 5-attribute physique, if there weren't those damn particles intruding, he could definitely go on for more than half a month without eating or drinking. Leaning against the tree trunk, with his head on the wooden wedge, he dozed off in a daze. I don't know how long it took, but there was a cool feeling above my head. Fong Tang stood up, opened his mouth, and faced the small groove of the wooden wedge. Drops of water fell down. Not every tree can spit out so many water droplets. Many of the water storage layers under the trunk are wrapped with fibers. The water extracted from the roots is covered with fibers and transported to the entire tree. Fong Tang just insisted on trying and got wonderful results. He knelt on the ground and used his mouth to catch the water droplets in the tree trunk little by little. It's far from enough, and it can't even quench my thirst. But it has passed the most dangerous stage. My physical strength began to recover, and I also gained some energy. Fong Tang glanced at the red sunset and gently patted the bark of the tree. There are really no resources to be found in this area. The ground is mixed with cement and sand used in various constructions. Only the area near the original water supply pipe feels damp, which has now been destroyed by particles. As for food, don't even think about it. Ginkgo tree, you are my only hope here. He touched the bark of the tree, bit by bit, and finally found a bulge. This piece of bark is like a scar. The surface is black and dry, but powdery wood residue appears around it. In this case, it is an insect infestation. Fong Tang regained his energy, took out the skull, pierced the bark along one side, and then uncovered it. The skull formula is ruthlessly crushed. Under the bark of the tree, strips of white worms appeared. The insects are not big, and they lurk under the bulging bark of the tree, greedily eating the nutrients of the trunk. Fong Tang picked up one, closed his eyes, and swallowed it directly. Even he didn't have the courage to chew it. This bug is actually not poisonous. It is the larvae of a longhorn beetle, which is the most common pest in forestry. But they are rich in protein. After swallowing 6 white worms in a row, Fong Tang heard his stomach growl, getting hungrier. People are like this. When you are continuously hungry, you feel full. But when you eat even a little food and your stomach starts to work, the feeling of hunger is unstoppable. Fong Tang felt that his physique was no different from ordinary people, and the physical advantage of 5 attributes had also disappeared. At this time, those copycat particles that were desperately attacking finally began to retreat. Damn you, Wan Gi. You bastard. Are you trying to play with me on purpose? Fong Tang gasped, feeling extremely angry. At this time, the light and shadow of my sister appeared. Attention Fong Tang players. The first mission has been released. Please find a suitable partner before sunset to take the adventure together. The task requires you to find at least one partner. This task rewards 1 unit of secret gold particles. This is a rare opportunity. The surroundings have become extremely cold. During the day, the temperature in the game scene rises steadily due to the greenhouse effect. At night, those particles were actually consuming heat, and because of the fog cover, the temperature began to plummet. Fong Tang felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped to about 15 degrees Celsius. He put on his hood and slowly climbed towards the small bed above the big tree. The task was tempting, but he had no chance of completing it. The sun has already set in the sky, and it will be dark in half an hour at most. How can it be possible to find a partner? Unless... Fong Tang rode on the branch and took out the last rope in the package. A rope made from half a pair of pants is long enough. He quickly took out the golden ball and tied it to the rope. Then one end hung on a branch facing the misty direction to the south. He began to shake the branches. The rope swings wildly with the secret gold particle ball, shrouded in mist. This small ball also shimmered with golden light. As long as someone can see it. Maybe? Fong Tang shook the branch again. Finally, footsteps came. The sound of staggering footsteps was accompanied by delicate breathing. Fong Tang's heart sank. She is a useless woman. Gradually it became clear that she was not only a woman, but also a very beautiful woman. She was wearing a black uniform with a skirt underneath, and her black high heels made a rustling sound in the sand. Is there anyone? Her voice was hoarse, crying, and she was shivering because of the cold. Fong Tang sighed, hesitating whether to go down or not. Thinking about the mission reward again, he shook his head and climbed down, seeing a big man suddenly coming down from the tree. The woman's first reaction was to turn around and run away. Fong Tang did not chase after him, put away the secret gold particles, and waited silently. He decided to give this woman a chance. As long as she came back before sunset, he would team up with her. If she ran away, the monsters in this area would have a feast at night. What a pity those legs! Fong Tang shook his head, feeling that he had thought too much. I haven't even warmed up yet. So I started thinking about that. There was a swishing sound, and the woman was back. In the light of the setting sun, you can see her beautiful big eyes, graceful legs, and seductive gray stockings. Yes, I'm sorry. I was frightened just now. The woman looked pitiful. The setting sun left only a blush. Fong Tang walked over slowly and stopped 2 meters away from the woman. Can you see the game prompts? The woman was stunned for a moment and nodded slowly. I saw it. This is a survival game. You need to collect resources and then build a territory. But in essence, it is a barbaric game where you kill me and I kill you. Fong Tang was surprised. You know it very well? Are you a player of Infinite Challenge? The woman shook her head. What did you say? I have played similar mobile games before. But what is Infinite Challenge? Turn your head and let me touch your neck, Fong Tang said in a deep voice. The woman turned around and ran away. Fong Tang shrugged, as if he had said the wrong thing. The blush on the horizon began to fade. Just when Fong Tang was about to give up on this mission, the woman came back again. She shouted from a distance. Give me some water and some food, and I will let you touch it. Just once! She tried her best to look fierce. I know karate, and I am a women's self-defense coach in school. You don't have evil intentions. I will beat you to death. Fong Tang couldn't help laughing. Girl, I only have a few drops of water here. As for the food, I'm afraid you can't eat it. Come over here. I won't embarrass you. I want to touch your neck because... The woman walked over slowly. Don't explain. I know you are lonely. You like beautiful women. As long as you don't touch your neck is fine. Fong Tang tightened his grip on his belt and backed away slowly. Don't be careless at this time. If the woman is disguised by the player, her cute and pitiful look will be terrible. The woman stepped on high heels and came to the foot of the ginkgo tree. When she saw the wooden wedge, she couldn't help but be stunned. Fong Tang made a gesture. Kneel down. Open your mouth. And drink. The woman's face was red, and her expression was hard to see clearly in the increasingly dark environment. Maybe it was because her skin was so good that her blushing face was very conspicuous. The woman bent over and licked the water droplets. All the water drops were gone, and she was still unfinished. Fong Tang pointed to the tree trunk. There is protein there. The woman frowned, waiting until she saw the bugs. Unlike what Fong Tang expected, the woman directly grabbed 2 and stuffed them into her mouth. She even chewed it a few times. Well, I ate this when I was a kid. Beetle eggs. At that time, my grandma used to fry them. Fong Tang felt sour in his mouth, and he couldn't stand it anymore. But it is undeniable that this cute beauty is a little different. She walked over boldly, then turned her back, exposing her beautiful neck. Fong Tang picked up the secret gold particles and rolled them on her slender neck. This is a way he thought of to distinguish players from ordinary people. Because the secret gold particles come from the purification of nanoparticle glue, they will definitely react with the player's chip. You can be sure that the woman in front of you is not a player. Fong Tang formally introduced himself. The woman breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although she didn't quite understand what Fong Tang was doing just now, she seemed like a good person to be able to share water and food together. My surname is Xie. I'm a teacher at Maxim High School. I brought a few students here to purchase things. We are going to hold a school anniversary performance. The woman suddenly started talking more, and her voice was very nice. Only Taoyuan has it. The big drum we need. Alas, who knows? It will travel through time. Fong Tang interrupted her. Teacher Xie, we have not traveled through time. And I am not a native of a foreign land. You must understand that we are still on the earth. Well, what is your name? We need to form a team now. The sunset had already set, and the beauty smiled softly. It seems that I have read too many novels. Well, my name is Xie Marin. I am really lucky to meet such a good person like you. The two shook hands, and the girl in the floral skirt suddenly appeared in the night, giggling in the flickering light and shadow. Sia Marin, a teacher at Maxim High School, screamed and waved her hands. You came out to scare people again. Go away. Go away. Her little hand passed through the picture composed of particles. The girl in the floral skirt curled her lips. Fong Tang, you have found a beauty who can have sex with you. But in terms of survival ability, I can only give her 0 points.